In a dimly lit room, a man sits hunched, his voice heavy with regret, murmuring, "I'm sorry it turned out this way." He shakes his head, refusing the apology. "Don't say that. I'm the one who should apologize. This happened to you because you came along." Standing over him, Yu simply utters, "Professor." The military power there wasn't multiplied, and the soldiers weren't strictly trained for this. It was all a trap, designed to draw them in from the very beginning, a realization that hangs heavy in the air between the two men. A heavy impact echoes through a desolate corridor. Two pairs of boots stand over him, a figure in military fatigues crumpled on the cold ground. One of the assailants raises a heavy, blunt object, ready to strike, as the downed soldier lets out a pained gasp. Sweat drips down his face, his eyes wide with desperation, as he cries out his own name, Sergeant Kim. But Sergeant Kim is not calling for help. He is now on his feet, a knife clutched in his hand, lunging at his attacker with a furious roar, "You fucker." He aims a desperate stab, his face contorted in a silent scream. Yet, his counterattack is swiftly met with overwhelming force, slamming him violently against the unyielding surface. He collapses, blood splattering from his head, the impact leaving him dazed and broken. The assailant, a cruel grin spreading across his face, holds Sergeant Kim by the neck, his eyes glowing with a sinister, yellow light. A pained grunt escapes him, his face contorted in agony as the lingering effects of the brutal beating take their toll. In the dim, greenish-blue light of the alley, a heavy thud echoes as two figures stand over his prone form, their presence a chilling reminder of his predicament. He clutches his stomach, a desperate ugh escaping his lips, the realization dawning that his tormentor is merely toying with him. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the haze of pain, asking if he's all right, and Sergeant Kim, looking up at the lieutenant, manages to ask about the other troops. A worried expression crosses his bruised face as he admits he doesn't know, believing they were wiped out somewhere, the metallic clanking of something unseen growing louder. The ominous clanking continues, drawing the attention of both men. Sergeant Kim's eyes widen in sudden, stark terror, a chilling sound echoing through the alley. From the shadows, the assailant emerges, his eyes glowing with an intense, malevolent yellow-orange light, a menacing grin spreading across his face. Looking up at the terrifying figure, Sergeant Kim's face fills with despair, a single, desperate question forming on his lips. What now? From the oppressive darkness, a faint rustling sound echoes, as a blurry figure begins to emerge. The silhouette grows larger, its form still indistinct against the gloom. A voice, filled with a desperate hope, calls out, asking if the approaching figure is Lieutenant Kong Ham-chan. The figure steps into a sliver of light, revealing a soldier in full tactical gear, rifle at the ready, prompting a questioning thought about their nationality. Sweat beading on his brow, Sergeant Kim stares at the newcomer, his voice strained as he demands to know their identity. The tactical soldier stands over the kneeling Sergeant Kim and the lieutenant, speaking in Korean, a language that, though clumsy, is undeniably familiar. With a determined gaze, the soldier declares that they are here to rescue them. Pointing down a dark corridor, the rescuer instructs them to gather any other prisoners and follow. The path ahead reveals a gruesome sight, a pile of bodies, some with eyes still glowing a malevolent red. The rescuer soldier moves through a dark, blood-splattered corridor, past the glowing-eyed bodies of fallen soldiers. He then addresses the two men, asking about their division and the number of people involved in their mission, while stating he cannot reveal his own identity or the operation's details. Sergeant Kim, bruised and battered, stares back in disbelief, realizing the rescuer is referring to him. The rescuer soldier then stealthily peeks around a corner into another section of the facility, a door slamming shut behind him. Kim's eyes widen in alarm, recognizing the presence of an enemy. The lieutenant, equally startled, mutters about the impossible timing of the situation. Sergeant Kim, his expression hardening, acknowledges the rescuer's question about taking the measure of the situation. Suddenly, a powerful blow sends him flying backward, orange energy flaring around him. Before the attacker can press their advantage, the rescuer soldier moves with blinding speed, delivering a devastating counterattack that sends the assailant hurtling through the air. He moves with blinding speed, a powerful strike connecting with an unseen assailant. The force sends the figure reeling, their body flying backward through the air. Meanwhile, another masked attacker bursts into the corridor, panting heavily as he raises his weapon. He charges forward, his gun aimed and ready. But the rescuer soldier is faster, a blur of motion leaving glowing red trails in his wake as he intercepts the charge. A devastating blow lands, snapping the attacker's head back in shock. The masked figure crumples against the wall, incapacitated. The rescuer soldier stands over his fallen opponent, the threat neutralized. Sergeant Kim, witnessing the display, can only stare in disbelief. That's insane. He took out two of them in an instant without using a gun. He moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion through the facility's corridors, his voice cutting through the silence with a sharp command. What division is this guy from? Sergeant Kim mutters, as the rescuer soldier continues to lead the charge, instructing them to increase their pace, adding, "I will take care of the enemies, so do not use your gun unless there is an emergency." The lieutenant can only manage a stunned, "S, sure," while Kim watches the figure ahead, thinking, damn it, he's treating us like baggage. Suddenly, a muzzle flash erupts from the rescuer soldier's hand, a precise shot finding its mark on an unseen enemy. And he continues his relentless advance, a phantom in the dim light. Another attacker lunges, only to be met with a swift, brutal strike that sends them sprawling. Followed by another, dispatched with equal, chilling efficiency. The rescuer soldier and Sergeant Kim sprint through the now-cleared path, the urgency palpable. When a new warning echoes through the comms, multiple enemies ahead. He quickly subdues another hostile, securing him with practiced ease. Leaving the bound attacker to wonder at his sudden departure, he sprints forward, not pausing for a moment. Behind him, Sergeant Kim watches his relentless pace, a mix of awe and exasperation on his face, reminding himself to stay calm amidst the chaos. Without breaking stride, the rescuer soldier slides across the floor, his body a blur of motion, as his hands expertly bring a firearm to bear. Ahead, two more figures, one masked, barely register the threat before him. A blinding muzzle flash erupts, and the air crackles with the force of his precise, rapid fire. As he continues his relentless advance, his pistol barks, spitting fire into the darkness. Sergeant Kim's thoughts race, observing his reckless, almost inhuman movements. That's not the way someone in the military fights. Another masked attacker crumples, blood splattering from a precise shot. He strides past a growing pile of neutralized hostiles, leaving them in his wake. Crouching low, he scans the path ahead, a silent predator, as Kim's awestruck mind concludes, he's a real monster. Then, he's off again, a blur of motion, his pace relentless. Rounding a corner, he immediately engages another pair of attackers, his movements fluid and deadly. One of them barely has time to register the threat before the rescuer soldier is upon him, his face a mask of shock. He gives a curt command, pistol still aimed, declaring they will not wait another minute. The captive, bewildered, questions his urgency. The masked attacker holds the captive firmly, as the rescuer soldier maintains his stance. With a sudden shove, the rescuer soldier pushes the captive forward. The captive realizes his own miscalculation, having been too focused on escape to consider the soldier's stamina, reflecting on his oversight and unable to believe he hadn't thought of it sooner. He understands now that the soldier's seemingly reckless speed was, in fact, a calculated move. The masked attacker remains silent, his eyes piercing through the fabric. The captive notes the soldier's dark pupils and his surprisingly fluent, though slightly awkward, Korean. A question forms in his mind, wondering if the rescuer is, in fact, Korean. Still held captive, he presses the masked figure, his bruised face reflecting a desperate hope, asking if his assessment is correct. The masked rescuer, facing the lieutenant, cuts the conversation short, declaring that time is up. He then inquires about the platoon members who were taken elsewhere. The lieutenant, standing guard over two bound figures, turns to face him. A voice calls out, "Lieutenant." The captive soldier, his expression still pained, asks what happened to his comrades. The lieutenant explains that he saved them, instructing them to wait there after showing up with the masked rescuer. The masked rescuer simply acknowledges, "Lieutenant." He then orders the lieutenant to continue southwest, where the lieutenant is waiting, receiving a grateful thank you in return, to which he responds that he was merely carrying out an order. The captive soldier, having processed the situation, now understands his rescuer's true nature as a mercenary. Even if it was a paid assignment, he expresses his heartfelt gratitude for the rescue. He acknowledges that regardless of the motive, the rescuer saved his platoon and fellow troops. The masked rescuer remains impassive, his expression unreadable behind the tactical gear. Only his sharp eyes are visible, observing the surroundings with intense focus. Both men then turn their attention to the distant horizon, a quiet understanding passing between them. Suddenly, the tranquil landscape is shattered by a distant, violent tremor, culminating in a blinding explosion that rips through the air. And Ijin Yu's eye snaps open in shock, a sharp "oh" escaping him as he witnesses the unexpected chaos. He hears it, a distant, muffled roar that makes him question its origin. His eyes widen, tracking the source of the sound as it grows louder, and a soldier nearby shouts for everyone to get down. Then, the ground erupts in a blinding flash of light and shrapnel, a massive blast tearing through the earth. Smoke and dust billow into the air, obscuring everything. Amidst the chaos, the captive soldier groans, his body thrown to the ground by the force of the impact. Struggling to comprehend the attack and wondering if they're under mortar fire, his radio now useless in the deafening aftermath. Nearby, two other soldiers try to make sense of the situation, one desperately calling out for an update on the troops and support. Amidst the lingering smoke and debris from the explosion, the captive soldier and two civilians huddle together, their faces etched with fear, but thankfully, they seem all right. Still, a fresh wound bleeds on his cheek, and the soldier's eyes are wide with the shock of the sudden attack. Then, a new sound pierces the chaos, gunshots echoing in the distance as figures open fire. The captive soldier's expression hardens, his gaze now fixed with grim determination. One of the attackers, shrouded in smoke and the bright flash of their weapon, continues to unleash a barrage of bullets. He watches, a realization dawning on him. Even during all this chaos, they started fighting back. Another attacker fires, their weapon glowing with dynamic energy, the air around them shimmering with power. The captive soldier's eyes widen in disbelief, a single, stunned word escaping his lips. What the? As the situation escalates, Jin Yu's eyes ignite with a fierce, electric yellow glow, his power surging to meet the new threat. A distant voice echoes, filled with disbelief, questioning the sheer power emanating from him. 6 months later, the world has moved on, and a new semester begins at a modern school. Inside a bustling classroom, a teacher calls for attention, while Yu Dayan sits among her classmates, listening intently. The teacher, a man with a sharp gaze and a white coat, mutters to himself, wondering about an unknown presence. A student in the front row glances back, his expression one of mild curiosity. At the front of the class, the teacher announces to the students that a new transfer will be joining them today, as Yu Dayan watches from her desk. Stepping forward, the new student introduces himself clearly, declaring his name as Yu Aijin. The imposing structure of a modern high school stands under a clear sky. Inside, the soft scratch of a pen fills the quiet air as someone diligently writes. Yu Dayan, lost in thought at her desk, wonders if her appa has finished class yet, a sudden realization making her gasp. Meanwhile, in the bustling hallway, a group of girls excitedly chat, one exclaiming about a handsome new senior transfer student she just spotted at the office. Back in the classroom, a hushed whisper spreads, mentioning the arrival of this senior transfer student. Her eyes widen slightly, as a single question forms in her mind. Could it be him? A tear begins to well up, reflecting a mix of hope and longing. Her pen moves across the paper once more, the word Appa now etched onto the page. A decade ago, a plane crash was believed to have claimed the lives of his parents and his beloved Appa, but now, against all expectations, he has returned. Back in the present, the school building stands as a silent witness to the unfolding drama. As Yu Dayan's eyes widen in a mixture of shock and dawning realization. A memory flashes of Jin Yu's tear-filled eyes, his voice choked with emotion, uttering, "You were alive." He embraces an older man, the words echoing, "You were really alive." That person, his Appa, had returned. Another memory, a younger Dayan looking up at a younger Jin Yu, her innocent question hanging in the air, "Is Appa?" The weight of these memories brings tears to Dayan's eyes, her expression a mix of disbelief and overwhelming emotion. While Jin Yu, too, sheds a single tear, his own past catching up to him. Her face contorts with the intensity of her feelings as a voice cuts through the moment, confirming her identity. "So you're Dayan. Hey, Yu Dayan." Yu Dayan finds herself cornered by a group of girls, the blonde leader's voice sharp and demanding, asking how many times she has to call her name, to which Dayan can only offer a soft, apologetic, "Sorry." The blonde girl continues, reminding Dayan she was supposed to bring gym clothes after PE, her tone laced with an expectation that brooks no argument. Dayan, her expression filled with distress, tries to explain that she did bring them, but questions what she's supposed to wear if she lends them out. A cruel smirk plays on the blonde girl's lips, a cold, dismissive sound escaping her. Surrounded by the blonde and her silent entourage, Dayan is met with a chilling question. "You think you're allowed to talk back to us?" Before Dayan can even respond, a sharp thwack echoes through the air as a hand strikes her face, followed by the blonde's harsh declaration that it's Dayan's problem to figure out, not theirs. Looking down at the now recoiling Dayan, the blonde bully sneers, asking if she's already lost her touch after being left alone for a while. The group looms over Dayan, the blonde's final words a menacing threat. "You want to get beaten up and cry in front of everyone again?" The number 001 marks the beginning of a new day, as a classroom door, labeled 3 to 2, stands ready for the morning's lessons. Stepping into the room, Jin Yu presents himself to his new classmates, his gaze calm and steady. The teacher explains his presence, mentioning he had been living abroad for a while due to personal reasons, and urging everyone to help him adjust to his new life. A ripple of hushed whispers and curious glances spreads through the seated students. As Jin Yu maintains a composed demeanor, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. The teacher then points to an empty seat at the back, instructing him to take it, to which he quietly acknowledges. His footsteps are light as he makes his way down the aisle, heading towards the designated spot amidst the watchful eyes of his new peers. As he makes his way through the classroom, a student with curly brown hair, Lee Jae-hyung, watches him with disdain, a scoff escaping him as he judges the newcomer to be pathetic. He then turns to another student, Lee Jae-young, who shares his curly brown hair and orange tracksuit, and greets him casually. Lee Jae-hyung sits atop a desk, facing Lee Jae-young, who is seated in a chair, as Jin Yu continues to approach their vicinity, unaware of the conversation unfolding. A thought echoes through the room, a clear intention to inflict humiliation on the new student, to make him taste some humiliation on his first day. But as Jin Yu passes, his foot, clad in a black shoe, subtly connects with Lee Jae-young's sandal-clad foot, a sharp, unexpected pressure. The impact is precise, and Lee Jae-young recoils, a silent gasp of surprise and pain crossing his face, while Jin Yu's expression remains perfectly calm. Inside, Lee Jae-young is stunned, his mind racing to comprehend the sudden, precise counterattack, wondering how his opponent could have timed it so perfectly. Meanwhile, Lee Jae-hyung, observing the interaction, feels a prickle of unease, questioning the newcomer's audacity and if he is being glared at. He glares, a sharp edge to his expression, as a stern voice cuts through the air, instructing him to, "Ijin, listen carefully." The voice continues, laying down a clear directive. "While you're living in Korea, avoid fighting at all costs." Ijin, now seated across from the brown-haired man, responds with a dismissive tone, "I already know that much." The man raises an eyebrow, asking, "Oh, really?" He clarifies his earlier concern, stating, "Of course, why would I engage in brushes with mafia on that place is insufficient. I have no intention of getting caught and getting killed like some amateur." Then, with a shift in address, he calls out, "Lieutenant." The man emphasizes his own experience. "I am a professional who's been on the battlefield for 10 years. His voice sharpens, cutting off any further argument. "That's enough." He leans forward, his concern evident as he explains, "That's not why I'm telling you this. I'm telling you not to fight because I'm worried about your opponent." He stands silently as Yu Daeun, her voice sharp with irritation, demands to know why he's glaring at her, challenging him to a fight. His gaze drops, a subtle shift in his expression, prompting her to question his sudden stillness, unaware of the true meaning behind his calm. A faint smirk plays on his lips, a silent response to her aggression. From a short distance, Lee Jae-hyung and another student watch the scene unfold. Jae-hyung initially misinterpreting the protagonist's composure as fear, before quickly correcting himself. A few minutes later, the classroom atmosphere has shifted. The teacher, looking annoyed, speaks on the phone. Before turning to Yu Daeun and instructing her to look after Park Yeon-chan, a new student now seated beside Ijin. Yu Daeun dutifully acknowledges the request. With a friendly wave and a bright smile, Park Yeon-chan introduces himself to his new classmates. A classmate leans in, asking Ijin to confirm his name. The boy's brow furrows slightly, a bead of sweat tracing a path down his cheek as he seems to gather his thoughts. He then suggests that Ijin, you must have been surprised by something just moments ago. Meanwhile, Yu Daeun, with a concerned expression, identifies the student who tried to trip Ijin as Lee Jae-hyun. She advises him to be careful around such individuals, her words carrying a clear warning. Ijin simply listens, his expression unreadable. As the school day progresses, Park Yeon-chan turns to him, mentioning that their first period is math. He offers his help, assuring Ijin that he can answer any questions he might have. The teacher, now at the front of the classroom, instructs the students to open their textbooks to page 47. The first class of the day, math, begins with the teacher's hand meticulously writing an equation on the blackboard. As the students, including Ijin, settle into their desks, the quiet hum of concentration filling the room. He watches the teacher, his expression thoughtful, while Park Yeon-chan diligently takes notes beside him. Ijin's gaze remains fixed, absorbing the new environment. The class continues, a sea of focused backs and busy hands. Soon, the bell rings, signaling break time, and the energy of the students spills out onto the field. A large group gathers for a game of soccer, their shouts and laughter echoing across the campus. As Ijin observes the lively scene, a subtle shift in his demeanor. The world dissolves into a relentless downpour, a gray curtain of rain obscuring everything. Then, a desperate cry tears through the deluge, as a young Ijin struggles against the elements, his rifle clutched tight. Blood streaks his face, his teeth gritted against an unseen agony, the raw sound of his anguish echoing in the storm. He kneels in the mud, his gaze fixed on a child's bloody doll, a silent testament to the horrors surrounding him. Beside a desperate companion, he fights, swinging a makeshift plank with primal fury. Explosions erupt around him, but he pushes through, firing his weapon with grim determination. His eyes, hardened beyond his years, lock onto a target, the rifle steady in his hands. Another shot rings out, cutting through the chaos. As the memory fades, his eye closes, a single tear or raindrop tracing a path down his cheek. His thoughts drift, observing the world around him, reflecting that this country is peaceful. The clear sky above the school grounds seems to affirm this, as students mill about the schoolyard, their chatter filling the air. Among them, Daeun and a friend pause, looking surprised, as she exclaims, "Huh?" He stands waiting, his backpack slung over one shoulder, as Daeun approaches him. She asks if he was waiting for her, and Ijin confirms, wanting to walk together, then asks if she already had plans. "Were you waiting for me?" "Yeah, I wanted to go together." "Did you have plans already?" Daeun quickly denies having other plans, her friend looking on, saying, "No." And with a slight smile, they begin walking side by side, leaving the school behind. As they walk, a slight flush rises on her cheeks, and Daeun can't help but feel a little awkward. He glances at her, a faint smile playing on his lips, then reassures her that it's not awkward at all, even if she insists it is. He tells her there's no need to be flustered, confessing that he feels the same way. Her expression softens slightly, as her thoughts drift to the past, to the accident when she was only 9, barely remembering him or her father, realizing it must have been far worse for him, having been only 7 at the time. As they continue their walk, the conversation shifts, and he asks what time Hee-jin said she was coming. Daeun looks back at him, a hint of impatience in her voice, repeating that Hee-jin said she was coming, but pressing for the exact time. Dayun sits with a classmate, who admits she doesn't know what to do about the situation. A worried expression crosses her face, wondering what she should do. Her classmate continues, explaining that Hee-jin is targeting someone, causing Dayun to sigh in resignation. Later, as she walks with Hee-jin, another student approaches, asking if the boy beside her is her boyfriend, adding that even she can date. Dayun quickly denies it, clarifying that he's her brother, which surprises the other student. The student then asks if he's a friend, to which Dayun confirms he's a friend from class. Suddenly, the female classmate from earlier appears, asking Dayun if she's her friend. Hee-jin, standing nearby, responds to the classmate's question, his expression unreadable as he dismisses her with a curt, "No, that's." Meanwhile, the male student from before glares intensely at them, wondering why that bitch is glaring at him. Lee Jae-hyung's face contorts in anger, his voice a low growl as he threatens, "Unless you want to die." Meanwhile, the teacher and Park Young-chan discuss the situation, Park Young-chan questioning his mind, while the teacher simply hums in response. Hee-jin Yu's gaze remains steady, observing the unfolding drama with an unnerving calm. As Park Young-chan asks Lee Jae-hyung, "Are they picking a fight?" Lee Jae-hyung, still agitated, retorts, "Hi, you sure want to fight, but here." Hee-jin Yu and Yu Dayun stand quietly in the background. Suddenly, Lee Jae-hyung lunges forward, grabbing Hee-jin Yu by the collar with a frustrated shout of "shit," pulling him close and demanding, "Didn't you hear me?" He continues to hold him, his voice laced with menace, "You want to die?" accusing him of trying to act cool in this situation. Despite the aggression, Hee-jin Yu's expression remains unreadable, his thoughts clear. For someone picking a fight, he's way too defenseless. He notes the attacker's movements, observing, he's closing the distance like it's nothing, and concludes his assessment, while exposing every weak spot on his body. Lee Jae-hyung's face, meanwhile, shows a flicker of surprise or pain. He notes the absence of any weapon on his aggressor, wondering why the other boy so confidently exposes his defenselessness. A quiet resolve settling over him. He won't fight. But before he can disengage, a hand clamps down on his shoulder, the aggressor's face contorting in frustration, as Park Young-chan's voice from nearby suggests, "I guess I should just leave him alone." "You think you can just ignore me?" Lee Jae-hyung snarls, tightening his grip. When suddenly, Park Young-chan bows deeply, shouting, "I'm sorry." He quickly explains that his brother has been living abroad for a long time, and isn't yet used to the local culture. Lee Jae-hyung lets out an annoyed grunt, as the apologetic Park Young-chan remains bowed. Still held back, he glares upward, a defiant "so," escaping his lips. His brother, Park Young-chan, continues to restrain him, trying to explain the situation, but his words are lost on the enraged young man. Lee Jae-hyung's face remains contorted in a sneer, his eyes burning with unbridled fury. Nearby, Yu Da-yun watches the escalating confrontation, her face pale with fear. Suddenly, a hand shoots out, seizing Jae-hyung's wrist with surprising force, making him cry out, "ACK," as a piece of paper flutters to the ground. He recoils, clutching his throbbing hand. What the fuck? "That hurts, you bastard," he snarls, glaring at the dropped document. Without hesitation, his foot comes down, crushing the paper under his shoe. The tension hangs heavy in the air as Lee Jae-hyung stands defiantly, while Yu Da-yun remains frozen, witnessing the aftermath. Yu Da-yun watches the escalating confrontation, a worried appa, escaping her lips. Meanwhile, Hee-jin Yu, calm amidst the chaos, simply tells the aggressor to stand still for a bit. Da-yun's fear intensifies, her hand flying to her mouth as the tension mounts. Hee-jin Yu pulls her close, shielding her from Lee Jae-hyung's continued advance, who reaches out, demanding a moment of his own. But Jae-hyung's patience snaps, and he lunges forward, shouting, "Hey, you little shit," as he throws a punch. His face contorted in rage. But Hee-jin Yu meets the attack with a swift, decisive block, the impact echoing sharply. The force of the counter sends Jae-hyung reeling backward, his balance lost. He crashes to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around him. As the dust settles, a stunned silence falls over the classroom, broken only by the gasps of the onlookers. His ears still ringing from the impact, Lee Jae-hyung struggles to process what just happened. Meanwhile, Hee-jin Yu simply looks down at his fallen opponent, his expression unreadable. A pained groan escapes Lee Jae-hyung as he lies sprawled on the floor, his face already bruised and bleeding. His eyes burn with a furious hatred, a single, expletive thought echoing in his mind. A serene sunrise paints the sky over a distant mountain range, casting a warm glow across the landscape. Below, heavy boots pound against the earth, the sound echoing the disciplined rhythm of a military march. A group of muscular, shirtless men, clad in military-style pants, run in formation across a dusty training ground. The scene shifts indoors, focusing on a man with a stern expression, his gaze thoughtful. He addresses someone off-panel, simply stating, "Lieutenant." A slight frown creases his brow as he asks, "Didn't you say it was today?" "The day Hee-jin goes to school." His concern is evident as he continues, "We educated him well, but I'm still worried. He lived quietly in a place like that since he was 8. I sure hope he adjusts well." A faint smile touches his lips as he confidently asserts, "He's definitely going to be fine. I taught him myself, after all." As the conversation concludes, a confident voice affirms, "Of course." Meanwhile, the first day of school takes an unexpected turn as Lee Jae-hyung is suddenly struck with brutal force, his head snapping back from the impact. Before he can recover, his arm is twisted sharply, forcing him off balance. A powerful kick then connects with his midsection, sending him reeling. He collapses to the floor amidst scattered debris, defeated by the swift, overwhelming assault. Lee Jae-hyung looks on, his expression unreadable. A thought crosses his mind, a wry observation on the day's events. He's already broken the school on his first day, just as the lieutenant predicted. Standing tall in his school uniform, he seems unfazed by the chaos he's caused. His eyes rolled back. Lee Jae-hyung lay defeated on the ground. Lee Jae-hyung stood over him, calm and collected, while Yoo Dae-yoon and Park Young-chan watched in stunned silence. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk played on his lips, a silent acknowledgement of the swift victory. Just moments before, Lee Jae-hyung had lunged with a wild punch, but Lee Jae-hyung moved like a blur, effortlessly dodging the attack. A sharp pang echoed through the air as his counterblow connected with brutal precision. Lee Jae-hyung's head snapped back with a sickening whomp, blood splattering from his face. The protagonist moved too fast for the eye to follow, a fleeting shadow amidst the chaos. Now, back in the present, he stood impassively over the unconscious bully, the fight decisively concluded. Lee Jae-hyung's bruised face and vacant eyes confirmed the absolute finality of his defeat. As the dust settled from the recent confrontation, a hand stirred a bowl, while a thought echoed through the quiet hallway. Lee Jae-hyung stood composed, his gaze steady. His tie remained perfectly knotted, a stark contrast to the chaos that had just unfolded. Suddenly, the homeroom teacher arrived, her eyes wide with alarm, demanding to know, what happened here? She confronted Lee Jae-hyung, while Yoo Dae-yoon and Park Young-chan watched the scene unfold from a distance, their expressions a mix of concern and apprehension. Yoo Dae-yoon's face was etched with worry. The teacher's gaze swept over the aftermath, her voice filled with disbelief as she repeated, "What happened here? I was only covered for a moment." She continued to question Lee Jae-hyung, who met her gaze with an unwavering calm. Her brow furrowed in deep distress, the weight of the situation clearly settling upon her. Standing outside a convenience store, Lee Jae-hyung apologizes to Yoo Dae-yoon, asking if he had surprised her. Yoo Dae-yoon, looking a little taken aback, simply responds with a quiet, "Huh." He then awkwardly offers, well, do you want something to eat? Should I go buy you something?" She quickly declines, It's okay." A moment of silence passes between them, Yoo Dae-yoon's expression thoughtful, while Lee Jae-hyung watches her, a hint of concern on his face. Breaking the quiet, he suggests, "Shall we go home?" Yoo Dae-yoon looks up at him, a small smile forming as she begins to reply, and the two then turn, walking side by side down the street, leaving the convenience store behind. As they walk, a sudden realization washes over her, leaving her trembling slightly, her eyes wide with a mixture of shock and dawning comprehension. A vivid image flashes through her mind. Lee Jae-hyung, his eyes burning with an electric blue glow, a raw, powerful aura radiating from him. She can only think, what the hell? Staring at the boy beside her, the memory makes her question, is that even the same person as before? Unable to process her thoughts, Yoo Dae-yoon simply states, "I'll be going ahead," and quickens her pace. He follows silently, the distance between them growing slightly as they continue down the street. Her expression still etched with worry and confusion. The quiet residential street offering no solace to her racing thoughts. Finally, she turns to him, her voice hesitant as she asks, "Just now, were you the one who did that to class 2 Sunbae?" Walking beside her, Lee Jae-hyung meets her gaze and simply replies, "Yeah." He considers the situation, acknowledging the unexpected nature of her question, finding it unusual that she would mislead him. He continues to ponder, wondering if such directness is normal in this country, or if people are simply lying to him now, recalling how in his past, people would avoid eye contact, which could often signal danger. Yoo Dae-yoon watches him intently, her expression a mix of apprehension and curiosity. He thinks back to the moment just now, the one that prompted her question. Her eyes widen, a clear sign of her shock and disbelief. As they walk side by side, she keeps her gaze fixed on him, a silent question hanging between them. Her scrutiny remains unwavering, trying to decipher his true nature. She hesitates, a flurry of thoughts racing through her mind, while he simply observes her. He raises an eyebrow, silently questioning her prolonged silence. Still standing before Yoo Dae-yoon, Lee Jae-hyung wonders if he had said something wrong, as she remains silent. Later, as evening settles over the city, the lieutenant insists he can handle things, but Yoo Dae-yoon gently urges him to sit and enjoy some cake. From the kitchen, Lee Jae-hyung offers to take care of the dishes, telling his grandfather to relax. The lieutenant watches him from the dining table, a thoughtful expression on his face. A soft ring echoes through the quiet home, drawing the lieutenant's attention. He then turns to Yoo Dae-yoon, hoping the meal was to her liking, admitting he tried his best despite his limited cooking skills. Lee Jae-hyung, still in the kitchen, encourages them to simply enjoy the food, and Yoo Dae-yoon quickly reassures the lieutenant that the food is always delicious, bringing a relieved smile to his face. Even though he tried to hide it, the lieutenant was clearly pleased by the compliment on his cooking, a fact Yoo Dae-yoon keenly observed. Turning to her, He asked if she had enjoyed the meal as well, to which she simply replied, yes. A soft smile touched his lips, a rare moment of quiet satisfaction. Meanwhile, Yu diligently washed the dishes, the rhythmic scrubbing a quiet counterpoint to the lingering warmth of the meal. Yu lies awake in a dimly lit room, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. He remains still, his thoughts unreadable. Suddenly, the lieutenant pulls him into a tight embrace, his voice thick with emotion. I'm glad that at least you could come back. Holding his hands, the older man repeats, I'm so glad. A quiet observation following that Yu doesn't have many memories of when he was little. The lieutenant reassures him. That's okay. What's important is that you're alive. Before gently urging, eat up. A warm smile spreads across the lieutenant's face as he gestures to a table overflowing with dishes. Explaining, I wasn't sure what you would like, so I made a lot of stuff. I hope it suits your tastes. Yu looks at the spread, his expression thoughtful. A sense of peace settles over him, his eyes closing in quiet contentment. Suddenly, a high-pitched, sustained tone pierces the quiet, as a fragmented thought echoes in his mind, a family. The sound intensifies, blurring into a disorienting shriek. And a deep rumble shakes the very air, revealing a sea of terrified faces contorted in fear. As a deafening crash erupts, engulfing the panicked crowd in chaos. Another heavy rumble reverberates, and a hand, perhaps his own, instinctively rises. While a sharp, piercing sound accompanies the wide, horrified gaze of an eye reflecting pure terror. The sharp sound repeats as Yu's own hand clamps over his mouth, his eyes stretched wide with an unspeakable dread. The piercing sound continues, his eye now a window into a deep, visceral fear. And a prolonged, agonizing wail escapes, as the chaotic, fiery distortion of the memory burns within his gaze. He plunges deeper into the fiery chaos, a distorted memory of a falling object and a terrifying impact consuming his senses. As the world around him collapses into a dark, burning abyss. His eyes snap open, wide with a silent scream, the terror of the vision still etched onto his face. A sharp, internal crack echoes through him, his hand instinctively clutching his chest. He gasps for air, hunched over as if struck. Sitting bolt upright in bed, he continues to gasp, his hands gripping his head, trying to shake off the lingering horror. His breath comes in ragged bursts, the nightmare's grip slowly loosening. Looking down, the realization dawns on him. It was all just a dream. Nearby, an alarm clock ticks steadily, its hands pointing to 8 o'clock. He remains deep in slumber, the soft sounds of his breathing filling the quiet room. Then, a gentle rustle of bedsheets signals his slow return to consciousness. And his eyes finally open, a thoughtful expression on his face as he gazes out into the morning light. Sitting up, he runs a hand through his hair, still processing the transition from the depths of his dream to the reality of a new day. Dayun stands by his bed, a gentle smile on her face, about to rouse him. But he's already awake, prompting her to exclaim that she was just about to wake him herself. His first thought is for their grandfather, asking where he might be. She explains that their grandfather left for work at dawn, a statement that brings a surprised work from Yu. Dayun clarifies that he had taken some time off while Yu was home, but is now back to his routine. Yu acknowledges this, mentioning his own need to prepare for school, while Dayun reminds him of the leftovers on the table, urging him to eat up. Having finished his meal, he offers a quiet thanks. A moment of contemplation crosses his features. After a hearty breakfast of traditional dishes. Soon, the familiar facade of the school building comes into view, leading him down its bustling hallways. Elsewhere in the school, a blonde student questions Dayun, asking if the new transfer student is Yunxian's brother, to which Dayun confirms with a simple, yeah. A look of deep concern settles on Dayun's face. As a classroom lies in utter disarray, desks and chairs overturned, and Park Youngchan groans in pain on the floor. Kneeling beside the injured student, the teacher urgently asks if he's all right, while another voice wonders aloud how such destruction could have been wrought by a single hit. The teacher clutches her head, a wave of disbelief washing over her as she surveys the wreckage, demanding to know what happened here. A blonde student stands silently, her expression unreadable. Turning to the girl, the teacher presses, Heejin, I asked you what happened. Heejin hesitates, and the teacher's thoughts race, wondering if they'll be all right if they keep Dayun around. A gulp catches in her throat, a fleeting image of a stern man flashing through her mind, as she recalls, I was. The blonde student's hand instinctively goes to her stomach, a slight discomfort, as she dismisses the teacher's worries. No, there's nothing to worry about. Later, as the teacher and Heejin walk down the school hallway, a thought lingers. Heejin's brother is in the same grade as the third years. Meanwhile, Yu and Park Youngchan ascend a flight of stairs, the latter still wincing in pain. Ow! Heejin's voice cuts through the air, sharp and dismissive, as she confronts Dayun, telling her to stop overreacting. Dayun stands silently, her back to Heejin, who looms over her with an intimidating presence. Before Heejin commands her to come along, to which Dayun hesitantly asks where they are going. Heejin's expression twists with disdain, her thoughts betraying her contempt for Dayun's perceived toughness, which she attributes to having a brother. Dayun, her face etched with fear, can only manage a strained, urgent plea for Heejin to stop. But Heejin's resolve is unwavering, her tone hardening as she orders Daeun to shut up and follow, threatening worse consequences if she doesn't comply. The scene shifts to the exterior of a recycling center, a desolate backdrop for the unfolding confrontation. Suddenly, a sharp, stinging impact echoes through the air, sending Daeun reeling to the ground with a pained cry. Still on the ground, Daeun looks up as Heejin's voice cuts through the air, demanding to know why she's acting out. Leaving her to question what she's even talking about, only for Heejin to sneer at her for acting dumb and clarify she's referring to yesterday's events. A cruel smile plays on Heejin's lips as she taunts Daeun about her brother's fighting ability, asserting that it's the only reason people like her can't resist. She then adds, with feigned concern, that Daeun's brother's school life is about to become tiresome too. Daeun, her eyes wide with dawning horror, asks what she means. As Heejin presses on, revealing the chilling truth, it was her Appa's friends that Daeun's brother messed with. With a chilling smirk, Heejin suggests that her brother has probably already met Daeun's brother by now. The realization hits Daeun like a physical blow, her face contorting in pure terror. And she scrambles back, her voice trembling as she demands to know what Heejin is planning to do to her brother. The verbal assault continues, a harsh voice demanding, "Who do you think you're screaming at, bitch?" As the words hang in the air, Heejin grabs Daeun by the collar, her grip tight and unforgiving. Daeun's eyes widen in terror, her face a mask of pure fear. She looks down, unable to meet the other girl's gaze, her mouth slightly agape. A chilling realization dawns on her. All of this is happening because of me. Her jaw clenches, teeth gritted, a silent scream trapped within. Her legs tremble uncontrollably, barely holding her upright under the weight of the intimidation. A distant voice from another student cuts through the tension, exclaiming, "What the?" Unable to bear it any longer, Daeun turns and flees, but Heejin's voice follows her, cold and mocking. "You think you can run away?" The classroom door for 3-2 stands closed, a silent witness to the unfolding drama within. Inside, Daeun stands overwhelmed, her shoulders hunched as if bearing an immense weight, the words of her tormentor still echoing in her mind. Her classmates watch, some with concern, others with a detached curiosity, as she struggles to compose herself. Meanwhile, two new students stand apart, a male with light, swept-back hair and a female with vibrant orange locks, their presence commanding attention. Later, in the hallway, the light-haired male walks ahead of another student with dark hair, their casual stroll hinting at an unspoken hierarchy. The light-haired student continues his path, his posture relaxed and confident. From a nearby classroom, Yu observes the scene, his gaze sharp and contemplative. Back in the classroom, the light-haired student stands beside a larger, muscular boy with a bandaged nose, both exuding an air of quiet menace. The orange-haired female student looks down, a subtle smirk playing on her lips, her eyes hinting at a deeper, calculating nature. A tense silence hangs in the air, shattered by the frantic cry of a young woman, who rushes through the classroom, calling out. Her face is contorted in fear and distress. Spotting her, Yu calls out her name, Dan. His expression shifts to one of concern. The young woman struggles to speak, revealing a dark bruise blooming on her side. His eyes narrow, a cold resolve hardening his gaze. While nearby, another student remarks, "Damn, was the sister worried for her appa? My sister just nags me for favors all the time." As the casual indifference of the school environment persists, Park Young-chan offers a dismissive scoff, his expression betraying a lack of concern. Nearby, Heejin echoes his sentiment, remarking that even she wouldn't normally care if her appa got beaten up. The casual cruelty hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the unseen suffering. Meanwhile, Daeun's face is etched with raw pain, a visible bruise marring her cheek as tears well in her eyes. Down a long, dimly lit hallway, Yu walks with purpose, a faint blue glow emanating from the floor as he approaches the distant figure of Daeun. A solitary silhouette drifts downward, a silent fall against a stark, empty backdrop. In classroom 3-2, the mundane sounds of a school day fill the air as Daeun stands at the front, while Yu sits quietly among his classmates. Suddenly, a small object arcs through the air, landing with a soft thud. Yu's face contorts in a grimace of pain and surprise, his eyes wide with distress. He recoils sharply from the impact, the force of the blow evident in his posture. Across the room, Heejin and his curly-haired accomplice grin, celebrating their successful headshot with a triumphant laugh. Heejin boasts to his friend, recalling the double body shot and the finishing headshot with pride. Then, Heejin leans over the still-seated Yu, demanding his eraser, while the victim can only acknowledge the pain. As the bullying continues, a hand holds up a phone, its screen clearly displaying Yu's phone. But the moment is shattered as a foot slams down onto the device, crushing it with a sickening crack. The male in the orange tracksuit follows through with a powerful kick, the air whooshing around his leg. The phone screen is now a spiderweb of cracks, utterly destroyed. A pained gasp escapes Yu's lips, his eyes wide with shock and distress. The bully in the orange tracksuit grins, asking if he saw that, while Heejin, standing beside him, mockingly suggests he must be happy to get a new one. Yu lies on the classroom floor, as the bully looms over him, taunting him about the difference between a pistol and an AK, his words dripping with cruel laughter, while Park Young-chan watches from a distance. Hee-jin, holding an eraser, then declares, "She'll use an M4 next." The male in the orange tracksuit winds up for another kick, the motion blurring with malicious intent. He reels from a brutal kick to his side, the impact sending a jolt through his body. Meanwhile, the school building looms under a clear sky. As the bully in the orange tracksuit turns to a blonde-haired accomplice, questioning him with a dismissive, "Huh?" The shattered remains of a phone lie on the ground, a stark reminder of the earlier assault, while Lee sits slumped, the orange tracksuit bully standing over him. A sigh of feigned boredom escapes the bully, as he continues to speak to his blonde-haired friend, dismissing the situation as "that little shit," before suggesting they just gotta get rid of him, and asking if he's down to call that fucker over after school. The blonde-haired accomplice offers a chilling, predatory smile. And later, in a classroom, the bully in the orange tracksuit leans over to Yu, who sits at his desk, asking him, "You're here?" Yu looks up, his expression unreadable, as he begins to speak. "Are you?" He manages a strained smile, assuring the other student that he's fine, despite the obvious discomfort. A scoff escapes the girl beside him, as the bully simply laughs, dismissing the protagonist's words. His gaze remains sharp, betraying no emotion. Later, in the classroom, the bully leans over, invading his personal space. He asks Yu what he's doing after school, offering to show him around. Yu politely declines, explaining that he has to go home to his little sister. The bully's eyes widen in surprise, questioning if they transferred together. He then demands to know her name, his curiosity piqued. A calculating look crosses his face. Park Young-chan's voice cuts through the air, repeating the name, "Yu-daeun? The first year Yu-daeun." He then adds, with a knowing smirk, "Oh, you know her? That's good then." A gasp escapes Yu's lips, his expression shifting from surprise to a dawning realization. Park Young-chan leans in, his tone dropping slightly. "To be honest, your sister, her school life is difficult right now." Yu's brow furrows, questioning, "Difficult?" He continues, explaining, "Your sister was in the same middle school because she didn't do well in school. This," he elaborates, "attracted a lot of male students. But there was a girl who had a crush on one of those boys, and started bullying Daeun for it." Yu's eyes widen in disbelief, his voice barely a whisper. "Bullying? And everyone just watched it happen?" Park Young-chan casually names the perpetrator's class, third year's class 3. He then adds, with a chilling lack of emotion, "And Daeun's life only got harder after getting in the same high school as that girl. Apparently, she regrets it so bad that people are saying she's still attending school." Yu's face contorts in horror as Park Young-chan reveals the petty motive. Just because the boy she liked took interest in someone else. He can only stammer. She brutally bullies her. He reflects on the nature of truth, how once revealed, it often loses its mystique. Yet he knows that people don't bully others without some underlying cause. Meanwhile, in a memory, Daeun's grandfather asks her about school, expressing hope that Ijin will adjust well to his new life there. She reassures him not to worry, but he admits his concern stems from her long absence overseas. Daeun then asks about her own school life, confirming it's going well, reminding her grandfather of her consistent academic success, which eases his worries. Back in the present, Young-chan continues, explaining that Daeun was always praised by her teachers for being an excellent and well-mannered student, a revelation that Ijin receives with a quiet question. Daeun, oblivious to the conversation about her, simply eats her meal. Ijin remains silent, processing the stark contrast between the image of his sister and the painful truth he has just learned. As he processes the unsettling details of his sister's past, Ijin finds himself in a casual exchange with Young-chan, who offers a small apology before expressing gratitude for something. Young-chan continues, explaining that the story of Daeun's struggles was widely known, and he assumes Ijin must be deeply concerned by it. A stark image flashes through Ijin's mind, or perhaps a memory of Young-chan's account, depicting the harsh reality of the bullying. A sudden, brutal kick sends Young-chan flying through the air, the impact echoing with a sharp crack. Later, Ijin stands amidst a group of female students, a faint smile playing on his lips as they whisper amongst themselves. He then walks through the school hallway alongside Young-chan, their conversation seemingly concluded. The two move with a quiet purpose, their steps measured. Meanwhile, in a different classroom, a student with vibrant orange hair confronts another boy, demanding to know why they are there. The orange-haired student's expression hardens as he asserts his right to be there, declaring he has business to attend to. The orange-haired student, Kim Kisu, looms over a cowering classmate, demanding to know if the infamous Kim Kisu is present, while another student expresses concern about dealing with him. Meanwhile, Ijin and a dark-haired student observe the scene, the latter recognizing the troublemaker. Whispering to Ijin, the student confirms the aggressive figure's identity. Ijin listens intently, his expression unreadable. Kisu continues his tirade, mocking the students for being beaten by a pathetic-looking transfer, cutting off the cowering student's explanation with a sharp warning not to let their guard down. With a dismissive flick of his hand, Kisu asserts his dominance. Ijin's gaze remains sharp, taking in the unfolding situation. Kisu's face hardens as he issues a direct command. He punctuates his demand with a rude gesture, his middle finger extended. The dark-haired student looks on in shock, questioning if the command was directed at Ijin. Two students whisper about the new arrival's aggressive demeanor, remarking, "I don't know why Kim Kiss is acting like that, but that bitch is messed up." Meanwhile, Ijin Yu turns to face the source of the commotion, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. "You're Kim Kisu," he murmurs, the name hanging in the air. A smirk plays on Kisu's lips, his eyes narrowing with an unspoken challenge. As other students watch the tense exchange, he demands, "What are you waiting for?" Without a word, Ijin Yu simply turns his back, walking away from the confrontation. "Appa," a distressed voice calls out. As Yu Daiyun watches the scene unfold, her face etched with worry. Still reeling from the previous encounter, Kim Kisu turns his attention to Daiyun, his voice laced with a sneer. Her lip is split, a fresh bruise blooming on her chin. Her uniform, once pristine, now bears the marks of a struggle, smudged and torn. Ijin Yu watches the scene unfold, his dark blue eyes narrowed, a silent intensity in his gaze. Meanwhile, Kisu continues his taunts, pointing a finger at Daiyun and dismissing her as Heejin's errand girl. He complains about his sister, Heejin, forcing him to do more work, then scoffs, "Oh please." Heejin, observing from a distance, remarks that even she would be worried if her appa got beaten up. Kisu then turns back to Daiyun, accusing her of running a boot camp and muttering about her speed. Daiyun's face, bruised and tear-streaked, reflects the pain and humiliation of the relentless bullying. Still reeling from the verbal assault, Daiyun remains bowed, her tormentor, Kim Kisu, looming over her as Ijin Yu and the others watch on. His eyes, however, remain fixed on the scene, a silent intensity building within him. Her own eyes are swollen and red, the tracks of fresh tears stark against her bruised skin. A choked apology, barely audible, escapes her lips. Nearby, Heejin lets out a dismissive sigh, her words dripping with disdain for Daiyun's distress. The subtle clenching of Ijin Yu's jaw is the only outward sign of his growing impatience. Daiyun's tears continue to fall, a silent testament to her suffering. But before Kisu can utter another word, a sudden, explosive impact sends him reeling, the force of the blow echoing sharply. A hand, still poised from the strike, hangs in the air, leaving everyone present in stunned silence, questioning the sudden turn of events. His foot connects with a sharp click, and he calmly states to the stunned onlookers, "You're not the one at fault. It's these guys." Kim Kisu's face twists in a mixture of shock and rage, a furious curse escaping his lips as the full force of the blow sends him reeling. He flies backward through the air, colliding violently with the lockers and scattering papers everywhere. The impact still reverberating from the kick. His head snaps back against the hard surface, a red glow briefly flaring around the point of contact. Finally, Kim Kisu slumps against the wall, defeated and unconscious, his body surrounded by shimmering particles. A guttural cry of pain escapes him, as his legs buckle and recoil from the immense force. The reverberations of the impact echo through the space, and Ijin Yu, without a word, seizes Park Young-chan by the collar. A blur of motion follows, as a powerful blow connects with Park Young-chan's midsection, followed by a swift, low kick, and another rapid strike to the body. With a final, devastating kick, Ijin Yu sends him flying, a faint blue aura flaring around the point of impact. A sharp, incredulous voice cuts through the tense silence, demanding to know the identity of the one responsible for the chaos. Standing calmly over the prone form of Park Young-chan, Ijin Yu surveys the scene, a rhetorical question hanging in the air. Park Young-chan lies defeated on the ground, his hand limp and bruised, a testament to the brutal encounter. Nearby, other students watch the aftermath, their expressions a mix of shock and apprehension. Heejin and Yu Daiyun stand together, their faces reflecting the gravity of the situation. Yu Daiyun's eyes widen slightly, a faint blush of concern coloring her cheeks. Her patterned bow tie and sweater remain pristine, a stark contrast to the disarray around her. Later, in a classroom, Ijin Yu stands alone at the front, the silent gazes of his classmates fixed upon him. From the side, a stern voice cuts through the quiet, declaring that it is time. As the tension from the previous confrontation lingers, Kim Kisu stands with a furrowed brow, a subtle tremor of frustration or anger passing through him, while Heejin observes from behind, her expression etched with concern. Ijin Yu stands before a small group of students, a young woman with dark brown hair listening intently beside him, while the others watch with varying expressions of surprise and curiosity. He offers a slight, almost imperceptible smile, a subtle shift in his demeanor. Later, in a quiet hallway, Ijin Yu faces Kim Kisu, who challenges him with a sneer. "Know a few tricks, huh?" Before Kisu can react, Ijin Yu's foot comes down hard, pinning his opponent's foot to the ground. Ijin Yu looks down, his expression unreadable. Kisu's face contorts in pain and rage, cursing him as a little shit. Enraged, Kisu throws a wild punch, but Ijin Yu moves with impossible speed. A sharp impact rings out as Ijin Yu lands a clean counter hit, sending Kisu's head snapping back. His eyes narrow, reflecting the sudden shift in the confrontation. He takes a moment, scratching his head as if pondering his next move. But Kisu is not giving up, Realizing his initial attack was blocked, he vows to strike from the other side. Before he can fully commit, a swift kick connects, which Yu expertly blocks with his arm, deflecting the force of the blow. But before Kisu can recover, a brutal counterpunch lands squarely on his face, sending blood spraying. Yu's expression hardens, his resolve unwavering. Another impact rocks Kisu, his face contorting in pain as he's overwhelmed. Finally, the defeated student lies sprawled on the ground, while Yu stands victorious over him. A guttural cry of frustration escapes the defeated Kim Kisu, his face contorted in pain and disbelief. Blood trickles from his nose and lip, a stark contrast to the sharp, defiant glint in his eye. Meanwhile, Yu stands tall and composed, his presence unwavering amidst the chaos. He looks down at his fallen opponent, a silent testament to the fight's conclusion. His expression remains unreadable, a subtle shadow falling across his features. Kisu, however, is clearly broken, his gaze vacant, the fight drained from him. Yu stands over him, the victor surveying the vanquished. The classroom is now a scene of stunned silence, with Kisu lying motionless on the floor as other students begin to gather, their faces etched with shock. Among them, Yu Dayun and Park Young-chan watch the unfolding aftermath, their expressions a mix of concern and disbelief. A collective gasp ripples through the classroom as students witness the aftermath, one exclaiming in disbelief that even Kim Kisu had been beaten, while another curses, questioning if it was truly real. Yu Dayun and Hee-jin stand frozen, their faces etched with profound shock. Hee-jin barely managing a choked whisper of "Wah." As Yu stands calmly in the center of the room, the other students, including Park Young-chan, wondering aloud, "What is this?" He remains poised, his legs planted firmly over the unconscious form of Kim Kisu, who lies defeated on the floor. With his back to the stunned onlookers, including Yu Dayun and Hee-jin, he surveys the scene, their expressions still a mixture of awe and terror. A quiet intensity settles on Yu's face, his hand clenching into a resolute fist. A wave of shock washes over her face, as the thought echoes in her mind. Is he going to hit me too? She calls out to him, a desperate plea escaping her lips. Grabbing his arm, she tries to pull him back, imploring him to stop. Her voice trembles as she questions his actions, reminding him that these were the very people who had bullied him. He turns his head slightly, his gaze unwavering as he asks if they weren't also bullying her just moments ago. Her cheeks flush with a mix of embarrassment and realization, the truth of his words sinking in. A new thought forms in her mind, wondering if he had found out about her own struggles. Her eyes widen slightly, as a deeper understanding begins to dawn on her. Still holding his arm, she looks up at him, a quiet question forming in her mind. Is he fighting because of me again? A soft smile graces her lips, a quiet reassurance that she is fine, even as her hands clench slightly, betraying a lingering tension. He watches her, his expression unreadable. A moment passes before she asks, a hint of surprise in her voice, and he simply offers to walk her to class. She agrees, and they begin to walk, their departure drawing the attention of other students, who whisper about the recent events. Side by side, they move through the bustling hallway. Behind them, the student body buzzes with shock and awe, unable to comprehend what just transpired, the news of Kim Kisu's defeat spreading like wildfire. Two boys in particular express their disbelief, one remarking on the transfer student's strength, the other relieved he hadn't challenged him. Meanwhile, Yu walks on alone, his thoughts a silent mystery. Two female students watch with a mixture of awe and apprehension, their expressions reflecting the lingering tension from the recent events. In a stark contrast, a memory or a separate incident unfolds, as a male student stands over his defeated classmates, his voice booming with aggression, declaring them morons. As he walks away from the school building, Yu Dayun's voice breaks the silence, remarking on his fighting prowess. You must be really good at fighting. She looks down, a thoughtful expression on her face, while Yu turns to her, a hint of curiosity in his tone, asking, "What for?" Yu Dayun continues, her gaze still lowered, reflecting on his actions from yesterday and today. He looks at her intently, pressing for clarification. "What are you saying?" Her eyes widen in surprise as she finally meets his gaze, declaring, "Of course I'd fight." He stands silently, his thoughts drifting back to a different life. From where he used to live, most people only ever thought about themselves. Amidst the flames and chaos, a younger Yu moves with deadly purpose, a blade clutched in his hand. No matter what happened to others, they simply didn't care. But even among those self-absorbed individuals, there were times when things changed. Yu Dayun watches him, a flicker of concern in her eyes. It was when their family got involved. Her expression shifts to one of profound surprise, a silent gasp escaping her. The sound of distant destruction echoes through the memory, a stark reminder of the past. As explosions rocked a chaotic battlefield, a figure in military gear braced against the impact, the air crackling with violent energy. Amidst the blur of conflict, another figure was violently thrown through the air. A young, bloodied face stared out from the wreckage, eyes wide with a raw, desperate fear. That was why he wondered, his thoughts drifting back to the present. A lone silhouette stood amidst the flames of a burning structure, a silent testament to the destruction he had witnessed. Just what exactly, he pondered, recalling the determined faces of an adult and a child from his past. Was a family? His hand clenched, the memory still distant but potent. Daeyoon's voice cut through his thoughts, her expression concerned as she asked if he could barely remember his grandfather and her. He acknowledged her words, admitting that she was right, and he still didn't remember much, but he asserts, with a quiet conviction, that despite everything, they are family. Daeyoon looks at him, a small question mark hanging in the air, her expression a mix of curiosity and slight confusion. As they continue their walk through the bustling school hallway, the unspoken tension between them remains. She glances at him, a flicker of surprise crossing her thoughts, perhaps at his earlier declaration or his continued presence. He reminds her that he'd offered to walk her to class, but she points out they're almost there, mentioning their classroom number, 1 to 5, which makes him pause, genuinely surprised. With a wave, Daeyoon decides to go on ahead, leaving him standing alone in the corridor. He watches her go, his gaze then falling on the classroom door, the number, 1 to 5, clearly visible. He stands there for a moment, lost in thought, before heading inside. The classroom signs for 3 to 2 and 3 to 3 stand prominently in the hallway, marking the destination Ijin Yu had been contemplating. Inside, a buzz of anticipation fills the air as students, including Heejin, turn their attention towards the entrance, a hushed whisper confirming, he's here. Ijin Yu steps into the classroom, his presence drawing every eye. Among them, Kim Kisu bursts forward, his voice booming with excitement. Yo, you were freaking amazing. What in the world did you do overseas? It looked like you were surfing against some zombies or something. As Ijin Yu settles into his desk, Kisu leans in, still animated, proclaiming, badass, while the protagonist lets out a quiet sigh. Park Young-chan, seated nearby, watches the boisterous exchange, a thoughtful expression on his face. Ijin Yu's gaze remains steady, absorbing the attention. Kisu continues his enthusiastic recounting. Also thought you looked cool. A faint, knowing smirk plays on Ijin Yu's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the chaos he brings. A powerful impact shatters the wall. As Kim Kisu gasps for breath, his hand throbbing from the force of the blow, while 2 other students watch with concern. Damn it, he mutters, his face contorted in frustration. He turns to confront Heejin and Park Young-chan, shouting about the opponent's aura and fighting style, demanding to know how long they plan to hide. One of the students tries to reassure him, suggesting he was merely caught off guard, but another curses under his breath. Heejin, clearly annoyed, retorts that it was just one person. Asking if he's going to act like this simply because he was beaten, Park Young-chan tries to intervene, telling Kim Kisu to calm down, but he snaps back, challenging him to fight the person himself if he's going to keep talking. Heejin's expression hardens, a look of disgust crossing her features. Kim Kisu continues his rant, accusing them of being beaten by one person and now. Still reeling from his defeat, Kim Kisu's face contorts in a furious snarl, a single word of disbelief escaping his lips. Heejin, her expression a mix of annoyance and concern, listens to his continued rant. Unable to tolerate his outburst any longer, she turns her back on him, walking away. A door slams shut behind them, the sharp sound echoing through the hallway. Heejin and Yoo Daeyoon continue their walk, leaving the scene of the argument behind. Heejin glances back, her eyes narrowing as she speaks, her voice laced with a pointed accusation. She finishes her thought, reminding him of his recent, humiliating defeat, a clear jab at his wounded pride. With her piece said, she turns forward again, continuing down the hall with Yoo Daeyoon. Her expression remains firm, a hint of lingering frustration on her face. The sound of a locker door slamming shut echoes through the classroom, drawing the attention of the students, including Yoo Daeyoon, who sits quietly among her peers. Heejin, having just confronted Kim Kisu, now sprawled on the floor, begins to walk away, leaving him in his defeated state. She glances back at Yoo Daeyoon, a hint of frustration in her expression. Daeyoon looks on with a worried gaze, her brow furrowed in concern. Heejin then turns fully to her, a question in her voice, asking if she's wrong to believe that if something bad happens, one can just call their older brother. Daeyoon remains silent, offering no immediate response. Heejin's expression hardens slightly, wondering if Daeyoon is ignoring her. Meanwhile, Ijin Yu observes the exchange from a distance, his face unreadable as he takes in the scene. Heejin continues, her voice tinged with a deeper meaning, asking if she has to be completely wrecked to finally catch on from now on. Heejin's expression hardens, her gaze sharp and unwavering, as she firmly rejects the idea, declaring there is no way she will do that. A bustling schoolyard fills with students, their uniforms a sea of gray and white as they head towards classes. Among them, Ijin Yu's gaze falls, his voice firm as he declares, "You're not the one at fault. It's these guys." Later, standing alone in a classroom, he looks out the window, a quiet moment before. A subtle smile plays on his lips as he confidently states, "We're a family." Meanwhile, Yoo Daeyoon looks down, a hint of concern in her expression as she asks, "Go to school and get bullied now?" Her friend, Heejin, stands beside her, adding with a sigh, "I'm starving," as Daeyoon exclaims, "Fuck us over." A sharp, echoing sound rings out through an empty stairwell, a stark contrast to the harsh words that once filled a school hallway. A girl with fiery orange hair aggressively confronts Yoo Daeyoon, her grip tight on Dayun's uniform as she snarls, demanding to know who gave her permission to talk back. The memory of that humiliation, of being told she didn't have to endure it anymore, still echoes in her mind. Now, walking beside Ijin, Dayun remains lost in thought, her expression distant as he asks what's on her mind. Startled by his voice, she blinks, a small huh escaping her lips. He looks at her, a slight smile playing on his lips, wondering aloud what could be so captivating that she couldn't hear him. Flustered, Dayun quickly apologizes, her gaze dropping as she tries to explain. Ijin, however, misinterprets her distraction, casually remarking that he's simply bad with directions, prompting another confused huh from her. As they continue walking, he suggests they stop by a store to buy some things, leaving Dayun to wonder why they would need anything. The memory of a younger Udian surfaces, her face bright with a smile as she recalls her grandfather's preference for a prepared dinner upon her return from school. Back in the present, Ijin walks beside her, a soft sound escaping him as he notices her continued distraction. Elsewhere, Heejin observes the pair, remarking to Park Youngchan that Dayun seems to be enjoying herself. The flashback continues, a different voice from the past, filled with malice, wondering how long the younger Dayun's happiness could possibly last. The present returns, focusing on a vibrant display of green onions at a market stall, marked for sale. A bundle of the fresh produce, now bagged, is held up. Dayun's expression turns intensely serious, her thoughts consumed by the critical decision of what to purchase. She stands before the market stall with Ijin, both contemplating the array of fresh ingredients. From a distance, Kim Kisu and his companions watch Ijin, one of them exclaiming in surprise, wondering which school he attends. Dayun glances back, a faint smile playing on her lips, while Heejin and Park Youngchan watch from a distance. Meanwhile, Ijin, holding a canned drink, is the subject of whispered admiration, as a thought echoes, not just at school, everyone talks about how cool Appa is. Turning her attention back to him, Dayun asks, Appa, did you have a girlfriend where you used to live? He looks away, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. As she clarifies, like someone more than a friend. Dayun then adds, really? I feel like you would have been popular. His gaze remains distant. Before he turns slightly towards her, his expression unreadable. A wave of regret washes over her, thinking, he probably had no one. I shouldn't have asked that. Then, with a sudden shift, she asks him, then, do you have a boyfriend? Still pressing the issue, she asks if he's dating anyone. He stammers a denial. He looks away, questioning her curiosity. She explains her own situation. Later, under the soft glow of a building's windows at night, an older man hands Ijin a sleek, new phone. He stares at the device, surprised. The man explains that all the students have one now, though he admits this particular model might not be to Ijin's liking, as another older man sits nearby. He holds the new device, while Dayun, standing nearby, observes, remarking that it's the newest model. Ijin looks down at the sleek phone. As an elderly man, his grandpa smiles warmly, telling him to put in both his and Dayun's numbers. Ijin questions his grandpa's actions, but the older man simply chuckles, explaining that such things are difficult for young people, who often forget their passwords. Dayun, with a slight smile, suggests he should have just asked her to do it, assuring him it would be easy. Grandpa's smile softens, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Dayun watches him, her expression unreadable. Ijin looks on, his hands holding the new phone, as he muses internally that he wanted to put the numbers in himself, because even unimportant things are important nowadays. He considers the task a simple one, yet significant, and confirms that he needs to unbox the phone and input the numbers himself. His grandfather, however, insists that he needs help, claiming that young people struggle with technology and that he, the elder, should assist. Dayun quickly offers her own help, suggesting it's not a big deal. Dayun looks on with a concerned expression, while Ijin maintains a calm demeanor. A soft smile plays on his lips, as he processes their well-meaning interference. His grandfather, still smiling, accepts the new phone, believing it will be put to good use. Later, the sleek, new smartphone rests in its box, a symbol of a new chapter. Ijin lies on his bed, the phone held above him, his thoughts drifting. He stares intently at the device, a quiet contemplation in his eyes. His gaze remains fixed, as if searching for deeper meaning within the simple object. Later that night, a quiet house stands under the moonlit sky, as a phone on a desk begins to beep insistently, drawing the attention of a man seated at a computer. The screen illuminates with a simple message, use this number from now on. Ijin. Reading the text, Manager Choi recognizes the name, but the number itself is unfamiliar. His companion, the other muscular man, questions if Ijin changed his phone, wondering if young people are particular about their devices. Manager Choi dismisses the thought, asserting he bought the most expensive one, while his friend muses that perhaps Ijin simply disliked the brand. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit bathroom, Ijin dries his hair with a towel, lost in thought. As the morning arrives, Dayun steps out of the house, announcing her departure before heading off. Still in her school uniform, Dayun asks if he's heading out again today, and he replies that he's running late. A loud bang echoes as the door slams shut. In the kitchen, Grandpa prepares a meal, while Dayun hurries past him. Her footsteps quicken, tapping across the floor. She dashes through the house, checking her phone and realizing she'll barely make it on time. Glancing back over her shoulder, her hurried footsteps continue to tap against the floor. Grandpa, holding a bowl, remarks that Bonda loves his soup, wondering why she woke up so early to make it again. Dayun smiles, telling him he should have just slept in, as she's fine with leftovers. She couldn't help but smile, thinking about how happy her grandfather had seemed that morning. But her pleasant thoughts are abruptly shattered as a foot swings out, connecting with a brutal kick to her side. A sharp cry escapes her lips as she collapses to the ground, the impact leaving her winded and aching. A harsh voice cuts through the ringing in her ears, demanding she watch where she's going. Looking down at her, the aggressor complains, claiming his ankle nearly broke from the collision. Dayun's eyes widen in fear and pain, her face contorted in distress. The bully continues his tirade, accusing her of not even apologizing after running into him. Scrambling to offer a meek apology, she is immediately cut off by a venomous command to shut up. Still reeling from the initial assault, Dayun is met with another brutal kick from Kisu, who sneers down at her, demanding to know if she truly believes a mere apology would suffice. With Dayun left crumpled on the ground, Kisu casually turns to his companions, suggesting they head to the PC room or karaoke, while Youngchan exclaims about his ranking, and Heejin eagerly agrees to lunge out. Heejin glances back at the fallen girl, a fleeting moment of observation before she, too, turns to follow Kisu. As he walks away, Kisu's voice echoes, a chilling taunt, asking Dayun if she's coming too. The sound of his voice, then the recognition of another's, pierces through Dayun's pain. Her mind struggles to place the familiar tone, identifying it as Heejin's. Meanwhile, the group arrives at a local coin karaoke, its vibrant sign glowing brightly. Inside, Kisu laments his inability to hit the high notes, while Youngchan bluntly tells him he fucking sucks at singing and dancing. Later, as they leave the karaoke room, Kisu bids a casual farewell, and Youngchan remarks on the energetic nature of kids these days, completely oblivious to the suffering they've inflicted. A hand reaches out, turning the handle of a red door, the faint sounds of singing still echoing from within. His eyes widen in shock, a silent exclamation escaping him as he takes in the scene. On the floor, Dayun lies motionless, her body crumpled and her phone discarded nearby. Kneeling beside her, Manager Choi's voice is filled with urgent concern, asking if she's all right. Dayun slowly pushes herself up, her head bowed, hair obscuring her face. He presses, his voice laced with worry, insisting that she doesn't look okay at all. A pained gasp escapes her, clutching her stomach as Manager Choi promises to call for help. Despite the visible blood on her chin, she forces out a weak assurance that she's fine. Turning her back, Dayun walks away, leaving the room with a quiet swish of the door. Back at school, a student's voice cuts through the morning quiet, calling out for someone. Another student, looking around the classroom, inquires aloud about Dayun's whereabouts. The answer comes quickly from a classmate, confirming her absence from school today, as Park Youngchan slumps at his desk, while Heejin looks on with a worried expression. The empty desk where Dayun usually sits serves as a stark reminder, prompting a student to wonder why she would miss school without telling anyone. Park Youngchan, noticing Heejin's continued unease, asks if she's all right, to which Heejin quietly admits that she just wanted to come back and find her own place. Her brow furrowed in thought, Heejin confesses that Dayun's absence is bothering her a little, while another student dismissively asks what she's talking about. As Heejin holds her phone, preparing to make a call, a male student questions why Dayun not coming to school has anything to do with her. Heejin's expression softens with a sigh, acknowledging the implied sentiment that it really has nothing to do with them. Despite the dismissive comments, she makes her decision, her finger tapping the screen of her phone with a soft click. As the school day drew to a close, the campus emptied out. Students making their way home. Among the dispersing crowd, Ijinu lingered, his gaze distant. After a brief exchange with another student, he found himself standing alone by the school gate. A question forming in his mind, he pulled out his phone, the screen displaying Dayun as he initiated a call, wondering if she had already gone home. The phone began to ring, its light illuminating Dayun's face as she lay in bed. The phone continues to ring, its screen displaying Appa as it vibrates on a bed. The persistent ringing echoes through the quiet room, disturbing the figures sleeping beneath the blankets. The sound continues to pierce the silence. Arriving home, he reaches for the doorknob, a soft clunk marking his entry. He steps inside, his school uniform still on, confirming that he was indeed home. Standing in the hallway, he pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face. Then, raising his hand, he delivers a soft knock-knock against the door. Having just arrived home, Ijinu stands before a closed door, his back to the viewer. From within, a voice calls out, "Oh, Appa, you're back? Were you home already?" He replies that he was waiting. He explains, "Yeah, I still don't know the area very well, and you weren't picking up your phone either." A flicker of concern crosses his face as he listens, noting the unusual tone in her voice. Her voice is, "Dayun, can you open the door for a sec?" She hesitates, then responds, "Huh? I can't. I don't feel well, so I'm lying down." He presses, "You don't feel well? Is it that bad?" Dayun quickly reassures him, "No, it's just a slight fever. I should be fine if I sleep on it." He considers her words, a thoughtful expression on his face, before finally saying, "All right, let me know if you need anything." Dayun softly agrees, and he begins to ponder what he should buy. He considers buying some medicine, just in case, as he turns away from the closed door. With a soft thump, the doorknob clicks into place. On the floor, near the door, a pair of white sneakers lie discarded, their pristine surface marred by faint, unsettling bloodstains. Looking down, his expression remains unreadable. A quiet resolve settles over his features, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Soon, his own blue sneakers, marked with a red cross, are ready for the journey ahead. The door to the room glows with a soft, inviting light. A pained, "Ow," escapes someone as a hand reaches for a first aid kit. Inside, Yu sits beside Dayun on a bed, a first aid kit open between them. He gently touches her cheek, a concerned expression on his face, telling her she should have been more careful. Dayun lets out a small laugh, acknowledging his words, while he admits he knows, right, and that it's better to just get hit. His gaze remains fixed, a quiet intensity in his eyes. Holding her arm, his concern is evident as he asks if she's sure she doesn't need to go to the hospital. Bandages now adorn Dayun's face, her expression a mix of weariness and gratitude. Still bearing fresh bandages, Dayun insists she's okay, though she quickly adds that going to the hospital would only reveal the true nature of her injuries, and that she didn't fall down the stairs. Hee-jin, looking dismissive, wonders aloud what any of this has to do with her. Dayun's expression hardens as she challenges Hee-jin, asking why she's so interested in her getting beaten up. Hee-jin points an accusing finger, declaring it was Dayun. But Dayun immediately denies it, even as Hee-jin insists she saw her, despite the hat she wore. Dayun's face contorts in anger, her voice rising as she brings up Hee-jin's distinctive way of speaking, and the constant bullying she endures, prompting Hee-jin to retort that Dayun didn't truly see her and is merely making assumptions. Dayun's eye widens, filled with a mix of frustration and disbelief. Dayun sits quietly as the man questions her, asking if she saw her attacker's face, while the woman interjects, claiming Hee-jin was covering something up, but it was definitely her. Hee-jin stands beside a police officer, listening to the accusation, as Dayun insists it was Hee-jin for sure. The woman's face contorts in anger, demanding to know what they're trying to pull. She accuses them of calling the police with no evidence and treating her daughter unfairly, her voice rising. The man tries to calm the woman down, reminding her that she shouldn't expect to be calm at a time like this. Dayun looks down, a single word escaping her lips, "Why?" Two police officers stand by, listening to the escalating argument, as Dayun's voice echoes, asking why they won't believe her. The woman points at Dayun, accusing her of trying to get away with something, her tone sharp. She reiterates that it was Hee-jin, then sighs dramatically, commenting on such terrible manners. Despite Dayun's desperate pleas, the adult voice remains firm, insisting that this situation cannot stand and demanding to speak with her parents. Dayun stands, her small frame visibly bruised and bandaged, the weight of the accusation heavy on her shoulders. Her eyes, wide with unshed tears, reflect the deep hurt and frustration she feels. A quiet sniff escapes her, as the tears finally begin to fall. Meanwhile, Hee-jin and her mother share a knowing, unsettling smile, their expressions devoid of concern for Dayun's plight. Dayun looks down at her bandaged hands, a wave of despair washing over her, knowing she has no evidence to support her claims this time either, and that her grandfather will be worried sick. Suddenly, a voice calls her name, startling her with its unexpected presence. Yu gently takes her arm, his brow furrowed with concern, asking if she's all right, to which she quietly replies that she's fine. He observes her injuries with a thoughtful expression, noting that while her bones aren't fractured, the extensive bruising will require several days of rest. Dayun, her cheek still bandaged, quietly acknowledges the situation. Though a deeper worry soon surfaces, as she confides that her grandfather isn't doing well either. Ijin listens intently, a slight frown creasing his brow. He asks about the nature of the problem, his expression one of genuine concern. Dayun explains her grandfather's heart condition and daily medication, before Ijin reassures her, promising to speak with him later and urging her to get some rest. He turns slightly away, perhaps contemplating the situation, as the two sit in a quiet moment of shared understanding. A soft, grateful smile spreads across Dayun's face, as he gently touches her shoulder, and she murmurs her thanks. Ijin watches her, a subtle, determined look in his eyes. Her face, still bearing the marks of recent trauma, is carefully bandaged, a testament to the ordeal she endured. Meanwhile, he stands in a quiet room, phone in hand, recalling the words of an elder who had forbidden him from revealing certain truths, and the grim reality that there was nothing someone like them could do. His thoughts weigh heavily as he stands alone. A faint red glow beginning to emanate around him, his mind lost in contemplation. The crimson aura intensifies slightly, reflecting the depth of his internal struggle. Later, the neon glow of Club Wolf cuts through the night, announcing a shift in scenery. Inside, Park Young-chan leans over a table, telling him that the whole school is buzzing about what happened yesterday. While at the bar, a red-haired man remarks on the surprising news that even he got wrecked by one person. Ijin sits at a table with Park Young-chan and other students, a quiet moment passing between them. Elsewhere, a young man named Kisu fumes, demanding to know if they will simply let the situation stand, though another voice insists they were merely caught off guard and unprepared, adding that it would be a different story if they were careful. Kisu's anger flares, wondering aloud what a single individual could do against their combined force. A hand grips a glass, the speaker conceding the point with a frustrated sigh. Kisu, standing with the tattooed man, declares they are not martial artists bound by one-on-one combat rules. Both Kisu and the tattooed man share a menacing look, their intentions clear. A plan solidifies, they will confront him tomorrow. Back with Ijinyu, his phone lights up with an incoming call from his bitch sister. Kisu, still at his hideout, answers a call with a terse, "What?" as a female voice on the other end immediately demands to know if he's still messing around. Annoyed, he tells her to get to the point or he'll hang up, but she retorts that he should be thanking her. Taking a drag from his cigarette, Kisu asks what she's talking about. The caller then drops a bombshell, stating she made sure to take care of that bitch Diyun, and wondering aloud if it wouldn't be better if the little sister didn't know anything after yesterday's events. Kisu's eyes widen in shock, a single word escaping his lips. What? A nervous, almost disbelieving laugh escapes him, his hand clutching his head as the weight of the information settles. His neck tattoo visible as he reacts, he begins to speak, but his words are cut short. From the exterior of a bustling club, the female caller's voice continues, casually remarking, "In any case, good job," before adding that they were actually planning on seriously escalating things. Back at the hideout, Kisu, now standing with an associate, can only manage a bewildered, "Huh," as the implications of the call sink in. Meanwhile, Ijinyu walks down a brightly lit hallway, his expression unreadable as he continues his day. He walks through the city streets, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Kisu sits at a table, a sneer twisting his lips as he speaks of a bitch who dared to come all this way, prompting a confused "Appa" from another man, while Ijinyu pauses on the street, wondering what's happening. Kisu turns his head slightly, a dangerous glint in his eye. Before cursing, his face contorted in frustration. Then, with a sudden, brutal strike, he declares his desire for a revenge match, his fist already connecting with an unsuspecting man's face. The impact sends the victim reeling backward, a loud crash echoing through the space. Kisu follows up relentlessly, kicking the man as he collapses to the ground. Continuing his assault with another powerful punch, the force of his blow punctuated by a guttural cry. He continues his brutal assault, a devastating punch connecting squarely with the man's face, his body twisting with the force of the blow. As two of his associates watch the scene unfold, their expressions a mix of shock and grim satisfaction. The victim collapses to the floor amidst shattered bottles and overturned tables, but Kisu shows no mercy, delivering a vicious kick to the fallen figure. One of the onlookers, a red-haired man, shouts, "Shit, everyone attack at once." Ignoring the command, Kisu moves with blinding speed, his foot slamming down with crushing force. Before unleashing a final, explosive strike, a burst of orange energy erupting from his fist, engulfing the man in a blinding flash. The impact sends the victim flying through the air, his body limp and utterly defeated. He slams the man against the wall, the impact echoing through the confined space. His hand gripping the victim's face with crushing force, a silent scream contorting the man's features. Then, with a surge of vibrant orange energy, Kisu delivers a final, devastating blow. The force sends the man hurtling backward, a broken figure disappearing into the darkness. Kisu stands amidst the debris, his fist still clenched, a faint orange glow lingering around him. One of his associates, a man with curly gray hair, recoils in terror, a choked gasp escaping his lips. Before he can even process the fear, Kisu's fist connects, sending him reeling. Another associate watches in stunned silence as Kisu raises a bottle, ready to strike again. The curly-haired man flies backward, another victim of Kisu's uncontrolled rage. Kisu's brutal assault on his associate continues, his fist connecting with brutal force. The associate recoils, his body already falling from the impact. Kisu grabs his arm, twisting it with a vicious intent. He then throws him, slamming him into the ground with a sickening thud, and sending him flying through the air. Still consumed by his rage, he lets out guttural cries of exertion, his fist connecting with brutal force. He then grabs the associate's head, slamming it down with sickening impact. The victim's face is a mangled mess of blood and broken teeth. Suddenly, a new figure stands over the scene, casting a long shadow, causing Kisu to look up, his expression shifting to one of surprise. The newcomer surveys the brutal aftermath, a silent question forming in his mind, while a phone rings insistently in the foreground. He wonders aloud who this violent individual could be. Then, with a tone of recognition, he states the name, Kim Kisu. As the confrontation escalates, Kim Kisu lets out a frustrated grunt, his expression contorted in anger. But Ijinyu's voice cuts through the tension, clear and unwavering. "Did you really think I wouldn't find out?" His gaze sharpens, a cold warning in his tone as he continues, "Don't mess with my sister." Kim Kisu's face contorts in frustration, his voice rising in disbelief, wondering how they could possibly be losing, even with their numbers. He glares at Ijinyu, accusing him of taking advantage of the situation, and then, with a sudden shift in tone, demands to know what's going on. Kisu's anger boils over, his words laced with resentment as he questions how they are supposed to defeat someone like him. His expression remains intense, the weight of his frustration palpable. Turning back to Ijinyu, Kisu's demand for an explanation grows more urgent, while Ijinyu, looking back at him, seems equally perplexed by the unfolding events. Kisu's gaze hardens, his voice filled with a desperate plea as he asks what his sister could have possibly done to deserve this. He doesn't wait for a response, swinging a metal pipe down with a furious cry, aiming directly for Ijin. The force sends Ijin sprawling to the ground, and Kisu stands over him, weapon raised for another brutal strike. He brings the pipe down again, a blur of motion. But this time, Ijin is ready, blocking the blow with his arm, the impact rippling through the air. His jaw tightens with effort, enduring the shock. Enraged by the resistance, Kisu snarls, "You little," and throws a punch. The blow connects with a sickening thud, a burst of red energy marking the impact. Before Kisu can follow up, Ijin retaliates with a swift, powerful kick to his midsection. Kisu reels back, his face contorted in pain, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. The force of Ijin's kick sends Kisu reeling. But even with a fresh cut on his lip, he snarls, "This bitch." Kisu huffs, swinging his metal pipe in a wild arc, only for Ijin to block it with a forearm. His eyes wide with disbelief and fury, Kisu screams, "He's not even hurt." A chilling thought echoes in his mind. Was it truly just a coincidence that Ijin had dodged his previous attacks? The pipe, unable to withstand the impact, shatters into jagged pieces. Undeterred, Kisu lets out a primal roar, "Die, asshole." He lunges again, wielding the broken weapon, but Ijin calmly intercepts the blow. A cold, determined glint enters Ijin's eyes, a faint red glow emanating around him as he prepares his next move. Then, with explosive speed, his fist connects, a crimson burst of energy marking the impact. Kisu recoils violently, a cry of pain escaping his lips, the remnants of his weapon flying from his grasp. He delivers a powerful, mid-air kick to Kisu's midsection. The impact distorting his face as a sharp KUGK escapes him, blood spraying from his nose and mouth. His foot follows through with brutal efficiency, sending the orange-haired teen flying backward with a resounding quang. Ijinyu stands calmly, observing the aftermath of his decisive blow. While Kisu's face remains contorted in agony, another pained KUGK, tearing from his throat. Lying defeated on the ground, a single word of frustration escapes him, "SHIT." As Ijin stands over him, the defeated teen can only repeat, "SHIT." Even after his defeat, Kim Kisu glares up, his voice raspy as he demands to know what more could be done to him. His face bruised and bloodied, he remains silent for a moment, the pain evident in his wide, staring eyes. A chilling voice echoes, delivering a final, absolute warning. Ijinyu holds him firmly by the collar, his words sharp and clear. If he ever hears rumors of Kisu bothering his sister, he will find him. Kisu, despite his predicament, manages to retort, warning that Ijinyu's own sister should be careful. Unfazed, Ijinyu leans closer, his grip tightening as he clarifies that he will also come after Kisu if his sister bothers Ijinyu's. The threat hangs heavy in the air, a silent promise of retribution. Under the immense pressure, Kisu's eyes widen further, a desperate gasp escaping his lips as he struggles to breathe. He writhes on the ground, choking and gasping for air. Finally, the struggle ceases, leaving him utterly subdued and defeated. Despite the crushing defeat, a flicker of defiance remains in Kim Kisu's eyes, a silent vow that this confrontation is far from over. Blood trickles from his nose and mouth, a stark reminder of the brutal force he just endured. Hunched over on the ground, his body aches with the pain of his loss. He struggles to catch his breath, a ragged cough escaping his lips. Still reeling from the impact, another cough racks his frame. Meanwhile, Ijinyu calmly walks away from the defeated figures, leaving the aftermath of the battle behind him. He continues his unhurried departure, passing through a quiet hallway as if nothing out of the ordinary has occurred. His footsteps echo softly, a steady rhythm of finality. Later, on a bustling street, two female students chat, one wondering aloud why he abruptly ended their call. A neon sign for Club Wolf glows ominously in the night, its garish light reflecting a growing unease. The feeling of dread intensifies as Ji-young gasps, her eyes wide with alarm, while Drive-In stands beside her, equally tense. The club's entrance, bathed in a vibrant purple and blue glow, beckons from the shadows. Meanwhile, Ijinyu walks away from the scene, his back to the unfolding drama, leaving Ji-young to fret, wondering aloud what she should do as a purple-haired man stands nearby. A man with stark white hair stands at the club's entrance, his presence commanding. Ji-young's anxiety mounts, her voice trembling as she repeats her desperate question to Drive-In. She tries to reassure herself, claiming she couldn't have hit Drive-In, but her plea for someone not to come closer betrays her fear. The white-haired man glances back, his expression unreadable, as if acknowledging the chaos behind him. Her face contorted in fear, Ji-young recoils from an unseen threat. Before a foot suddenly sweeps out, catching her off balance and sending her stumbling. She cries out as she collapses to the ground, a tall, white-haired figure standing over her. Now seated on the cold pavement, Ji-young clutches her arm, her expression a mix of pain and profound distress. The white-haired man turns, walking away with an air of casual indifference, leaving her behind. Meanwhile, Kisu stands elsewhere, his brow furrowed in concern as he answers a call, confirming his presence with a terse, "Yes, grandfather." He assures the caller, "Yeah, I'll be right there." Back at the scene, Ji-young flinches violently as the white-haired man's hand moves near her, his presence still a palpable threat. He finally departs, leaving Ji-young alone on the ground, her ordeal seemingly over for now. Still reeling from the shock, Ji-young's eyes widen as she takes in the sight of Kisu and Yu lying defeated on the floor. Her mind races, trying to comprehend the chaos, wondering aloud, what happened? Driven turns to her, a sharp question in her voice. "Did that guy beat you up again?" Ji-young's expression tightens, a single word escaping her lips. "Mess." Driven presses on, her tone laced with suspicion. "With that guy's sister anyway?" Ji-young, caught off guard, retorts, "What are you talking about all of a sudden?" A memory flashes through Ji-young's mind, the white-haired man's hand gripping her arm, his voice a low warning. "Don't mess with her." Back in the present, Ji-young's face hardens, challenging Driven. "You're scared of that guy now, huh?" Driven ignores the taunt, her gaze fixed on Kisu, who is slumped on the ground, demanding, "Just answer me." Kisu's voice cracks with a desperate refusal. "No, why should I?" As the name Kim Heejin is hurled at him. He lets out a raw, guttural scream, his body racked with pain and defiance. Ji-young's eyes widen in shock, while Driven's narrow with cold fury, her face streaked with blood as she leans in close, a chilling warning escaping her lips. "If you lay your hands on his sister, I'm going to beat you instead." "Got it," she snarls, her voice laced with menace. Ji-young can only stare, speechless and horrified, as Yu remains a silent, distant figure. Later, Yu walks away into the night, glancing back with a questioning sound, as an older man waves a casual farewell from the street. The solitary glow of a streetlight illuminates the quiet street, marking the end of the tense encounter. The older man apologizes for calling him out so suddenly, but Yu assures him it's no trouble at all. His gaze fixed downwards, the older man's expression is heavy with concern. He then reveals that Daeyoon got hurt, asking if Yu bought her medicine, which he quietly confirms. The older man explains that Daeyoon claimed she fell down the stairs, but he knows she didn't, and despite her injuries, she refuses to go to the hospital. His face is etched with worry. He laments how scared she must have been, being driven alone, expressing his regret at not knowing how to raise a girl, yet vowing to always protect her and be her shield. Looking at Yu, he reflects on how much hell that girl grew up in. A dark memory flashing of a silhouetted figure in a desolate room with framed pictures, recalling the moment he lost everything after that accident. He continues, stating that Daeyoon was the one who helped him through everything after that accident, and it breaks his heart to see her hurt now. The older man continues, his voice laced with worry, and the fact that she refuses to tell me how she got hurt. Yu responds, "I've heard that the more kids grow up, the less they need their parents." Sitting together on a park bench, the older man asks, "So what about a grandpa?" He then reflects, "It isn't much time since I came here, but there was one thing I knew right away." Yu finishes his thought, "That you love Daeyoon very much." The older man nods, confirming, "Daeyoon loves you very much as well." A quiet moment passes, the older man's expression softening with emotion. As Yu looks on, a thoughtful resolve settling on his face. He offers a reassuring smile, "So don't worry too much. I'll watch over her at school." The older man's gaze softens as he looks at him, a single word escaping his lips. A gentle smile spreads across his face, his eyes crinkling with warmth as he meets Yu's gaze. Later, sitting together on a park bench overlooking the city lights, the older man expresses his profound joy at Yu's presence. The imposing facade of the Marine General Center stands against the sky, while inside, a bandaged Kim Kisu lies in a hospital bed, his face bruised and patched. A stern-faced man in a suit stands beside him, Ji-young at his side, as he remarks, "Considering all the trouble you get into." His gaze is intense, his expression unyielding as he continues. Eventually, Kisu, still recovering, challenges him. "Is that all you have to say after seeing yourself like this? Are you blaming the victim? This is the fault of the one who hit me." Ji-young, her expression worried, gestures towards Driven, who sits on another bed with her arm in a sling, adding, "And look at Driven's arm." The man sighs, his resolve unwavering, and instructs them, "Just stay here and get better soon, okay?" As the man turns to leave, Ji-young watches him go, muttering to herself, "Okay, those guys definitely gonna get what they deserve." A heavy silence hangs in the air as Kisu turns his head away, a palpable tension filling the room. Breaking the quiet, Ji-young's voice cuts through, sharp with disbelief, demanding to know if he's lost his mind for telling their parents. She scoffs at his apparent recovery, then questions how she's supposed to maintain her reputation after such a public beating. His face, still bearing the marks of his injuries, tightens into a grimace, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Her gaze then falls upon Driven's arm, wrapped in a sling, and her tone softens with concern, wondering if the same assailant was responsible for that injury too. A subtle shift in her expression, her eyes fixed on the bandaged limb. Reassuring Driven to rest, she promises that they will deal with the person who caused this. Her resolve hardens as she looks at the injured arm, vowing retribution against whoever dared to mess with them. Meanwhile, Kisu remains silent, his eyes narrowed, lost in thought. Two school officials walk down a quiet hallway, their conversation carrying through the empty space. The male official turns, his expression stern, asking why such a big deal was made out of the situation. His female colleague, looking exasperated, insists they should have just left it to the school, lamenting that it's already Saturday and she can't wait until Monday. She warns that the worst outcome would be expulsion from school, while the male official questions if she has any idea who the chief is. He confidently states that he knows quite a bit, revealing that the chief is the one who has been cleaning up their messes for years. The conversation continues, the weight of the chief hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Ji-young, her arms still in a sling, walks with Yu, muttering about the scary guy she saw sometimes, and how the transfer student must have worked hard to get his arm broken. A hand reaches out, and with a flick, a lighter ignites, a small flame dancing in the darkness. Under the dim glow of a single lamp, a man in a dark suit stands beside a sleek black car, his presence commanding the desolate night. Two figures walk away from him, one muttering, "Fuck, this is humiliating," while the other adds, "We're getting mugged by some childish punks," before the man in black sharply calls out, "Hey, stop it." A cigarette dangles from his lips, a plume of smoke curling into the cool air as he regards the situation with a hardened gaze. His hands are casually tucked into his pockets, a posture that belies the tension in his expression. Looking down, he speaks into a phone. "So you're saying?" His car pulls away, leaving the scene behind, as he continues, "You want me to take care of the guy who hit your children?" Holding the phone to his ear, his face remains grim, and he offers a final, terse instruction, "Please take care of yourself." As he stands alone, gazing up at the vast night sky, the weight of the situation settles. One of them broke his wrist, the other was hospitalized, and the question hangs heavy in the air. Will this guy just walk around unharmed? A silent, furious thought bubbles to the surface, reflecting his deep displeasure. As night falls over the city, casting long shadows across the quiet streets, Yu sits alone in his room, his gaze fixed on his phone. A thoughtful expression settles on his face, hinting at the weight of whatever he's reading. Meanwhile, a woman with a distinctive neck tattoo makes her way through the city, her determined stride carrying her towards an unknown destination. Back in his room, Yu's eyes widen slightly, a soft thud echoing as he wonders if this is truly how things will end. A sudden knock at his door startles him, and he looks up to see the same woman from before, Jai-hai, standing in his doorway, asking why he's being sought here. Elsewhere, Chief, the man who had been so angered by the news of injured children, instructs Jai-hai to call Yu over, his tone firm and unwavering. An older man expresses concern about the late hour, but Chief's resolve remains clear, implying the urgency of the situation. A soft thump echoes as Yu steps back into his home. His expression unreadable as he prepares to speak. He begins to say he'll be right back, but his words are cut short by the unexpected sight of Chief and an associate waiting for him. Chief simply states, "Right back, Ijin." From another room, a familiar voice calls out, Dayun addressing him with a soft, "Appa." Chief turns to Yu, offering a calm explanation. "They're acquaintances of mine. Don't worry." Despite his reassuring words, a flicker of concern crosses Chief's face, his gaze distant. Later, under the dim light of a construction site at dusk, the three men walk together through the skeletal framework of a building. Yu's eyes narrowed in suspicion. He finally asks, "Who are they?" Under the stark lights of a construction site, Yu is escorted towards a waiting car, where Chief stands with an air of quiet authority. A plume of smoke drifts from his lips as Chief observes the scene with a detached gaze. One of his men remarks that Yu must have sensed their intentions, having followed them without any fuss. Inside a dimly lit room, another subordinate eagerly suggests they should get this over with. A cold, metallic pipe is brought into view, its polished surface reflecting the harsh light. Yu kneels, his hands bound, as Chief looms over him, the heavy pipe held casually in his grip. Turning away, Chief muses that he should let his men have their fun. He then instructs them to handle Yu properly, promising a quick but painful experience since he cooperated so easily. "You guys think why did you bring him to a place like this?" a subordinate asks, his voice laced with menace. The young man remains impassive, his gaze steady. His attention, however, is elsewhere, focused on a phone screen displaying information about Kisu. Observing the young man's composure, the chief remarks, "He doesn't show any emotion, let alone being scared." A flicker of annoyance crosses his face. He continues, "What's with that guy?" As one of his men moves to grab the young man's arm, the chief adds, "I'm gonna have to teach them a lesson." But before the subordinate can fully secure his grip, a fist snaps out, a blur of motion. The impact rings out, a sharp, decisive blow. The force of his punch sends the first subordinate reeling. As Chief and another of his men watch in disbelief, one of them snarling, "You little shit." Without hesitation, the second subordinate raises a heavy metal bat, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, the first subordinate collapses to the ground, defeated, muttering, "Who do you think you are?" The bat-wielding man swings the weapon down with full force, causing Chief to react with a surprise. He's going in against a swinging bat. But before the bat can connect, Yu intercepts it with a powerful, focused strike, shattering the metal weapon with a burst of blue energy. The impact sends the subordinate violently flying backward, crashing into a concrete wall. Yu stands over the defeated man, holding him by the collar, the broken bat lying uselessly on the ground. Yu's fist connects with brutal force, sending the first subordinate's head snapping back, his face contorted in agony. The impact lifts him off his feet, hurling him against the nearby wall. He slumps down, defeated, the sound of his body hitting the surface echoing through the space. Such precise, overwhelming power could only come from someone who has been properly trained. Before you can fully assess the situation, another subordinate lunges from behind, grabbing him in a chokehold, confident in his surprise attack. The man snarls, promising a swift end. But Yu's eyes glow with a fierce resolve, already calculating his next move. With a burst of red energy, he strikes back, the force of his counterattack sending the second assailant reeling. He delivers a final, brutal punch, sending the last of Chief's men sprawling. The defeated subordinate lies unconscious, a stark testament to his overwhelming power, as Chief observes from a distance. His jaw tightens, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "You aren't a normal high schooler," he mutters, the realization dawning on him. Turning away with a sigh, he laments, "To think I'd fight with a high schooler at this age." But the young man simply stares back, unwavering. The air crackles with unspoken tension as they close the distance. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst, he strikes, his fist connecting squarely with Chief's face. The impact sends Chief reeling, his body twisting violently from the force of the blow. He moves like a blur, a whirlwind of precise strikes and deflections, effortlessly engaging multiple opponents at once. His eyes, sharp and unwavering, track every incoming attack. A glint of steel flashes, but he parries it with a swift, almost casual motion. The blade spins away, rendered harmless. Another subordinate lunges, only to meet a brutal counterattack. His focus remains absolute, even as blades narrowly miss his face. With a surge of power, he delivers a devastating blow, then another, sending his attackers reeling. In moments, the last of Chief's men lie defeated around him, leaving the area silent save for the groans of the fallen. Chief, clutching a bleeding wound on his neck, stares in disbelief, muttering, "You did that." He stares back, a silent gasp escaping him as the reality of the situation begins to sink in. His hand recoils, a sharp jolt of disbelief running through him, wondering if the young man had been waiting for him to make his move. As Yu walks away, Chief can only mutter, "I thought I got a clean hit." A profound question echoes in his mind. Just who the hell are you? Yu glances back, his expression unreadable. Chief struggles to reconcile the image before him with his expectations, convinced there's no way this person is merely a high schooler, operating on a completely different level than any street thug he'd encountered. He replays the fight in his mind, analyzing the boy's movements, realizing Yu had gone in to attack with the intention to block every single hit, a feat requiring nerves of steel and tons of experience. His hand trembles with a mix of awe and frustration, as this high schooler performs such impossible maneuvers as if they were nothing. Then, a new thought sparks his anger. Now this F***'s getting into a stance, as Yu turns fully to face him. Chief clenches his fist, a guttural cry of pure rage escaping him. "Ack!" Chief, still reeling from the previous exchange, finds his arm seized. "Are you saying you're leaving now?" Yu asks. Even as Chief throws a desperate punch, but the attack is too slow, and a sharp impact rings out as a fist connects with his face. The force of the blow is undeniable, sending the older man reeling backward. He struggles to comprehend the speed, the sheer impossibility of it. This flicker, is he? Another attack is launched, but it's met with a blinding flash of white, as Yu effortlessly blocks it. Trying to block and counter my attacks? Chief thinks, his mind racing. How can he avoid them? Before he can process the thought, another devastating blow lands. Chief's face contorts in a snarl, his fist clenching as the realization hits him. He's being challenged. But before he can even react, Yu is already upon him, a blur of motion forcing Chief to instinctively raise his arms in defense. A sharp impact sends a jolt of pain through him, his eye widening in disbelief at the sheer speed. He barely registers the next blow, a precise punch connecting with his jaw. Then, a powerful kick snaps his head back, the force radiating through his skull. His body twists violently from the impact, unable to withstand the relentless assault. Another kick, delivered with devastating power, sends him reeling. He's launched backward, a helpless projectile against the red-tinged backdrop of the room. His hand reaches out, grasping at empty air, as he loses all control. He is sent flying backward, the force of the blow lifting him clear off his feet. His hand, still clenched in a futile attempt to defend himself, trails behind him as he tumbles through the air. A spray of blood erupts from his nose, his face a mask of shock and pain. Disbelief washes over him, a single thought echoing in his mind. No way. As he crashes to the ground, the realization hits him with crushing weight. I lost to a high schooler? He lies amidst the dust and debris, his body defeated, his pride shattered. Above him, Jin Yu's eyes glow with an intense, almost predatory light, a silent judgment in his gaze. That look. A guttural groan escapes the defeated man, his consciousness struggling against the pain. The victor stands tall and composed, his presence radiating an undeniable, quiet power. A chilling thought echoes through the silence, suggesting that some individuals have provoked the wrong person. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, the neon glow of a building cuts through the night. Inside an office, a woman with a bandaged arm asks with concern, "Why is there no news from the chief?" Her male companion, a stern-faced man in a suit, suggests, "You should try calling him." He looks away, his expression unreadable, wondering who will even dare to call the chief once he is finished with his current task. The woman sits, her arm clearly injured, a visible testament to the recent troubles. A landline phone sits on a desk, its presence a stark contrast to the modern world, yet a necessary tool for urgent communication. As the call connects, the woman's voice rises in frustration. On speakerphone, her husband, Congressman Kim, responds with a hint of apology. "I apologize. My wife asked you such a pointless request." Congressman Kim identifies himself clearly. "Congressman Kim, it's me." His wife, her face etched with distress, interjects forcefully. "What do you mean pointless? Our kids got hurt." Her fury still echoing. Congressman Kim responds, his voice strained. "No, I should be the one apologizing instead." He then asks, "What do you mean?" His wife's face contorts in disbelief, her voice rising. "It looks like your children messed with the wrong person." She demands, "What?" The camera drops to her bandaged leg, a stark visual of her suffering, as she declares, "I've been beaten." A grim realization washes over Congressman Kim, the weight of the situation settling in as he considers the chief, who is respected even in the underworld. His wife's voice cuts through his thoughts, her anger palpable as she continues, gesturing to her injury. Not only is he skilled. The scene shifts, placing her directly before him, her stance rigid despite her bandaged leg. The pain evident in every movement. Her fury burning as he watches her, a mix of concern and helplessness on his face. Her eyes blazing with an unyielding rage. He stands there, an air of quiet intensity about him, prompting an unseen observer to muse that he doesn't seem like a normal high schooler at all. A sharp gasp escapes someone nearby, as a figure is found lying motionless on the cold floor. A call connects on a smartphone, its screen glowing in the dim light. And the chief, holding the device to his ear, demands to know if they've arrived. He then questions the identity of a mysterious individual, his voice laced with concern. A soft sigh escapes him, the weight of the situation pressing down. He can't help but wonder if being bested by a mere high schooler means it's time to retire, a thought that clearly troubles him. Meanwhile, Jin Yu stands calmly in a hallway, his expression unreadable. Elsewhere, Congressman Kim's wife, her arm bandaged and her face contorted in fury, confronts someone, while another woman stands by, looking on with worry. Her voice sharp with accusation, she points a finger, demanding to know if the person before her is the one responsible for what happened to their children. Her face contorted in fury, the congressman's wife glares at the empty space before them, while her husband, the congressman, looks on in stunned disbelief, demanding to know what is happening. His own shock giving way to anger, he barks out a command for the unseen intruder to enter. Meanwhile, Jin Yu calmly walks away from the scene, a slight smirk playing on his lips as he muses about the guards who were supposedly protecting the area. Back in the office, the congressman's eyes widen in dawning horror, realizing the intruder had not only defeated the chief, but also the guards stationed directly in front of them, a more pressing concern than anything else. His wife stands over a prone figure, her voice dripping with venom, declaring that her children had clearly provoked the wrong person, and wondering how he had even discovered her location. Jin Yu, still observing from a distance, watches the woman's outburst with a detached gaze, internally dismissing her threats as the empty bluster of someone who thinks a little fighting skill is enough. Clutching her phone, the congressman's wife's expression hardens, her voice ringing with finality as she declares, "You're done now." A smug confidence settles on her features as she lists the charges: assault against her children, assault against the guards, and unlawful entry into the office, vowing to bring him down for everything. Unfazed, Jin Yu continues his departure, acknowledging the man's surprising fighting ability, but concluding that the police would be sufficient to handle the situation. He stands there, unmoving, as the congressman's wife fumes, her mind racing with how to retaliate against his audacity. Clutching her phone, she demands to know if he has any idea who he's messing with, threatening to call Prosecutor Choi. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he reminds her that her husband is a congressman, running for re-election, implying the potential consequences of her actions. Her husband, looking on with concern, watches as she continues her call, wondering how the young man could pull such a stunt, knowing their political standing. She scoffs, convinced that kids like him have no idea how dangerous the world truly is, believing her threats will intimidate him. A chilling smile spreads across her face, a silent promise of the trouble she intends to bring. But the young man's expression remains unchanged, a subtle, almost mocking smile still playing on his lips, even as she declares his life is over. With a confident tone, She informs Prosecutor Choi that she's at the congressman's office and needs him to come immediately. As her call concludes, his eyes suddenly blaze with a fierce, crimson glow, a menacing aura radiating from him as the air around him crackles with unseen power. Her eye, swollen and marked with a crimson bruise, reflects a profound despair. A hand, similarly marred, reaches out in a desperate plea for forgiveness, but a cruel voice dismisses her, remarking on her audacity to seek pardon after her actions. Her face, streaked with tears, contorts in anguish. Meanwhile, Congressman Kim glares with cold fury, complaining that his hand aches from striking her. He barks orders for her to be dragged and beaten until she understands her place, while her muffled pleas of "I won't do it again" echo faintly. Later, a text message from him flashes on a phone screen, scoffing at the paltry sum of 180,000 won, dismissing her explanation of it being from a part-time job. His disdain is palpable as he mutters, telling her to simply get a better job, moron. Another message appears, demanding 500,000 won by the end of the week, threatening her with dire consequences if she fails. Overwhelmed, she can only manage a choked whisper, promising to call him back. Still reeling from the previous encounter, Congressman Kim's wife confronts him, her voice trembling as she questions how he managed to find her. Meanwhile, Yu stands impassively, a silent observer of the unfolding drama. The scene shifts to a modern, imposing residence. Its cold, sterile interior reflecting the tension in the air, as a dark, oppressive aura seems to emanate from the very walls. Back with the Kims, his wife, now visibly distraught, pleads with her father, trying to explain her actions. But Congressman Kim's response is sharp and cutting, silencing Kim Hee-jin with a harsh command. Yu, his expression unchanging, continues to lay out his case, revealing that he also possesses incriminating evidence against Kisoto, detailing how they filmed themselves assaulting people in schools and alleys. His words hang heavy in the air, implying even more disturbing revelations to come. He continues, revealing there's also footage of them beating up his sister at a place called karaoke. A sharp click echoes through the room, as Kim Hee-jin's expression twists into disbelief and anger. An older woman, her face contorted with fury, points an accusing finger, demanding to know if he's threatening them. Yu's gaze remains steady, asking if they believe this is the work of just someone from the person who works there, before clarifying that it was never his fault to begin with, and the threat came from the very person who assaulted him. Kim Hee-jin's eyes widen, her face etched with a mixture of shock and indignation, as she echoes his words, "That too." His hand gestures dismissively, as he continues to speak. Congressman Kim lets out a pained gasp, covering his face with a hand, as Yu accuses him of doing this to Kisu and Hee-jin because they ganged up on his sister. He explains that he's simply acting just like they always take their children's side. With unwavering resolve, Yu declares that he has to protect his sister. Understanding the implications of the situation, Yu firmly rejects the offer of medical expenses and additional money. His refusal prompting a surprised reaction from Congressman Kim and the chief. Congressman Kim questions his decision, wondering what else he could possibly want. He then suggests an apology to Yu's sister, a notion that immediately draws a furious response from his wife. She declares she would rather endure pain than offer such an apology, making it clear that she wants no part in any form of reconciliation. Yu, however, dismisses the idea of an apology entirely, explaining that it wouldn't undo the harm done to his sister and would be insincere anyway. Instead, he lays out his true demand. He wants both Kisu and Hee-jin to be permanently removed from his sight. This unexpected and absolute demand leaves Congressman Kim's wife reeling, her face contorted in disbelief and outrage. Despite the severity of the request, Congressman Kim appears to accept it, stating his intention to send them overseas. His decision sends shockwaves through his family, with his wife and daughter crying out in distress. Congressman Kim's voice, sharp and commanding, cuts through the tension, silencing his wife. He then turns back to Yu, asking if he is satisfied, but the young man's demands are far from over. His wife, meanwhile, can only gasp in distress, the weight of the situation crushing her. Congressman Kim pauses, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. Yu continues, his voice unwavering as he lays out his full terms. A cold, blue light emanates from his eye, a clear sign of his unwavering resolve. The congressman, noticing the intensity, questions if those eyes belong to someone the same age as Kisu. Yu's expression hardens, asserting that he is no fool. Kim quickly corrects himself, realizing his misstep. A tense atmosphere hangs heavy in a dimly lit office, where two women stand before a desk, a man's silhouette visible behind them, as a large, ominous sound echoes through the space. The scene shifts abruptly to a quiet, empty street under the cool glow of streetlights, a stark contrast to the previous tension. Back inside, a sudden realization seems to strike Yu, his eyes widening slightly in surprise or concern. Meanwhile, Congressman Kim and his wife burst into a room, their faces etched with worry as she cries out, asking if he is truly going to talk to them. Yu, his expression calm and collected, listens intently to their distress. He offers a simple, reassuring response, telling them he is fine. Congressman Kim's wife, however, remains unconvinced, insisting that they are dangerous people, while her husband reminds her that he only intended to speak with them. She continues to plead with Ijin-yu, her hands clasped in earnest concern. He calmly advises her to prioritize her own well-being before worrying about his, then adds, speaking of. A young girl, her cheek still bearing a bandage, looks on with a thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, Ijin-yu watches her, a subtle concern etched on his face. Before he finally speaks, assuring her that. As he turns to leave, he reflects that he had no time to think, simply doing what was necessary, hoping he'd never have to do it again. Her eyes widen in confusion. Later, at the school building. His voice echoes through the hallway near classroom door. The girl smiles, her bandage still present, but her spirits seemingly lifted. He stands in the school hallway, his expression calm and composed. A moment later, he turns to a girl with a bandage on her cheek, offering a gentle smile as he tells her, "You don't have to come with me to class anymore." The girl, Heejin, sits at her desk in the classroom, her back to the door. While he watches her from the doorway, a subtle shift in her demeanor as she replies, "I came to school because I didn't want you and Grandpa to worry, but..." Elsewhere, a hushed conversation spreads through the school, a student's voice carrying the news. "Hey, did you hear? The teacher said Heejin isn't coming to school anymore." Another student, overhearing, questions, "What are you saying? Heejin and her brother are going overseas. The class is going to be so much more boring now." The revelation echoes. Heejin went overseas? Heejin's eyes widen in surprise, the news clearly unexpected. From behind her, Ijin-yu's calm voice cuts through the sudden uncertainty, offering a final, quiet reassurance. "Don't worry, you won't be falling down the stairs anymore." He assures her, his voice calm, "I cleared it out." As he walks away down the school hallway, she wonders, "Already knew?" "Appa," she calls out, causing him to glance back. Her face a mask of shock and disbelief. What am I supposed to say?" she thinks, while he simply offers a slight, knowing smile. Her eyes fall, and with a quiet sigh, she finally concedes, "Okay." A large screen displays Ijin-yu in a crisp suit, his composed image filling the frame. Elsewhere, a young woman with blonde hair tied back in a neat braid stands with her arms crossed, a thoughtful expression on her face. Inside a classroom, two female students sit at a table, one with dark hair in a bun, the other with long blonde hair, as the dark-haired student remarks that she heard the news too, finding it quite shocking. Another student with long dark hair joins them, while the blonde-haired student wonders aloud why Heejin wasn't at school today, and if something was going on with Kisu as well. The student with the bun turns, her eyes wide with surprise, asking why the blonde-haired student isn't saying anything, then exclaiming in realization. The blonde-haired woman from earlier, now standing near the table, asks if Heejin is truly being a mercenary, noting that the student with the bun is in the same class as her. The student with the bun confirms her suspicion, adding that the teachers also said so. Two students, one with light brown hair and another with reddish brown hair, sit together, discussing a mutual friend. The light brown-haired girl asks, "What the heck is going on? Have you contacted her?" The reddish brown-haired girl replies. Meanwhile, a phone screen displays a message from Heejin, explaining, "It was after then that I couldn't contact her anymore," implying a sudden and unexplained departure. Ijin-yu stares at his own phone, a troubled expression on his face, as he reads a similar message. That's what Heejin said. But elsewhere, the dark-haired girl with the bun confronts a white-haired boy, her voice firm. "Don't tell me Heejin's situation has anything to do with that guy." Back with the trio, the reddish-brown-haired girl sighs. "It would be a shame if Heejin's parents left," a sentiment her friends echo. The light brown-haired girl looks down, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features. "It annoys me that she's making us worry thanks to her parents and our wallet." A soft click sounds. Later, the dark-haired girl with the bun is seen with her arm in a sling, a look of distress on her face. She turns to her friends, her eyes wide with shock. "Huh?" Still reeling from a recent ordeal, Congressman Kim's wife sits on a plush couch, her expression tight with lingering fear, admitting she barely managed to escape. Her friend, a woman with long red hair, presses her for details, asking what happened, to which she replies that it all occurred suddenly. Later, in a more formal setting, the chief discusses a plan with Congressman Kim and his wife, stating that the arrangement is only for one daughter, suggesting she just go for one semester while he handles things in the meantime. The congressman's wife looks on, surprised, asking if he's truly serious. The chief, his back to them, confirms his resolve, insisting he cannot simply leave matters unattended. Back with her friend, the congressman's wife questions the one-semester plan, finding it hard to believe, while her red-haired companion dismisses it, as if she's merely going on a vacation. A wry smile plays on her lips, as she confirms the vacation-like nature of the arrangement. She then mentions hearing that Kisu is also going, her expression hinting at further complications. Her brow furrows with worry, a deep concern etched across her face. Later, seated with Congressman Kim and another woman, she expresses her fear, declaring she can't do it because it's too dangerous and something might happen to her, before abruptly asking about Heejin, whom she hasn't been able to reach, wondering if her husband has taken care of her. She dismisses the situation with a wave of her hand, suggesting others should handle it, but her frustration is evident as she mutters about the annoyance of it all, convinced Heejin is doing whatever she pleases. Her anger boils over, a vein throbbing in her temple, as she declares how much it infuriates her. Turning to her companion, she proposes they educate Hee-jin one more time, prompting a surprised, again, from the other woman. A third woman, observing the conversation, looks on with wide, shocked eyes. The congressman's wife continues, imagining Hee-jin's arrogance if nothing is done, the thought alone making her furious. She reveals her impending departure from Korea, deciding this is the perfect opportunity to truly make Hee-jin suffer, which elicits a confused "huh" from her friend. The observing woman's eyes widen further, a single word escaping her lips in a whisper, Hee-jin. The congressman's wife's gaze sharpens, her voice dropping to a venomous tone as she mentions Hee-jin's grandfather is a patrolman, vowing to have her mother get him fired. A cruel smirk twists her lips, her eyes gleaming with malice as she thinks of Hee-jin as a disgusting bug who should have expected to be squashed. She surveys her surroundings, a satisfied smirk playing on her lips, believing she has made the right choice in coming here, until a sudden sound makes her turn, a questioning "what?" escaping her. Her expression shifts to one of mild surprise, her gaze fixed on something unseen. A figure emerges from the shadows, cloaked in a dark hoodie, their face partially obscured. They stand tall and imposing, their presence commanding attention. Inside a private room, Congressman Kim's wife sits with the chief and another woman, their conversation abruptly interrupted as the hooded figure steps into view, drawing gasps of recognition. A single, sharp eye glints from beneath the hood, as a voice questions, "You Ijin?" The hooded figure's gaze is intense, while another voice asks, "Who is that?" The woman beside the chief clarifies, That's the chief, isn't it?" To which the chief responds, "He said he came to meet you," prompting the other woman to wonder, "Why is he here?" Ijin Yu, now fully visible in his dark attire, addresses the group, remarking, "It sounds like you guys are having an interesting conversation," his words carrying an ominous undertone. A woman with dark hair, her expression a mix of confusion and alarm, demands to know what is happening, questioning the mention of a video. The masked chief, his voice firm, asserts his authority, suggesting they should perform better and musing aloud about Ijin's claims regarding Dian. Congressman Kim's wife, her blonde hair framing a look of utter disbelief, wonders if he had been waiting for them to gather before making his move. The other woman, curlers still in her hair, stares wide-eyed, her shock palpable. Both women exchange a look of shared concern, a silent acknowledgement of the escalating tension. Congressman Kim's wife, her eyes narrowing in frustration, demands to know what he is doing, asking if he is merely playing music. The chief, his masked face betraying no emotion, responds with a rhetorical question, implying their noise is unwelcome. Meanwhile, in a stark, confined space, Ijin Yu stands calmly, his hooded figure casting a long shadow over a man slumped unconscious on the floor. Back in the meeting room, the chief's masked eye gleams, a silent testament to his unwavering focus amidst the chaos. A shimmering distortion ripples across the view, a brief visual anomaly before the scene shifts. In a sterile hospital room, Congressman Kim looks down at his daughter, Hee-jin, in her bed, asking, "I haven't seen Hee-jin in a while. Where is she?" The chief, standing nearby, responds, "She should have gone home with the plans we made." Meanwhile, Hee-jin's mother, on the phone, explains she said she was going out with her friends and left. A look of utter disbelief crosses Congressman Kim's face as he exclaims, "What?" In an office, an aide addresses the congressman, who points emphatically, while the chief asks, "What is it?" The chief stares intently at a screen, its blurry image reflecting in his eyes. While Hee-jin's mother watches a news report, her expression horrified. "This is truly shocking," she murmurs, adding, "They even filmed themselves committing these acts." The headline flashes, "School violence crosses the line. Countermeasures." Back in the office, Congressman Kim, his wife, and the chief are gathered, the congressman stating grimly, "That's right. There are dozens of videos. There must also be a lot more that weren't saved." A news overlay announces that citizens and the international community are advocating for a special law to punish the attackers, prompting Hee-jin's mother to gasp, "Is that?" The news report delivers a shocking revelation. The attackers responsible for the school violence are none other than the children of Congressman Kim In-bi. Both Congressman Kim and his wife stare in disbelief, their faces etched with horror at the unfolding scandal. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, Ijin Yu stands alone, his cap pulled low, contemplating the situation. His hands are tucked into his pockets, a silent tension radiating from him. A voice cuts through the quiet, addressing him casually, "Hey, Mr. Normal High Schooler." The chief emerges from the shadows, leaning against a car, his presence commanding as he faces Ijin Yu. His expression is unreadable, a hint of challenge in his gaze. Ijin Yu listens intently as the chief continues, "I thought I heard you wanted to make a deal with the congressman." Internally, Ijin Yu acknowledges the necessity of his actions, knowing he must handle this quietly to protect his identity, but a deeper, more primal question burns within him. "So why did you act up, bitch?" He stares at the screen, a memory flashing through his mind of a girl being tormented, the words, "and their parents were politicians," echoing in his thoughts. The cruel taunts of "bitch, look at her. She's still hanging on," and "step on her harder," fuel a simmering rage within him, making him question his initial resolve to handle things quietly. The memory intensifies, a voice from the past demanding, "What are you doing? Turn some music on so they can't hear us outside." As he clutches his head, the weight of the past pressing down. His eye glows with a fierce, electric blue light, a silent testament to the fury he harbors. Meanwhile, the chief, riding in a car, muses on the nature of his own actions, thinking, "It's because I have a twisted personality." He then challenges an unseen interlocutor. "You call that an excuse? You think the congressman will let this happen?" Elsewhere, Yu walks away, his face obscured by a cap, a subtle glance back revealing a determined expression. While Congressman Kim and his wife watch a news report, a third man standing beside them. The headline on the screen announces, "Another congressman, detailing a scandal involving Congressman Kim's son and fraudulent money solicitation." The congressman, his face etched with anger, confirms to his wife, "Yes, it looks like they're worried that the scandal could affect them, and are trying to speak about it preemptively." Both he and his wife sit in stunned silence, the weight of the unfolding scandal visibly distressing them. The chief's voice cuts through the silence, his gaze sharp and accusatory as he asks, "Did you also steal my personal files?" He wonders internally, "He managed to find the dirt I was keeping on Congressman Kim just in case?" The chief continues, his tone laced with skepticism, a normal high schooler. His expression hardens. As Yu looks up, a defiant challenge in his eyes, retorting, "Like hell you are." He stands his ground. The school day unfolds, with students scattered throughout the classroom, some chatting idly, while Yu stands by a window, his gaze distant. Hee-jin sits quietly at her desk, her head bowed, and Yu looks down, his expression unreadable. Later, Yu is seated at his own desk, his legs stretched out casually, the quiet hum of the classroom surrounding him. A soft vibration pulls his attention, his eyes dropping to the phone in his hand. The screen illuminates with a message from Yo De-yoon, apologizing for what happened and hoping he had fun, but then repeating that she couldn't go. A wave of surprise and frustration washes over Yu's face as he reads the final, blunt message, "Go home alone. Have fun." He wonders aloud what he's going to do now. A cheerful classmate greets the room, waving as he walks in, noting that someone else is early today, too. He approaches Yu, who is already seated at his desk, and offers a simple, "Hey." Jin, lost in thought, lets out a quiet hum. His classmate, Jae-hyuk, leans in, asking if Jin is busy today, which makes him look up, surprised by the question. Jae-hyuk then wonders if Jin is alone, implying he usually arrives with his sister. Jin quickly dismisses the idea, stating he has no time today. Jae-hyuk, taken aback, then suggests they hang out after school, and Jin readily agrees. A surprised gasp escapes Jae-hyuk as he stares at Jin, who avoids his gaze. Later, a different male student, accompanied by a female classmate, confronts Jin, mentioning rumors about him sending someone named Kisu overseas. He finds himself caught off guard, a wave of confusion washing over him. Whispers ripple through the school as students discuss the rumors, one claiming that he couldn't have done it himself, while another suggests the goons were sent overseas to cover up the incident. Confronted directly by a fellow student, Yu calmly states that they are mistaken. The student, however, presses on, questioning his denial. An orange-haired student steps forward, his voice carrying the weight of the gossip, claiming to have heard that Yu went to Kisu's base and single-handedly took everyone down. The rumors intensify, with students now openly discussing how everyone was beaten by him alone, and that they were sent overseas out of sheer embarrassment. A blonde-haired student laughs, dismissing Kisu as someone who didn't know his place, and that he deserved to be beaten and sent away in shame. He then questions why anyone would need to be beaten to leave the country. As Yu looks down at a student on the ground, another voice remarks that he must be truly skilled at fighting. The student continues, concluding that the incident in class wasn't a fluke, and suggests they celebrate Kisu's disappearance. Still leaning in, Jae-hyuk insists, "I'm telling you, Kisu's group was taken down by him alone. In any case, we should band together, right?" The orange-haired student, seated nearby, adds, "Yeah, it hadn't been long since you transferred, so you should join our group. You don't know the area very well, right?" Yu, however, politely declines, stating he already has plans today. The orange-haired student and the blonde student exchange a surprised glance, the former then revealing, "What? I promised to hang out with Young-chan." Now gathered around a desk, the blonde student suggests, "Then we can all play together." A slight smirk plays on the orange-haired student's lips. As he asks, "Doesn't that work?" His hand rests on the desk, clenched into a subtle fist. While Jae-hyuk, still standing over Yu, presses him, "Doesn't that work?" The previous conversation concludes with the other students declaring, "Let's do that," before casually dismissing him with, "Okay, see you guys later." Back in the classroom, Yu sits at his desk, a faint thumping sound echoing in the quiet. As he glances down, a slight concern etched on his face, the thought lingering that the earlier interaction surely wouldn't lead to bullying, right? His gaze remains distant, lost in thought. The classroom is soon brought to order by the teacher's sharp command, "Quiet." But the sudden appearance of two new figures in the hallway, a tall woman with dark hair and a male student, draws his attention. Their confident strides echoing as they pass by. Beside him, Jae-hyuk lets out a surprised, "Huh?" prompting Yu to turn, his eyes narrowed slightly, and asked, "Do you know them?" The teacher introduces a new student, Shin Yuna. She is the granddaughter of the owner of SW, the biggest corporation in the country. And next to her stands Go Sukju, who has been with her since childhood, the two always together, having returned from America and now staying. The teacher, assuming everyone already knows them, decides to skip the lengthy introductions. Having come back after studying abroad for 2 years, they are now officially joining the class. The news elicits varied reactions from the students. Some curse under their breath. Others lament the arrival of more influential figures after Aijin, wishing for a quiet school life until graduation. One student, however, simply wonders why 2 more classmates were absent earlier, while another realizes that the new arrivals are the reason for the earlier absences. Yuna, in particular, seems to possess an even more striking presence. Shin Yuna stands before the class, her presence drawing all eyes, with students whispering, "I've never seen her in person," and "Whoa," as she moves through the room. Go Sukju follows, his gaze sharp and direct. Yu watches them, a subtle tension in his expression, while Sukju's eyes hold an intense, almost challenging glint. Yu's own eyes narrow slightly in response, as Yuna's steady gaze sweeps over the room. He looks away, a quiet unease settling over him as she passes. Later, by the lockers, the 2 new students stand out, drawing whispers and curious glances from their classmates, who wonder, who's he? And, is he a celebrity? Shin Yuna expresses her surprise, noting that he wasn't in the data she had received earlier, and she vows to check again. She then casts a quick glance towards her companion. Yu, however, remains engrossed in his device, his expression giving nothing away. A polite smile forms on Shin Yuna's lips, but Yu's attention is still elsewhere. Soon, a visible unease settles over her, indicated by the swirling lines of discomfort around her. Later, Go Sukju directly asks Yu if there's anywhere he'd like to go, to which Yu replies, "No, you can lead the way." A nearby classmate overhears their conversation, his eyes widening in surprise at the mention of a cafe. He mentions a PC cafe, asking if it's a place that has recently upgraded its computers. Confirming his knowledge, he adds that it's also a clean establishment. The scene shifts to a classroom, where a projector illuminates the room, as a voice announces that normal life training will continue today. On the screen, the chief's stern face is displayed, labeled strict and serious, while the lecture emphasizes that one thing every Korean high schooler must know is a PC cafe. Yu, now in the classroom, questions the statement, asking what was just said. The lecture continues, clarifying that a PC cafe is a place where anyone can pay to use a computer, and that it's used by both students and adults. Yu, still puzzled, inquires about the activities one performs there. Meanwhile, Shin Yuna is seen intently focused on a computer screen, immersed in the very environment being discussed. In the classroom, the chief continues his lecture, explaining that while some people use the internet and play games, for high schoolers, it's an even more pervasive activity. He emphasizes the statistic, stating that over 90% of them engage in gaming. Yu listens intently, the weight of the chief's words settling in as the high percentage is revealed. The chief then shifts his focus, preparing to elaborate on the concept of a PC cafe, before anyone even steps foot inside one, a Legends of League logo displayed on the screen behind him. Later, at a PC cafe, Yu is deeply engrossed in a game, his eyes fixed on the screen, while the chief stands nearby, observing the scene. The game on his monitor is a fierce battle royale, a soldier in military fatigues navigating the digital battlefield. His expression is one of intense concentration, every fiber of his being focused on the virtual combat. Suddenly, a flurry of rapid-fire action erupts on screen, accompanied by the staccato sound of gunfire. The game concludes with a defeat, and a frustrated voice from another player blames him for the loss, though he quickly retorts that it wasn't his fault. The jungles. The chief, tapping his chin thoughtfully, confirms that the lieutenant's information was correct. Meanwhile, 2 students discuss their plans, with Jae-hyuk suggesting they eat ramen at the PC cafe and go to the PC cafe if they have time, prompting a surprised Koka from Yu. The chief continues, revealing he has also been briefed on the matter by the lieutenant. This information pertains to coin karaoke, another common place high schoolers visit. He explains that it's a place where one can sing songs by inserting coins. After the briefing, Yu is given a new task. He should prepare a few songs he can sing beforehand. The chief then checks for understanding, asking what he just said, to which Yu promptly replies, "Understood." A moment later, a thoughtful HM escapes him, followed by the name Sari. His expression remains grim, a quiet sound of contemplation escaping him. A student nearby wonders why Ijin looks so grim, musing if he dislikes ramen, cola, or perhaps both. The afternoon sky stretches wide, filled with soft, drifting clouds. As students disperse after school, their farewells echoing through the air. Meanwhile, a young woman sits, her long dark hair framing a thoughtful expression. A voice narrates that his name is Yu Ijin, having transferred just a few days prior, and that he is 19 years old in Korea. Ijin stands before the young woman, who is seated on a couch, asking if she is Daeyoon, the older brother of Yu Daeyoon. She looks up, surprised, stating that she thought Daeyoon had no family other than her grandfather. She had lost her parents and her brother in a plane crash and was living with her grandfather. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, leaving Dae-yoon to question, it's her brother? The fact that this person had suddenly come back to life, and that it was right before his care was needed, weighed heavily on him. Meanwhile, an unseen voice declares, we're going to require an investigation into Yu Ijin. Under the dim glow of streetlights, Ijin Yu walks alone through the city, his expression thoughtful. A shiver runs through him, and he glances up, a soft brrr escaping his lips as the night air bites. He pulls out his phone, scrolling through messages that mention a challenger named Young Chan, with one message noting, I can't believe our Young Chan has a challenger he's never met before. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he reads the updates. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit gaming room, two young men are engrossed in their screens, one with orange hair exclaiming, oh, sh*t. Young Chan's, while his black-haired companion mutters about Leah's sh*t rank. The orange-haired gamer then asks, what's your main account's rank? Isn't it Diamond? His friend, looking intently at his screen, simply replies, Master? He stares at the screen, a message flashing Challenger across it, while a voice beside him asks if their customer is thirsty. Confused, he wonders if he's hungry, as his phone buzzes with messages about Jian needing more practice and Youngshan cleaning up his shit plays, though another message insists Jian is never shitty, and Youngshan is clearly not as good. He ponders the strange question. Later, looking at his phone with a surprised expression, he hears a familiar voice ask if he just came back. A soft smile plays on her lips, her presence a sudden, welcome interruption. They walk together through the bustling streets, the city lights reflecting off the pavement. Back inside, she questions his presence, to which he replies they ran out of garbage bags. Holding up a plastic bag, she announces she also bought some snacks while out. He eyes the bag, noting its lightness, while she awaits his reaction. Dae-yoon approaches Ijin-yu, asking if he had been with his friends until now. She thinks to herself how quickly he made friends, surprised he didn't have trouble, then asks, where did you guys go? He responds, oh, is that so? Still concerned, Dae-yoon asks if he is doing okay. Ijin looks at her, a slight smile playing on his lips. Dae-yoon's expression softens, a hint of worry still lingering. He reassures her, admitting he hasn't been good at making friends at school, which brings a sigh of relief from her. Dae-yoon then asks her older brother if he's hungry, wondering if he ate with his friends. He confirms that they sold lots of food at the PC cafe. As they walk, Dae-yoon asks if he has eaten yet. And he replies that he's waiting to eat with Grandpa, who she acknowledges is coming home soon. A thoughtful expression crosses his face. Dae-yoon then asks if she can eat with him, before realizing he already had his meal. Soon, they arrive home as night settles over the house. Inside, Grandpa praises Dae-yoon's cooking skills, though he admits it's just reheated fried rice and soup. A little embarrassed, she asks who made the soup. Ijin smiles warmly. The family, including Jae-hyuk, gathers around the dinner table, and Grandpa asks Ijin if the food is tasty. He nods in agreement, finding the meal delicious, while another voice confirms his sentiment. His grandfather smiling warmly as he enjoys the food with chopsticks. And Dae-yoon beams, clearly pleased with her cooking. Ijin offers a small, contented smile, savoring the peaceful family moment. When suddenly, a violent explosion of fire erupts, tearing through the space with a deafening roar. He moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion amidst the inferno, carrying Dae-yoon through the burning environment, shielding her from the licking flames as they escape. Later, he steps into a quiet room, letting out a tired sigh, a faint, weary smile gracing his lips. He stands in his room, his gaze fixed on the phone resting on his desk. The voice on the other end, belonging to the chief, cuts through the silence, asking if he's all right. Then immediately inquiring about his school life and any potential problems. A beat of silence stretches between them, prompting a surprised what? From Ijin. As the chief's voice returns, asking if he had killed someone. Ijin's eyes widen in shock at the accusation, quickly dismissing it as not being the case, explaining that there was merely some friction that was quickly resolved. The chief, still concerned, offers his help, but Ijin reassures him that everything is already taken care of. On the other end of the line, the chief lets out a sigh of relief, his voice firm as he reiterates the importance of being informed if anything out of the ordinary occurs. A slight smile plays on Ijin's lips as he responds, acknowledging the chief's directive with a simple affirmation. Meanwhile, the everyday bustle of the school continues, its modern architecture gleaming under the sunlight. Inside a classroom, Jae-hyuk glances around, noting Ijin's absence, and remarks to his curly-haired classmate that Ijin hasn't arrived yet. He leans back, continuing his thought, explaining that while Ijin might be good at games, his real talent lies in fighting. The curly-haired student listens intently, a hint of annoyance or skepticism crossing his features. Jae-hyuk then poses a hypothetical question, asking who would win in a fight between Ijin and someone named Sukun. He dismisses the idea of Sukun having a chance, insisting that Ijin's lifelong training makes any comparison between them akin to pitting a professional against an amateur. The curly-haired student, still looking unconvinced, muttering that Sukun is simply out of Ijin's league. As the conversation continues among the students, one of them asks Jae-hyuk if it's true that Sukju took down 20 people on his own. Another student, holding up 2 fingers then 3, corrects him, stating it was 30, not 20. Jae-hyuk's eyes widen in disbelief, uttering a shocked, 30 people? The first student confirms it, explaining that some delinquents were getting too close to Yuna, and Sukju stepped in to fight. He elaborates on the past event, describing how there were only 10 people at first, but even after 20 more joined in, they were all completely wiped out. Apparently, Sukju simply walked away afterward, leaving the scene behind him. Jae-hyuk, still reeling from the story, exclaims, wow, before asking if it's also true that Sukju caught Yuna's kidnappers, despite rumors attributing it to Ijin. The other student confirms it's probably true, adding that in any case, Ijin has no chance against Sukju. The conversation continues, shifting to a different topic. He walks through the school hallway, his expression calm and composed. His gaze remains steady, betraying no hint of concern. As he continues down the corridor, another student falls into step beside him. The black-haired student turns to him, a challenging glint in his eyes, asking, "Are you?" Ijin meets his gaze, feigning confusion as he replies, "I don't understand your question." Sukju's expression hardens, his voice laced with suspicion as he presses, "Are you playing dumb?" He leans in slightly, the accusation clear in his tone, "Why are you faking your identity to be here?" Ijin offers no immediate response, while Sukju continues, revealing his knowledge of the recent events, "And I heard you were involved in Kim Kisu and Kim Mina's transfers." The other student's eyes narrow, a hint of disdain in his voice as he adds, "But their transfers had nothing to do with me." Still facing Ijin, Sukju presses him further, his voice laced with suspicion as he questions the very nature of Ijin's presence, asking if he truly believes he belongs here. He continues, his gaze unwavering, asserting that the school has never seen a student quite like him, implying a deeper, more unsettling truth. Ijin's eyes narrow almost imperceptibly, a flicker of something unreadable passing through them as he absorbs the weight of the accusation. His posture remains composed, the crisp lines of his uniform betraying nothing of the internal tension. Meanwhile, Yu Dayun watches the exchange from a distance, her eyes wide with surprise, a hand instinctively rising to her chest. Beside her, Shin Yuna observes Dayun's reaction, a subtle, knowing expression playing on her lips. Her gaze holds a hint of calculation, as if she's piecing together the implications of the confrontation. A female student, her expression one of mild surprise, remarks that she hadn't expected her senior to return, before clarifying that she herself had only just arrived the previous day. She then adds that she's in the same class as her appa, asking for the other person's identity. Later, her expression turning thoughtful, she muses that she believed her appa didn't have a senior. Sitting beside another female student with striking green hair, she explains that she thought he had died alongside their parents 10 years ago, and the green-haired student listens intently as she concludes that this was not the case. Dayun stares at the hand holding hers, a wave of confusion washing over her as she questions her grandfather, wondering what could possibly be wrong. Her grandfather, standing in the doorway, looks down at her with a solemn expression. His voice barely a whisper as he calls her name, then delivers the shocking news about her brother. The words hang heavy in the air, a revelation that shatters her world. Ijin is alive. Her eyes widen in disbelief, the news hitting her with the force of a physical blow. A profound sense of betrayal and confusion clouding her thoughts as she recalls the decade-old tragedy. He should have died with her. Later, explaining the situation to Yuna, Dayun recounts how they were told he lost his memories after the accident, but that they had recently begun to return, allowing him to contact them through someone he knew. She adds, with a hint of sadness, that he only vaguely remembers her and her brother. Yuna listens intently, processing the incredible story, her expression a mix of concern and understanding. Dayun smiles, asking Yuna if her grandfather must be very happy about the news. Indeed, he had been elated, crying until he was completely exhausted after the call, and immediately took time off work to attend her classes. Yuna asks for clarification, and Dayun explains that her grandfather thought her brother might be uncomfortable with the sudden change, so he wanted to help him adjust, a truly kind gesture. Dayun confirms this with a cheerful, "Yep." Yuna looks thoughtful, a question forming in her mind. As she asks, "Sure he's really your appa?" Dayun's smile falters, surprised by the question, uttering, "What?" Yuna clarifies, "Oh, I'm just asking if you really can prove it." She mentions her own cousins had all gone through a DNA test. Yuna continues, noting that her grandfather said he still looks a lot like he did as a kid, leaving her to wonder about the implications. Shin Yuna, still skeptical, presses Dayun about her brother, her gaze unwavering as she continues her interrogation. "Does your appa have a girlfriend?" she asks, catching Dayun completely off guard. The school hallway stands empty for a moment, the previous conversation fading as a new tension begins to build. Elsewhere, Ijin finds himself face-to-face with Go Sukju, who wastes no time in challenging him directly, demanding to know his true objective in forging his identity and coming to the school. Ijin's expression shifts to surprise, questioning if Sukju believes his documents are fake, then asserting their validity, but Sukju cuts him off. His voice laced with accusation, he declares that Ijin is nothing more than a liar. The sudden, harsh judgment leaves Ijin stunned. He listens intently as Sukju continues, questioning the documents he submitted to the school, wondering if they were truly legitimate. Sukju reveals he found out through a mutual acquaintance that Ijin had never attended the school he claimed, adding that he doesn't have physical evidence, but he's certain of his findings. His gaze sharpens, emphasizing that despite his lack of concrete proof, he still believes his suspicions are valid. Ijin's expression remains unreadable, his composure unwavering even under such direct accusation. Sukju observes him closely, noting the complete lack of change in his demeanor, making him wonder if he's made a mistake in his judgment. Breaking the silence, Ijin asks directly why he was investigated in the first place. Sukju's eyes narrow, explaining that Ijin's very presence was too suspicious to ignore. The two stand facing each other in the quiet hallway. As Sukju reveals his true motivation, he investigated Ijin because he wanted to come back home, leaving Ijin with a look of surprise. Ghost Sukju continues, explaining his motivation. You asked what my objective was. That's. As the two walk away from each other, Sukju's words hang in the air. Ijin, now alone, considers the implications, thinking that if Sukju truly wants to show him something, it might take a few days to prepare. Later, in a bustling classroom, a teacher lectures to a room full of students. Among them, a student with vibrant orange hair is engrossed in a handheld device, while others pay varying degrees of attention. Another student leans over a desk, seemingly comforting a classmate, as the day progresses. After class, Ijin and Sukju walk side by side, their conversation seemingly concluded for the moment. The classroom is now empty, bathed in the soft light of late afternoon, a quiet stillness settling over the desks. Ijin stands alone, his thoughts returning to Sukju's investigation, recalling that the documents only showed he transferred here recently, but they found nothing else, no matter how hard they looked. A quiet moment passes, the soft sound of a thud echoing in the background. As a classmate calls out to Ijin, urging him to join in their efforts to rank up, then asks if he'll be coming along as well. Ijin's hand instinctively reaches for his tie, a subtle gesture of unease. Elsewhere, Yu Dayun lets out a small gasp, while Jae Hyuk asks if the person they're addressing is one of them. Back in the classroom, Ijin gives a quiet affirmation, his gaze still distant. He reflects on the unsettling truth. Though there's no physical proof, the documents he submitted to the school are entirely fabricated. Meanwhile, Shin Yuna listens intently, as Ghost Sukju reveals another discovery from his investigation into Dayun. He explains that Dayun had been kept completely unaware of the situation by her grandfather for the past 2 years, a revelation that prompts Yuna to question what exactly he means. Ijin's thoughts return to the scandal, acknowledging that it was bad enough he still attended school, and that Dayun's name was kept out of the news, which was also a bad thing for him. Shin Yuna's expression tightens, her voice laced with disbelief as she questions the severity of the situation. She recounts how Kiso and his gang were completely dismantled by Ijin-yu, not once, but twice. Her thoughts drift to an older brother, a supposed gang leader, who was also beaten back by him, all to protect his sister's bullies. A determined glint enters her eyes as she reveals that her own older brother and sister are simply waiting for the right moment to take her down. Go Sukju, listening intently, interjects, his concern shifting to the financial implications, wondering about the money involved, which he notes is still a general concern. Shin Yuna continues, adding that the chief of staff is also backing him, and if Ijin truly cared about his sister, he wouldn't have been so careless, though she admits that wouldn't really be the case. She questions who this mysterious someone is, and what the plans are for organizing the money, explaining that while her grandfather recovered some, it wasn't much, and they were told they'd have to pay another 10 billion as it came back. Go Sukju's expression darkens, realizing the sheer magnitude of the sum, and the possibility that the money was Ijin's true objective, leading him to conclude that Dayun could be in grave danger. Shin Yuna confirms his fears, emphasizing the precarious situation since they are all living under the same roof. In the brightly lit aisles of a supermarket, Ijin-yu pushes a shopping cart while Yu Dayun walks beside him, with Shin Yuna and Go Sukju trailing a short distance behind. As they move through the store, Dayun glances at him, a hesitant question forming on her lips. She begins softly, I didn't want to put you on the spot, so I didn't ask, but... He looks down, anticipating her query, and she continues, what did you do after the plane crash? Dayun's eyes widen in surprise at her own boldness, quickly covering her mouth as she adds, you don't have to answer. But Ijin meets her gaze with a calm expression, no, it's fine. His mind drifts back to a younger version of himself, clad in military gear, looking utterly broken amidst the chaos, as he recalls the severe psychological trauma that left him unable to function. He remembers being in a desolate place where the language was foreign, the faces unknown, and the words of others were meaningless sounds. The memory of explosions and destruction flashes across his eyes in the present, a stark reminder of the past that still haunts him. Dayun looks at him expectantly, waiting for his answer. As they walk through the store, he simply replies, I just lived a busy life. She presses him further. Too busy for a girlfriend? He offers a simple, yeah. Her thoughts drift to another student, Yuna, who stands with Sukju in a nearby aisle. Oh, I heard Yuna Sunbae is in, she muses. Returning her attention to Ijin, Dayun continues, yeah, I was thrilled to hear that she's in the same class as you. Do you remember her? A soft smile touches her lips as she recalls their past interactions. She was very good to me. I was really happy to hear that she was doing well. But I was really happy to see her again today. Ijin-yu listens, his expression unreadable, offering only a quiet hum of acknowledgement. Dayun then adds, with a playful glint in her eye, "Oh, she asked me if you had a girlfriend." A surprised exclamation escapes him. As a beautifully decorated cake sits before them, his grandfather, looking at the confection, asks, "Why did you buy something like this?" Ijin reassures him, "I have enough money to buy you a present, Grandpa. It's not expensive, so don't worry about doing it. However you want." The older man smiles gently, responding, "I already got a gift." He continues, his voice filled with warmth, the fact that Ijin came home safe. A really big present. Both Ijin and Dayun look on, touched by the sentiment. Suddenly, a phone rings, drawing Dayun's attention as she realizes, "Oh, that's my phone." She walks away, answering the call as she moves through a room with bunk beds. A voice questions the presence of Yuna Sunbae. As Ijin-yu and his grandfather sit together at a table, his expression serious, Ijin-yu asks what could be so urgent at such a late hour. His grandfather, surprised by the suddenness, questions the timing, while Dayun quickly explains she needs to run to the convenience store. As she opens the door to leave, Dayun reveals that Yuna Sunbae had mentioned needing to tell her something some time ago. Ijin-yu, recalling the previous visit, inquires about Yuna's current activities, receiving a simple affirmation in response. Under the vast expanse of a twilight sky, the city lights shimmer faintly across the dark, calm ocean. Inside, a young man sits hunched over a computer, the soft glow of the screen illuminating his focused expression. Elsewhere, two students stand before a towering building marked SW Group, one of them pondering aloud why they weren't simply eliminated, while the other calmly explains that their adversaries are cautious of a direct attack. Later, in a school hallway, the same two students confront Ijin-yu, demanding to know his objective in coming there. He simply replies, "Just that." Back at home, Ijin-yu announces he's heading out for a bit, passing his grandfather by the door. His expression is resolute as he steps out. Meanwhile, his grandfather sits thoughtfully at a table, musing that he also needs to go on walks from time to time. He assures his grandfather that he can handle it, telling the older man to stay put. His grandfather, however, reminds him of his work tomorrow, prompting Ijin-yu to explain that he needs the exercise and will walk home, a response that earns a satisfied nod from the elder, who then asks if he has any energy left. With a gentle smile, his grandfather simply tells him to be careful. Ijin-yu acknowledges the concern with a simple, "Okay." Elsewhere, Shin Yuna reflects on the lessons learned. She explains to Yu Dayun that the school she attended previously placed a strong emphasis on after-school studies, to which Dayun replies that it sounds like fun. Yuna clarifies that it's not that she isn't under pressure, then asks Dayun if she's ever considered studying abroad, mentioning a different side of high school life she's heard about recently. Dayun looks surprised, admitting she's never really thought about it. Dayun explains her reluctance to study abroad, citing the significant cost and the thought of leaving her grandfather alone for several years. Her friend reacts with a surprised, "Huh?" Dayun continues, adding that her grandfather's health isn't what it used to be, before sighing in relief, noting Yuna is still as kind as she remembers. Yuna reassures her, admitting she feels a little less worried now that Dayun is here. Dayun looks thoughtful, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Jae-hyuk, looking troubled, wonders what to do. He has just obtained test results confirming that no student named Yu Ijin ever existed, and an investigation into his listed residence yielded the same name, but a different answer. He confirms that Ijin-yu never lived in the house he claimed, with evidence to support it, and states he's still investigating other things. Suk-ju urges him to go, asking where, to which Jae-hyuk responds they need to tell Dayun. As they walk, Suk-ju acknowledges they have evidence and supporting documents, but it's still circumstantial proof that Ijin-yu is not her appa. He explains his investigation isn't meant to harm anyone, but rather to protect her, not Dayun, from someone who hides their true identity and returns with fake documents, now living with Dayun. Yuna, however, challenges him, asking if he expects her to remain silent when Dayun is in immediate danger, to which he offers no immediate reply. Meanwhile, Dayun insists that she needs to at least tell her friend what she's found so far. She believes her friend deserves to know, having come to tell her herself, and questions why Yuna keeps making such a face whenever Ijin is mentioned. Dayun expresses her relief at being able to talk to her senior again, noting that it's been a while since she could. Yuna then reveals that Dayun went through severe bullying for a long time. The two girls continue their conversation in a quiet cafe, the weight of Dayun's past hanging in the air. Unaware of the discussions surrounding him, Ijin-yu walks alone through the city streets at night, his expression unreadable. He continues on his path, a solitary figure against the backdrop of the illuminated urban landscape. As he walks alone through the quiet night, unaware of the scrutiny he's under, Yu Ijin is observed from a distance, a figure with dark hair watching his every move. The watcher's gaze is intense, a silent challenge hanging in the air. Finally sensing the presence, Ijin turns, his eyes meeting those of Jae-hyuk. A faint red aura begins to emanate from Jae-hyuk as he speaks, his voice cutting through the silence. "Here?" Jae-hyuk's resolve hardens, knowing that Ijin has emerged from the shadows only to protect his family, a truth that fuels his own determination. He acknowledges his own methods, admitting, "This is why I'm trying to provoke him," but quickly adds, I can't just let someone like Dayun be in danger. His gaze unwavering, Jae-hyuk vows. I'll catch him once everything's confirmed. There's no way I'll let innocent people get caught up in this. His expression is one of grim resolve, a silent promise to protect those he cares about. A sharp, metallic screech suddenly pierces the night, cutting through the quiet street. As the sound fades, Jae-hyuk stands before Lee-jin-yu, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. Before Lee-jin-yu can react, he is violently thrown through the air, a blur of motion against the dark backdrop. He crashes hard onto the pavement, the impact sending shockwaves through his body. Lying prone, blood splatters across his face as he struggles to comprehend the sudden assault. A searing red energy flares around him, the air crackling with raw power. Groaning in pain, he pushes himself up, his body screaming in protest. His eyes, now clouded with agony, reflect the harsh reality of his situation. In the dimly lit street, Jae-hyuk stands tall over the defeated Lee-jin-yu, the confrontation decisively concluded. A young woman's terrified scream echoes through the night. As Lee-jin-yu races through the dark, another cry of anguish pierces the silence. The city lights blurring past him. He finds Jae-hyuk standing casually in a dimly lit alley. Lee-jin-yu's face is already bruised and bleeding from their earlier encounter, but his eyes burn with an unyielding fury. Before Jae-hyuk can react, Lee-jin-yu lunges. Lee-jin-yu's expression is one of pure, focused rage. But Jae-hyuk merely smirks. His gaze sharpens, the cuts on his face a testament to his recent struggles, as he listens intently to the conversation unfolding before him. The voice on the other end confirms his fears. It's Dayun, and she's been kidnapped. Jae-hyuk, still on the phone, calmly instructs the caller to contact the police and use surveillance cameras to pinpoint her location. A sudden realization hits him, and he turns sharply, a single word escaping his lips. He demands honesty from Jae-hyuk, accusing him directly of involvement in the abduction. But Jae-hyuk remains unyielding, declaring he has no time for such accusations. He insists that SW agents are already on the scene and will find her, then warns Lee-jin-yu to stall them while he figures out who he truly is. Ignoring the warning, Lee-jin-yu turns his back, telling Jae-hyuk and his team to search for Dayun, as he intends to find her himself. He glances back over his shoulder, offering Jae-hyuk the option to follow if he wishes. Jae-hyuk watches him go, a thoughtful expression on his face, muttering to himself that the other man doesn't seem like the type to be easily swayed. Jae-hyuk, still trying to maintain a facade, asks if he brought a car, leaving Lee-jin-yu to question the absurdity of the situation. Meanwhile, the city lights blur into a vibrant backdrop, as a dimly lit room filled with bottles and glasses suggests a clandestine meeting place. Inside, a man with a stern expression exhales a plume of smoke, lamenting that things are about to become a hassle. When addressed by a subordinate, he curtly asks what they want. His eyes narrowing as he hears the news. That kid is here. He demands clarification. Just as Lee-jin-yu, his hair now stark white and his eyes glowing with an electric blue intensity, stands ready, having arrived at the location. A woman with sleek black hair sits composedly in a modern office, a tablet resting in her lap. A man in a dark suit stands in the doorway, his presence announced by a soft knock, as the woman looks up from her desk. She questions his urgency, asking why he's speaking without waiting for her response, as he delivers the grave news. Lady Yuna has been kidnapped. Her eyes widen slightly, a single word escaping her lips. What? Yuna? The man confirms, yes. The escort agent we contacted us, leading her to a chilling realization. Then that rumor must be true. She ponders the implications, asking if grandfather should continue pursuing that company, but then hesitates, admitting, I'm not sure. Her expression hardens, a grim determination settling on her face. She concludes with a stark warning, because if he does, Yuna is going to die. Within the dim, opulent interior of a private lounge, an array of expensive bottles and glasses gleams softly on a polished table. As a man with a scarred face takes a slow drag from his cigarette, his expression unreadable. Across from him, another man, his own face now bearing a fresh scar above his left eye, watches intently. He leans forward, his voice low as he asks if the man is Cha Dusin, a name whispered with both fear and respect throughout the underworld. The scarred man exhales a plume of smoke, questioning his presence, to which the younger man simply states his need for information. With a knowing look, the scarred man remarks that he has the news he was expecting, revealing that the chairman's granddaughter has been kidnapped. A silent exclamation hangs in the air, the weight of the revelation settling heavily. The younger man's gaze hardens, his expression grim. The boss dismisses the accusation, stating his organization doesn't engage in such activities. He warns that only a madman would cross the powerful SW. Then Lee-jin-yu is asked if he has any idea who might be responsible. The boss challenges him, asking why he should reveal such information, and questions the trouble he's been dragged into. Lee-jin-yu, a fresh scar marring his cheek, reveals that his own little sister was kidnapped as well. The boss listens intently, his expression grim. He declares his intention to leave, then shares that he's heard reports of people who were asking his men for a warehouse. They also requested a large number of cars and some of his men, offering a substantial sum for other services, which he refused. The boss admits that kind of work gets pretty risky, But Yu simply replies that he doesn't know. He concludes by mentioning a different group accepted the offer, and that they are based in Incheon, though he doesn't know who they are. He offers a polite thank you to the boss, who simply responds with a casual, "Hey you." As Yu turns to leave, the boss's voice follows him, calling him a schooler. The boss then gestures with his phone, insisting that Yu put his number in it, while an unseen voice adds, "Yun, I'm shy, and boss just wants Yun's number, okay?" Yu stares at the device, a moment of contemplation passing over his face. The boss clarifies his request, explaining he needs the number to contact Yu if his men find the warehouse location. Yu, however, questions why he would ever need the boss's number. A soft exclamation escapes him, his gaze still fixed on the phone. Holding his phone, Yu's attention shifts, as he asks the boss if the motorcycle parked at the entrance belongs to him. The boss's expression remains unreadable, as they both stand outside the neon-lit Radio City building, with the motorcycle and two other figures nearby, under the night sky. He decides to take the motorcycle, resolving to do whatever is necessary. Meanwhile, the sleek, dark vehicle sits waiting, as the boss questions his subordinate, wondering if Yu intends to gather more information. Yu, however, is preoccupied with the safety of others, believing Yuna will likely be safe. But a chilling thought crosses his mind. Who knows what they might do to Dayun? The boss remains silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. A quick response is needed after the incident, and all the agents are out gathering information. He ponders the true nature of the young man, asking himself who Yu really is. With a decisive tone, he instructs his subordinate to follow Yu from behind in a car. The engine of the mysterious motorcycle roars to life, and he speeds away, leaving a trail of vibrant blue energy in his wake. The machine blurs, a streak of light against the darkness, as he pushes it to its limits, enveloped in a shimmering aura. Meanwhile, a wave of fear washes over Dayun, her eyes wide with unspoken dread. The motorcycle continues its relentless flight. She flinches, startled by an unseen event, her face etched with distress. While Yuna kneels beside her, a look of deep concern on her face. "You got caught up in this because of me," Yuna laments, her voice filled with regret. Waking in a dark, unfamiliar space, Dayun's eyes widen in dawning horror as the grim reality sets in. They've been kidnapped. Her breath catches in her throat, a silent scream trapped behind her lips. Beside her, Yuna offers what comfort she can, lamenting that this was not the reunion she had envisioned after returning to Korea. Dayun's gaze, wide with terror, reflects the stark fear gripping them both. As the girls lie bound on the cold floor, a masked figure looms over them, confirming their consciousness with a curt, "You're awake." Defiance flickering in her eyes, Yuna demands to know the reason for their abduction. The captor's response is chillingly dismissive, telling her she doesn't need to know and to simply remain still. A thought sparks in Yuna's mind, wondering if they intend to exploit her connection to her grandfather. Meanwhile, the two masked figures confer, one explaining that the boss ordered them to bring the girls because they were together. Dayun cries out, "No," as one of the masked figures orders the other to dispose of her, claiming she's useless. Under the cover of night, boss instructs his subordinates that their target should be nearby, ordering them to leave the girl for now and ensure no traces are left behind. The desolate container yard, lit only by a single lamp, stands as a silent witness to their clandestine operation. As Yu turns to boss, asking if the information they received is accurate. Boss confirms the intel, stating that's what he's been told. The vast expanse of containers looms around them, and Yu acknowledges that there was indeed some truth to the information they received, his hand resting on a motorcycle as he notes that surveillance cameras show the target's car heading this way. Boss then instructs him to wait for reinforcements here, assuring him that the SW agents will arrive at their location soon. But Yu, his expression grim, reminds him that Dayun has no time to spare. His gaze sharpens, taking in the desolate container yard, as Yu confirms the information they received. The vast expanse of metal boxes stretches out under the fading light, a silent testament to the hidden dangers lurking within. He turns, a grim determination etched on his face, knowing they can't afford to wait any longer. Suddenly, a figure in a dark shirt lunges from the shadows, snapping a chokehold around the neck of an unsuspecting man in a green jacket. The victim struggles, his hands clawing at the assailant's arms, eyes bulging as the pressure intensifies. His efforts quickly wane, his vision fading to white. With a final, desperate gasp, the man collapses to the ground. The attacker stands over the motionless body, a chilling silence settling over the scene. Yu kneels beside the fallen man, checking for a pulse, while the assailant watches, unmoving. As he considers the task ahead, Yu resolves to handle the situation quietly. But a voice cuts through his thoughts, asking, "Who are you really?" The other boy then adds, "I'm your classmate." The unexpected declaration hangs in the air, as Yu faces the silver-haired stranger. A moment of tense silence passes, his expression unreadable. The classmate, with a small scar visible on his cheek, maintains a calm demeanor. From a dimly lit office, a subordinate's voice cuts through the silence, informing boss that the kidnappers' demands have been received. They insist on the cancellation of the recently settled business venture, a condition that elicits a sharp, questioning what from him. As the details unfold, Boss presses for more information, specifically about the escort team. The subordinate continues, revealing the kidnapper's suspicion that their targets will arrive at the designated location in approximately 50 minutes. A sense of urgency settles over him as he glances down, adjusting the watch on his wrist. Meanwhile, in a different part of the building, two other men in suits exchange frustrated words, one of them cursing the unknown individuals who are forcing their hand. A thug, his face contorted in rage, demands to know how much his boss was paid, refusing to divulge information about the kidnapping. Before he can finish, a swift, unseen strike sends him reeling. He gasps, struggling to comprehend what just happened. His eyes narrow, a silent promise of retribution in their depths. Another assailant attempts to intervene, only to be met with a powerful kick that sends him flying. Standing amidst the fallen, Yu calmly counts his opponents, confirming 5 taken down, including the one he just dispatched. He surveys the scene, noting the total of 10 men now incapacitated, a testament to the number of people hired for this incident. His gaze hardens as he utters a name, Sukju, expressing his desire to confront the one truly responsible. He admits he doesn't really know the full extent of the situation. As the silver-haired man explains that there have been many attempts like this, with one happening recently. He expresses surprise that something like this would happen right after their return to Korea, and Yu sighs, accepting the blame. The silver-haired man observes the surroundings, concluding that the real group behind this is waiting for them. Standing over the unconscious victim, the silver-haired man reveals the SH Group's CO planned this from the beginning, while Yu dismisses the captured thugs as useless, a deduction the silver-haired man acknowledges. Concerned, the silver-haired man asks if Yu is okay, who responds with a questioning glance. The silver-haired man continues, pointing out that Yu has hurt himself, his own face showing signs of struggle as he looks down. He then questions what happened to the people who were supposed to be keeping lookout, his frustration evident. As they walk away from the building, his silver-haired ally voices a concern, wondering if their enemies would simply let them go. But then, spotting 2 unconscious figures on the ground, he exclaims, all of them at once. Are you serious? Before the words fully leave his lips, Yu is already in motion, a powerful kick sending one of the approaching thugs flying through the air, followed by a devastating punch that snaps the man's head back. What the fuck? The thug cries out in shock. Yu continues his relentless assault, his fist connecting with brutal force as his ally watches, stunned by the sudden, overwhelming display of power. Another impact. Then a final, crushing blow. Standing over the now defeated thugs, Yu receives a suggestion from his ally. Let's split up. You take the left, I'll take the right. His ally then calls out to him, a hint of concern in his voice. Ijin. After the swift resolution of the ambush, he turns to his ally, a serious expression on his face, promising to properly apologize once the immediate danger has passed. Meanwhile, inside a nearby building, a masked figure, flanked by a subordinate, questions if they heard something outside. The masked leader, his voice firm, orders one of his men to investigate. The subordinate acknowledges the command, and he and another figure move to check the disturbance. As one of the subordinates rushes down a hallway, a sharp voice cuts through the air, commanding him to stop. The young man stands poised, his gaze unwavering as he confronts the approaching threat. Back in their room, the masked leader reacts with surprise, disbelieving that the source of the commotion is merely a child. He quickly realizes this isn't the person they were expecting, the Sukju guy from their intel, and demands to know how the intruder managed to get inside. He registers the pain, the blood on his cheek, as the realization dawns on him. These are the true kidnappers. Elsewhere, the boss, flanked by his men, dismisses any need for answers from their captive, simply stating that they are unlucky. He orders them to deal with him quickly. Meanwhile, Yu, battered but resolute, stands ready. He moves with silent precision, carefully peering around a corner, until he spots them, Yu Daeun and Shin Yuna, tied up and vulnerable. In another part of the building, the silver-haired ally finds an empty room, and a grim thought crosses his mind. Had all the enemies converged on Yu? Having located the hostages, Yu crouches, his eyes widening slightly at the sight of Yu Daeun and Shin Yuna, bound and helpless on the cold floor. Nearby, the boss turns to his enforcer, asking if the agents have already arrived, who confirms they are not yet present, but are on their way. The boss, checking a device in his hand, demands to know how their location was discovered. He then presses for an update on the escort team's estimated arrival, his gaze fixed on the screen. As they begin to walk away from the captives, the enforcer addresses the boss, declaring, "You must be Sukju from SW." To which the boss simply replies, "I've heard about you." The enforcer's face contorts in a snarl, blood staining his shirt, as he vows to kill Yuna, calling her a big pain in the ass. A furious red aura flares around the boss, his eyes burning with rage as he acknowledges their unexpected discovery. He concludes, his voice laced with menace, that it was a grave error for their intruder to come alone. But before they can act on their threats, Yu launches himself forward with a sudden, explosive burst of speed. He launches a high kick, meeting the masked figure's punch head-on. The impact is immediate, his foot connecting with a brutal force that distorts the mask. A loud crack echoes through the room, sending the masked man's head snapping back. Watching the swift exchange, the boss mutters, "This guy? Ijin was right. He's different from the goons outside." The masked figure recovers quickly, throwing another punch, but he blocks it with ease. Before his opponent can react, he delivers a devastating counterpunch to the midsection. The masked man stumbles, his face contorted in pain as the mask begins to dislodge. With a soft thud, the mask falls to the ground, splattered with blood. A final, powerful blow sends the masked figure reeling across the room. Ijin Yu's fists fly with blinding speed, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. The unnamed choker reels back, a guttural cry escaping him as the impacts land with brutal force. Without pause, Ijin Yu seizes his opponent, his grip like iron. He forces the choker to his knees, the fight clearly decided, while the tied-up girls watch in stunned silence. The boss, observing the swift defeat, crosses his arms, a hint of admiration in his voice as he remarks, "I heard you've been trained since you were a child. Impressive." Yu Dayun and Shin Yuna exchange a worried glance, their eyes fixed on the unfolding scene. Ijin Yu looks up, a slight cut on his cheek, questioning the boss's words. But this isn't a friendly spar. What? Before the boss can elaborate, Ijin Yu delivers a final, devastating blow, a blur of motion ending the confrontation. Shin Yuna gasps, her eyes wide with shock at the sudden, brutal finish. He moves with blinding speed, delivering a powerful kick that sends one of the masked thugs reeling. As the thug stumbles, Ijin Yu's voice cuts through the air, asking his opponents why they seem so surprised, wondering if they expected a barehanded fight. From a short distance, the boss, a masked figure, scoffs, remarking that this predictability is why guys like them are so easy to deal with. He then barks an order, telling his men to hurry up and deal with the boy, as they need to move locations before an escort team arrives. Now facing two masked assailants, Ijin Yu becomes a blur of motion, dodging and striking with precision. He seizes one, using his momentum to throw him directly into the path of the other, creating a momentary opening. One of the thugs cries out, clutching his head as blood streams from a fresh wound. Even the boss is not immune, gasping in pain as he clutches a deep wound in his side, struggling to move effectively. Despite a bruise forming on his own cheek, Ijin Yu stands firm, his gaze unwavering and filled with fierce determination. Yu Dayun cries out in shock, now bound and helpless, as a masked figure watches her with cold, calculating eyes. Shin Yuna screams in terror, clutching Dayun as the masked threat looms over them. Suddenly, a brutal impact strikes, blood splattering across the scene. Go Sukju reels back, a crimson stain spreading across his shirt as a red glow emanates from his body. He collapses to the ground with a heavy thud, his face contorted in pain as he cries out his own name, Sukju. As the masked figure stands over the fallen Sukju, his voice cuts through the tense silence, issuing a chilling command. He orders his subordinate to spare Yuna, but to ensure the other two are eliminated, a chilling directive confirmed with a curt "yes, sir" from an unseen accomplice. A low, guttural sound escapes him, his head turning slightly as if sensing something. Dayun and Yuna, held captive, watch with wide, terrified eyes, their faces etched with fear and despair. Suddenly, a stark triangle of brilliant light pierces the oppressive darkness, illuminating the grim scene. From the blinding glow, a silver-haired man emerges, his silhouette sharp against the sudden radiance. His gaze falls upon the blood-soaked ground, where Sukju and another figure lie motionless amidst crimson pools. A hand clenches into a tight fist, blood staining his knuckles, and his expression hardens into a mask of grim resolve. Standing tall, the silver-haired man surveys the devastation, his presence a stark contrast to the chaos around him. Outside the neon glow of Radio City, a subordinate reports to his boss. Inside, the subordinate continues, explaining that the rival faction seems involved in the incident, though boss dismisses their understanding of the true power they're up against. Boss takes a drag from his cigarette, finding no surprise in the subordinate's questioning. His expression darkens as he recalls the source of their current predicament, muttering about that high schooler. The subordinate, confused, presses him, asking why he helped the boy. Boss's frustration mounts as he recounts the trouble the high schooler caused, even leaking the files they gathered about Congressman Kim. He throws his head back in exasperation, lamenting the high schooler's incompetence and acknowledging that they were the ones who initiated contact first, making revenge impossible. He lets out a frustrated sigh, the weight of recent events pressing down on him. A faint smirk plays on his lips, a bitter acknowledgement of the high schooler's audacity. He laments the situation, asking his subordinate, "Well, what can you do? His sister got kidnapped." Meanwhile, Ijin Yu steps into a new, uncertain future, his path now defined by his role as a mercenary, embarking on Enrollment 017, a stark contrast to his previous life. His masked ally watches on, a silent guardian in the shadows. The toll of this new life is already visible on Ijin Yu's face, bruised and scarred from the battles he has fought. Back home, Dayun and Yuna look on with worried expressions, the weight of his dangerous endeavors clearly etched on their faces. His gaze remains sharp, a quiet intensity burning in his eyes as he stands amidst the aftermath of a confrontation. Nearby, his masked ally surveys the scene, a group of terrified individuals huddled before them, and questions, "Who the hell is that?" Among the captives, Shin Yuna's eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping her lips as she recognizes him. Yu Aijin. Beside her, Yu Daiyun's voice trembles with a mix of shock and relief, calling out, "Appa." The masked ally turns his head slightly, the unexpected address catching him off guard, repeating the word in confusion. "Appa." A moment later, a burst of disbelieving laughter erupts from him, the sound echoing through the tense space. He then addresses Aijin Yu, a hint of mockery in his tone. "So, you came to rescue your sister." His expression hardens, the realization clearly unsettling him. "I can't believe this." Ignoring his ally's reaction, Aijin Yu steps forward, his concern solely on his friend, asking Daeyun, "Are you hurt anywhere?" A desperate cry tears through the air, as Shin Yuna screams for her friend to run. Her hand reaches out, a futile gesture against the overwhelming threat, as she insists the situation is far too dangerous. The masked ally watches, his expression grim and unyielding, his gaze fixed on something unseen. Yuna's eyes well up, a wave of guilt washing over her, believing this predicament is all her fault. She stands before the masked figure, Aijin Yu visible behind her. As the weight of the situation settles, two innocent people have been dragged into this mess. Turning to the masked man, she makes a desperate plea, offering herself in exchange for the other's freedom. She promises to cooperate fully if he lets everyone else go, but the masked ally's response is cold and dismissive, questioning why he should listen to her. His words hang heavy in the air, and Yuna's face hardens with a fierce resolve, her silence speaking volumes. Even as the injured man struggles on the ground, Boss observes him with an unreadable expression. His thoughts drift, considering the situation. A quiet realization settles over him. They might be falling behind schedule. Without hesitation, Boss turns to his subordinate, issuing a cold command to eliminate the victim first. But before his order can be carried out, the silver-haired ally moves with blinding speed, closing the distance to Boss in an instant. Boss's eyes widen in surprise, caught off guard by the sudden assault. The ally's weapon flashes, striking Boss with brutal force as he attempts to defend himself. The impact reverberates, a sharp blow landing on Boss's arm. He recoils sharply, a pained grunt escaping his lips. The masked man's head snaps back, his eyes widening in surprise. As Boss reels from the unexpected blow, blood already staining his cheek. The young woman, still bearing the marks of her ordeal, watches the sudden turn of events with wide, fearful eyes. A trickle of blood runs from Boss's ear, a testament to the speed and force of the attack. Before he can fully recover, a pale hand shoots out, seizing his wrist in a vice-like grip. The victim stares in frozen terror at the escalating violence. Boss's jaw tightens, his expression a mask of fury and disbelief. As the realization of his opponent's skill dawns on him. Overwhelmed, the young woman closes her eyes, unable to bear witness any longer. The force of his attack sends a spray of blood across the scene. He slams his opponent to the ground, pinning him beneath a relentless assault. A guttural scream tears from the man's throat, his face contorted in agony. The precise strike leaves his hand gushing blood. Standing over the now incapacitated figure, the silver-haired man surveys his work. From a distance, Yu Daiyun watches, her eyes wide with shock and fear. The attack wasn't just a wild swing, it was a calculated strike, targeting the muscles and ligaments to take him down, prompting the masked figure to step forward, his voice laced with suspicion. "Are you actually a part of them?" he finishes, as the silver-haired man's eyes begin to glow with an intense blue light. As the masked figure confronts him, he questions the silver-haired ally's identity, noting his unusual skill with a knife for someone so young. The choker continues, wondering if he's truly part of the escort team. His words hang heavy in the air, a direct challenge. With a knife now drawn, the masked man declares that the silver-haired ally will die here, dismissing any further discussion. The silver-haired ally's eyes glow with an intense blue light, his expression hardening as he prepares for the inevitable clash. The masked choker lunges, knife flashing in a swift, deadly strike. But the silver-haired ally moves with impossible speed, evading the blade by a hair's breadth. A burst of blue energy erupts as he counters, disarming the choker with a precise, glowing strike. Now, the knife is in his own hand, its blade shimmering with a faint red aura. The masked man lunges, his knife a blur of motion, but his target moves with impossible speed. Closing the distance in an instant, the silver-haired ally twisting out of the way of the blade. Red energy trails his counterattack, a flash of movement too quick for the eye to follow. The blade is deflected, the masked man's grip broken. With a final, decisive impact, the knife clatters to the ground, blood splattering across the floor as the assailant is disarmed. Stunned, the masked man can only gasp, wondering what just happened, as the ally appears behind him. A thought flashes through his mind. This runt is far more skilled with a knife than he is. Meanwhile, the silver-haired ally calmly picks up the fallen weapon, its blade now glowing with an ominous red aura. He examines the knife, the crimson light reflecting in his eyes. With a blur of motion, the silver-haired ally moves, his blade a streak of crimson in the dim light. He closes the distance in an instant, disarming the choker with a precise strike that sends the man's knife spinning away. The allies' movements are too fast to follow, a whirlwind of controlled violence. A sharp impact echoes as he strikes the choker's hand, a sound of pain escaping the man's lips. Standing over his defeated opponent, the ally calmly takes possession of the choker's knife, which now glows with an ominous red light, while Yu Dayun and Shin Yuna cower in the background. Dayun stares, her eyes wide with disbelief and terror, the brutal efficiency of the fight leaving her speechless. But the choker, clutching his bleeding hand, snarls, "You little," as he reaches for something hidden. His bloodied fingers close around a cold, metallic grip, revealing a gun. With a bruised and furious expression, he glares, "A gun?" The situation escalating dramatically. He raises the gun, a desperate snarl twisting his face as he screams a challenge. But before the shot can even ring out, the stolen knife, now glowing with an ominous red light, arcs through the air with impossible speed. It plunges deep into the choker's shoulder, a burst of blood erupting from the wound. The silver-haired ally moves like a blur, closing the distance in an instant. His fist connects with the choker's jaw, a devastating blow that snaps his head back. Blood sprays from the impact, sending the man reeling backward from sheer force. He collapses to the ground, defeated and bleeding. From a safe distance, Yu Dayun and Shin Yuna watch the scene unfold, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and relief. He stands silently over the fallen figure, the students behind him still too stunned to move. Before turning his back on the unconscious man and the spreading pool of blood, a calm voice breaks the silence, telling them, "You can open your eyes now." A tear escapes Dayun's tightly shut eyes, as she slowly begins to open them. Her gaze lifts, meeting his gentle smile. Reaching out a trembling hand, she whispers, "Appa?" He offers a reassuring smile, stating, "I came to," while Yuna remains frozen, her eyes wide with lingering terror. Still reeling from the shock, her vision slowly clears, the world coming back into focus through a haze of tears and fear. A hand reaches out, gentle and reassuring, offering comfort in the chaotic aftermath. As the silver-haired ally kneels before her, his voice soft with concern, he asks if she is all right. He looks at her, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, as if her reaction is unexpected. A small, reassuring smile forms on his lips, confirming his own well-being. But Yu Dayun's eyes remain wide with a mixture of terror and recognition, the recent violence still etched into her mind. Her body trembles uncontrollably, a silent testament to the trauma she has just endured. Noticing her distress, he calls her name, his voice laced with worry, but she can only stammer out a question, asking why he is even here. Overwhelmed, Yu Dayun buries her face in her hands, sobbing, while the silver-haired ally watches her with a pained expression, and Shin Yuna stands nearby, her own face pale with shock. Jin Yu casts his gaze downward, his expression unreadable, while Shin Yuna watches on, her dark eyes reflecting a deep concern. The towering facade of a modern building stands against the sky, its windows reflecting the daylight. Inside, a hospital corridor stretches out, where Jin, Dayun, and Yuna walk together, their backs to the viewer. Dayun glances at Jin, a question hanging in the air between them. Suddenly, his phone vibrates, pulling his attention away from their conversation. A message from Dayun pops up on the screen, asking why he isn't at school today. His fingers quickly tap out a reply, explaining that some stuff came up. Another message from Dayun follows, inquiring if he knows what happened yesterday, before relaying that Youngchan said "fuck" to me at the PC cafe yesterday. The group chat lights up with more banter, with one friend admitting they heard the incident too, another telling them to fuck off, and a third apologizing for speaking without thinking. The conversation continues, urging Jin to come console us because they feel better when you're below us. A small bandage covers the side of his face, a silent testament to recent events. As a soft thud echoes in the quiet room, he sits patiently, his gaze distant, lost in thought within the sterile waiting area. The bandage remains, a constant reminder of his past, even as he looks forward. Above a closed door, a sign clearly marks the facility as a mental health institute, a place of quiet contemplation. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a chaotic night street, where a police car's flashing lights illuminate several figures, one of whom lies subdued on the asphalt. Men in tactical gear surround the fallen individual, their movements precise and authoritative. Back inside, Jin stands beside a tall, neatly dressed man, his expression unreadable as a new chapter begins. Still reeling from the recent incident, he firmly instructs, "Take Dayun and go to the hospital." The silver-haired ally questions the urgency, asking, "Hospital?" before explaining that even if she appears unharmed, a thorough checkup is essential to ensure her complete recovery after such a traumatic experience. Dayun, her expression somber, confirms his concern, admitting, "No, I heard recently that she went through a lot. She's probably kicking and reeling stuff." Jin reiterates his point, emphasizing that legal consequences for the perpetrators do not erase the victim's suffering, his thoughts lingering on the ordeal. Considering the depth of her trauma, the ally suggests she should go and get psychological treatment. Jin listens, his gaze distant and thoughtful. Later, Dayun walks down a hallway, her head bowed, a different outfit suggesting a passage of time or a change of location. She continues her solitary walk. until she approaches Ijin, asking if he has been waiting long, as he turns to greet her. Still in the hallway, Yoo asks about his doctor's visit, but he assures her he's just finished up as well. He then asks about her appointment, a small bandage visible on his cheek. She smiles, explaining that the doctor simply told her to come back once more. As they walk side by side, he mentions only having a few bruises and a small scratch, nothing serious. A wave of relief washes over her face as she hears this, muttering, "That's a relief." He offers a faint smile, his gaze fixed forward. Suddenly, the world shifts into a frantic, monochrome memory as a desperate voice screams, "Appa, run." The voice, filled with terror, insists, "It's too dangerous here." The memory shatters, leaving Ijin with wide, haunted eyes, his face etched with distress. Still reeling from the sudden memory, he hears Daeun's soft voice calling out to him. He offers a non-committal hum, as she struggles to find the right words. A slight smile plays on his lips, as he waits for her to continue. She begins to speak, then hesitates, before dismissing her concern with a quick, "It's nothing." Later, in a different setting, he looks at an older man, asking if he feels dizzy, a bandage visible on his own cheek. A stark flashback reveals a grittier past, where a figure known as the unnamed choker, panting heavily, had single-handedly taken down most of their kidnappers. Back in the present, Daeun sits alone, lost in thought, pondering how someone like Ijin could fight so effectively, or if he truly belongs in their class. The flashback returns, showing both Ijin and the unnamed choker in a state of profound distress, the memory questioning the very nature of the lives they led before coming to Korea. He stands silently in the hallway, a young woman with long black hair beside him. As she turns and walks away, her voice carries back, "You didn't have to do all that." The young woman turns back to him, asking, "Is your checkup over now? Did the counseling go?" Ijin bows deeply before Daeun and Youngchan, his voice barely a whisper. No, I'm sorry." Shin Yuna's gaze remains fixed on him, a hint of sadness in her eyes. Youngchan steps forward, his voice firm, "Stop it. You apologized yesterday too." A small bandage adorns Ijin's cheek, a silent testament to recent events, as he struggles with his emotions. Youngchan's jaw tightens, his concern evident. A stern-faced man in a dark suit stands silently, his gaze fixed forward, while a woman in a black dress stands beside him. His expression remains unreadable, a quiet tension filling the space. Meanwhile, Ijin, a fresh bandage now visible on his cheek, listens intently to an unseen speaker. His friend, Daeun, her face etched with concern, asks if he also underwent a checkup. He quietly confirms it, as Daeun reveals his initial reluctance to go. Observing their exchange, Yuna remarks that he only went because someone else was, and she wouldn't have gone either. As the four students walk through a hospital hallway, Youngchan suddenly remembers someone else, asking if Sukju Sunbae is also at this hospital. Daeun confirms his presence, her eyes looking up thoughtfully. Then, with a bright smile, she suggests they go visit him. A young man, his cheek bandaged, gazes blankly, lost in thought. His patient chart identifies him as Ko Sukju, 19 years old. From his hospital bed, Sukju offers a weak, "Thank you," as Ijin, standing beside him, seems surprised. Ijin then explains, "I didn't have a chance to thank you yesterday." Suddenly, Daeun bows deeply, her voice filled with remorse, "I'm sorry." Sukju quickly reassures her, No, that's okay." She straightens up, looking at him with concern. And he adds, a slight smile forming, "I am a lot better." Youngchan and Yuna watch the exchange from behind Daeun. A stern-faced man in a sharp black suit observes the scene with a critical eye. Nearby, on a polished wooden surface, 2 yellow bottles and some dried red items sit, perhaps medicine or a restorative. Back in the hospital room, Shin Yuna offers a polite farewell to Go Sukju, wishing him well as he recovers. Yu Daeun waves cheerfully, a bright smile on her face, while Ijin stands quietly behind her, his gaze fixed on Sukju. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a conversation unfolds about the recent incident, with one voice noting, "That student you requested an investigation on, isn't he? And he was with you during this incident." Go Sukju, still in his hospital bed, listens intently to the man in the black suit, who stands beside him, his expression unreadable. The man in the suit, deep in thought, confirms, "Yes, sir. I still can't believe I'm seeing it myself." Yu Daeun stands nearby, listening as the man continues, the fact that a little kid like him took care of many people. As the investigator continued his report, Shin Yuna's expression shifted, a soft ah escaping her lips as she acknowledged the surprising details. The man in the dark suit, however, remained skeptical, questioning the extent of the claims. "But is it as impressive as you say, sir? My lady, this isn't as simple as him beating up a lot of people by himself." Yuna listened intently, her gaze distant as she processed his words. The investigator pressed on, detailing the sheer numbers. He silently took out over 10 people waiting outside. Maybe 1 or 2 is understandable, but it's difficult for that many people. Standing beside Go Sukju's hospital bed, the investigator added another layer to the mystery. And he didn't kill them either, only incapacitated them. Sukju, still recovering, turned his head away, a complex emotion crossing his face. The investigator continued to paint a picture of overwhelming odds. And even just looking at the figures in the warehouse, there were 30 more people who can use a knife, and they're all experts in training, much less in actual combat. He emphasized the quality of the opposition. Plus, the 2 in the warehouse and 4 of the soldiers outside were highly trained soldiers from a foreign country. His voice rising in frustration, the investigator concluded, considering such a short effort and how quickly the people were taken down. The investigator's voice continues, explaining that Jin Yu is most likely a trained professional with extensive combat experience. Shin Yuna's eyes widen, a silent exclamation of shock. The investigator emphasizes that he is an extremely high-level one, at that. Later, along a bustling boardwalk, Jin Yu walks beside Yu Daeun, the city lights beginning to twinkle in the distance. She looks down, a thoughtful expression on her face. He glances at her, a soft escaping him. Yu Daeun admits that she feels like she's been saying sorry a lot lately, always getting helped. He turns his head away slightly, dismissing her apology, stating that he should be the one thanking her. She looks at him, surprised by his words. As the conversation deepens, he admits, "Yeah, I feel like I can understand a little." His gaze drifts, a quiet what, escaping him as he recalls, it was the first time he had ever experienced such a thing. Without any forethought, a hand reaching out to him, asking, "Are you okay?" Kneeling before him, Yu Daeun gently cups his face, her touch a silent comfort. A soft sigh of relief escapes her lips. "That's a relief. I mean, I was worried about you because you're my..." He looks away, the memory vivid. "I experienced it for the first time after coming to this country." Her eyes widen slightly in surprise, processing his words. Standing together, looking out at the horizon, he muses aloud, "What a family is." In a sleek office, a woman muses aloud, reflecting on the recent news that the Sukju kid had located and neutralized kidnappers far quicker than expected, even before the agents could arrive. She acknowledges his prowess, wondering how many times he'll prove himself this way. A sigh escapes her as she looks down, wishing she had been the one to handle the situation, lamenting the missed opportunity. As a man in a dark suit turns to face her, he reveals that a strange rumor has begun to circulate. The woman, now looking at a screen, questions the nature of this rumor, and the man confirms that while Sukju did accomplish a great deal, the rumor specifically concerns him, not the agents. She presses for details, her expression shifting to surprise as she learns that the CEO himself has taken an interest in the matter. Her eyes widen slightly, realizing the implications if the rumor proves true. Go Sukju's hand grips a metal bar, knuckles white, as sweat drips from his straining form. His entire body taut with the immense effort of holding on, a guttural grunt escaping his lips. His face contorts in a grimace of pure exertion, eyes squeezed shut against the burning strain. Suddenly, a blurry force strikes, shattering the moment of struggle. A powerful, unseen blow sends him reeling, the impact echoing with a violent sound. He collapses to the ground, defeated and bleeding, his body lying still amidst the spreading crimson. Nearby, a young man with reddish-brown hair watches, his face twisted in a pained grimace, sweat beading on his brow as a choked sound escapes him. Yu Daeun, too, stares wide-eyed at the scene, her expression a mask of pure shock. The young man continues to gasp, his neck muscles tense with the horror of what he's witnessed. As Jin stretches, a soft voice calls out, offering him some fruit. A moment later, a hand reaches for the door. Yu Daeun sits at a table, already enjoying a piece. A plate laden with fresh fruit rests before her, waiting. Jin enters the room, his gaze steady. Daeun looks up, her concern evident as she asks about his condition, to which he replies, a hint of weariness in his tone, that he's fine and she's already asked. She smiles softly, calling out to him again. He turns his head slightly, acknowledging her. As his hand reaches for a piece of fruit, he reassures her that she doesn't have to worry. Yu Daeun, her expression earnest and concerned, asks him, "You're worried about the way you looked in front of me, right?" He considers her words, thinking, "You must think that I'm really surprised about how you learned to fight like that." A moment of silence passes between them, before Daeun quickly reassures him, "I don't think that at all. You did all that to save me." He then adds, "I also won't ask what kind of life you live by yourself." Her gaze shifting away, she admits, "To be honest, I also couldn't tell you anything about what happened to me at school. I couldn't tell you either." Turning back to him, she concludes, "There's some things you just can't say." He listens intently, a thoughtful look on his face. When suddenly, a phone rings, and Daeun answers, "Hello." She continues her phone conversation, a slight frown on her face as Jin Yu sits quietly nearby. "I'm fine," she assures the caller, "so you don't have to keep worrying about me." Jin Yu listens intently, his expression unreadable. A moment passes, her gaze distant. Elsewhere, Shin Yuna waits patiently, her long dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Meanwhile, Jin Yu, now in a different setting, appears to be deep in thought. In a formal room, Go Sukju gestures towards a chair, instructing him to sit. "Don't just stand there," while Daeun and another man are already seated. Later, facing Shin Yuna, Jin Yu asks, "Why did you call for me?" She replies, "I wanted to apologize to you for making Daeun go through all that," but he simply states, "You told me that already." Shin Yuna explains that she wanted to tell him separately, and that Daeun would apologize once he felt better, But Yu quickly interjects, stating his actions were to save Daeun, not her. He reiterates, he didn't save her. Yuna acknowledges this, yet insists he did help her, prompting him to cut her off with a firm, I know. She then asks, that? He confirms, I also won't investigate you anymore. A hint of frustration crosses his face as he looks away. And Yuna tells him there's no need to look at her like that, questioning how they could have known, since all his documents were forged. She reveals she almost got kidnapped in America recently due to her circumstances, which prevented her from ignoring his forged documents. Her expression hardens as she thinks about the past, recalling that he wouldn't have come to rescue her, and she had to warn him, before telling him to stop now. Yu, still standing opposite Shin Yuna, makes it clear that if she's finished speaking, he's leaving. He then asks if she can spare some time, to which she replies that her grandpa wants to meet him, adding that he says he misses Yu. Turning his back to her, Yu dismisses the notion, stating he's fine and wasn't trying to save her in the first place. Shin Yuna simply stares after him, a complex expression on her face as he walks away. Later, the dim glow of a street lamp illuminates a deserted alleyway, where Yu walks alone, his expression unreadable. He continues through the narrow passage, his footsteps echoing softly, until he suddenly stops. His gaze falls upon a man slumped against a wall, blood staining his shirt and face. He stares down at the severely injured man, a question forming on his lips. The man on the ground spits out a furious accusation, blaming him for everything, as a look of confusion crosses his face. The injured man continues, his voice strained, explaining that his boss was already in trouble after a congressman incident. He listens intently as the man reveals the true cause of his predicament. His boss's attempt to help him had angered the powerful Goseong clan. Meanwhile, in a different part of the city, bathed in the glow of neon signs, a more sinister scene unfolds. Several figures lie motionless on the ground, their forms illuminated by the harsh, artificial light. A group of menacing men, some armed with bats, stands over them, one of them calling out a casual greeting. Their leader, Cha Dusik, holds a phone to his ear, a cruel smirk on his face, advising the person on the other end to simply give up and avoid further embarrassment. He stares down at the injured man, his voice a low growl as he demands to know if the man is talking about him. Later, on a phone call, Cha Dusik dismisses the idea that his men were done dirty, insisting they merely educated someone who didn't understand their place. He scoffs at the notion of being done dirty, reiterating that his men simply taught a lesson to someone who couldn't grasp their position. Meanwhile, a burly man with a gold chain snarls in fury, cursing at an unseen opponent. He rallies his men, shouting for them to tear their target apart, and they charge forward in a furious mob. But before they can even close the distance, a sudden, blinding blur of motion erupts. The burly leader's face contorts in shock and pain as an invisible force slams into him. A glowing, clawed hand tears through his shoulder, sending a spray of blood into the air. The man collapses, defeated, as Yu stands over him, his swift ambush leaving the other thugs stunned and reeling. He continues his relentless assault, a powerful, clawed strike tearing into the burly gang leader's chest, sending a spray of blood into the air. The force of the blow sends the man reeling, his heavy frame collapsing to the ground amidst a growing pool of crimson. Despite the pain, the burly leader's face twists into a grimace of furious defiance. He struggles to rise, watched by a tall, well-dressed man with slicked-back hair, who stands calmly amidst the chaos. But Yu gives him no quarter, closing the distance in an instant to deliver another rapid, devastating punch to the leader's face. The impact is brutal, sending the burly man stumbling backward once more, his head snapping from the force. A final, decisive blow connects, shattering his resolve and sending him sprawling. The burly gang leader lies motionless on the floor, defeated, as Yu stands over him, the other gang members frozen in stunned silence. As the dust settles from the previous clash, a group of gang members watches, one of them gasping in disbelief. The burly gang leader, now battered and bleeding, struggles to comprehend his defeat, thinking, they just keep coming. How many men did they bring for just one person? His face contorted in pain and resignation, he realizes, looks like this is the end for me. But that damn kid. Before the remaining thugs can even process their leader's downfall, Yu surges forward, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him as he closes the distance in an instant. One of the gang members, emboldened by desperation, shouts, here, fuck off. But his defiance is met with a blinding flash of speed, as Yu's fist connects with his face in a devastating blow. The other gang members recoil in shock, one of them again letting out a stunned, what the? His eyes glowing with an intense blue light, Yu's expression remains cold and unwavering. He continues his relentless advance, a trail of shimmering blue energy marking his path through the stunned group. Yu stands alone, his expression calm and resolute. Suddenly, a burly gang leader, his grip tight on Park Young-chan, snarls, who is this fucker? Before the words fully leave his mouth, Yu closes the distance, a blur of motion as he delivers a devastating punch directly to the man's face. The impact sends the burly figure's head snapping back, a guttural sound escaping him. Without a moment's pause, Yu seizes the man's wrist, his grip like iron, leaving the gang leader stunned and unable to react as he prepares his next move. A vibrant blue aura flares around him as he launches himself into the air, delivering a powerful mid-air kick. The kick connects with brutal force, sending the burly gang leader flying backward, a crimson spray erupting from the impact. Stepping over the unconscious form of the burly gang leader, Yu surveys the scene. The neon glow of the room reflects off his uniform as he continues deeper into the building. More figures lie scattered across the floor, a testament to the swift and brutal efficiency of his earlier assault. He walks with an unwavering stride, his gaze fixed forward. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know, "Huh? Who are you? How did you get in here?" Another, more aggressive voice snarls, "Get out, bitch." Two figures, armed with pipes, step forward, their voices echoing the threat. "Where do you think you are?" Yu finds himself facing a new, hostile group of gang members, their expressions grim and ready for a fight. The burly gang leader glares down, his voice laced with disbelief, wondering if the young man before him has lost his mind. His patience clearly at an end, he growls, "I told you to get out." But the young man moves first, a blur of motion. Before anyone can react, he delivers a swift, precise strike, sending one of the men reeling. He stands poised, awaiting their next move. "Get him!" the leader roars, and his remaining thugs charge forward in a desperate attempt to overwhelm him. A crimson aura flares around him, a silent promise of the power he's about to unleash. He meets the leader's charge head-on, his fist wreathed in red energy, delivering a devastating blow. Then, with a shift in his stance, a cool blue light emanates from his other hand as he strikes down another assailant. He continues his relentless assault, a crimson aura flaring around his fist as it connects squarely with the burly gang leader's face, sending a spray of blood into the air. Before the man can even register the blow, a swift kick follows, sending him sprawling backward with a sickening thud. But the fight is far from over, as two more figures emerge from the shadows, one brandishing a heavy axe, the other a metal pipe, both closing in with menacing intent. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu pivots, a brilliant blue energy now enveloping his leg as he delivers a devastating kick to the chest of the axe-wielding assailant. The force lifts the man off his feet, and Yu follows through with a brutal stomp, driving him into the ground. A pained cry escapes the defeated thug. Turning his attention to the remaining attacker, he unleashes a flurry of rapid punches, each blow snapping the pipe wielder's head back. The assault continues, a blur of motion as he strikes the man's body repeatedly. The last gang member recoils, a terrified shriek escaping his lips as he stumbles backward. He moved with blinding speed, a blur of red and purple energy, delivering the final, decisive blows. Watching the display, Cha Dusik's face contorted in a snarl of pure rage. One of the armed men flew backward, his body twisting violently from the impact. Then, with a resounding quang, another powerful strike landed. Yu stood over his now incapacitated opponents, leaving the lieutenant to gasp in disbelief. The last of the armed gang members lay motionless, adding to the growing pile of defeated foes. Cha Dusik, his anger barely contained, couldn't believe the sheer power he had just witnessed. He knew the young man would have been a significant problem if left unchecked. The lieutenant, still reeling from the display, muttered his relief that Cha Dusik wasn't facing this threat alone, acknowledging the strength of their combined forces. As a low DHH sound echoed, Cha Dusik turned to survey his bruised and slowly recovering gang members, including the burly leader, a clear sign of the damage Yu had inflicted. A blur of motion, a fist connects with devastating speed, sending the burly gang leader reeling back. Another swift blow landing true. His head snaps back from the impact, and he stumbles backward with a pained groan. Watching the scene unfold, Cha Dusik lets out a heavy breath. His lieutenant acknowledging his power, yet suggesting they've seen enough. "Okay, Cha Dusik, we understand that you're great." He tries to reason with his leader, saying, "But it looks like you're at your limit. We'll treat you well if you stop here." But Cha Dusik defiantly scoffs at the offer. T. Why would I do that? Let's go until the end. He watches, his expression a mask of simmering fury, as the situation unfolds before him. His lieutenant stands nearby, a silent observer to the chaos that has erupted, while other gang members gather, their faces a mix of apprehension and confusion. A sudden, sharp sound echoes through the space, and the lieutenant turns to Cha Dusik, a silent question in his eyes. Before anyone can react, a brutal impact sends blood splattering across the floor, followed by a desperate cry to stop the unseen assailant. Another sickening crunch and a pained gasp confirm the swift, merciless assault, as the command to stop him rings out once more. Cha Dusik's eyes narrow, his jaw clenching as he processes the unexpected turn of events, a single word escaping his lips: noise. The purple-lit corridor remains eerily quiet for a moment. Then a silhouette emerges from the doorway, its presence casting a long shadow. Yu steps into view, his gaze sharp and unwavering, his expression resolute as he faces the remaining gang. A tense silence falls over the room as the gang leader, Cha Dusik, watches the young man who has just caused such chaos. The crowd murmurs, a low rumble of confusion and unease spreading through their ranks, as the young man stands with his back to them, facing their leader. Dusuk's face contorts in a snarl, his voice laced with venom as he demands to know who this brat is. His surprise is evident, his question echoing the bewilderment of his men. Why? Why are you here? The young man, Ijinyu, turns to face him, his expression calm as he delivers an utterly unexpected reply. I came to return the motorcycle. Dusuk's eyes widen in disbelief, a single word escaping his lips. What? Beside him, the lieutenant's mind races, struggling to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. What the hell is he saying in a situation like this? He thinks, staring at the kid. A faint thwack sound punctuates his thoughts, as he tries to make sense of the young man's casual demeanor. Finally, the lieutenant snaps back to reality, ordering his men to kit up the intruder, who remains unfazed, standing calmly amidst the growing tension. As the tension mounts, one of the gang members advises his leader that it would be best to simply leave the kid alone. But the lieutenant, his face set in a grim line, dismisses the suggestion, explaining that since Ijinyu is acquainted with them and came here, they can't just let him go. He stares forward, his resolve unwavering. But before he can give another order, Ijinyu's voice cuts through the air, declaring that if anything, he would be the one letting them go. A sudden, brutal impact echoes, sending a gang member flying backward, enveloped in a burst of blue energy, his body twisting midair. Without a moment's pause, Ijinyu pivots, a purple aura flaring around him, and delivers a powerful kick to another assailant. Another sharp crack reverberates, as the second gang member is launched away, leaving a trail of white impact lines in his wake. He moves with impossible speed, effortlessly dodging a wild baseball bat swing from one of the gang members, his hand snapping out to seize the attacker's arm and twist it with brutal efficiency. Even as he delivers a devastating blow to his second assailant, the bat clatters to the ground, a stark clunk, echoing in the sudden silence of the fight. The lieutenant, watching the swift, brutal takedowns, can only stare in disbelief, a stunned, double futta, escaping his lips. His voice drops, a dangerous edge creeping in as he demands, "Why did you have to attack him?" A chilling, blood-stained smile slowly spreads across his face. While another gang member is sent flying through the air, completely outmatched, the lieutenant's words hang heavy. I'm saying this now, but... In mere moments, the entire group of attackers lies unconscious on the cold floor, defeated and scattered. Even the lieutenant, watching his men fall, has to admit to himself that he can't handle the boy. Still, Ijinyu stands alone, facing down the remaining members of the gang. One of them snarls, incensed that a mere brat could cause such trouble. But Ijinyu is relentless, his strikes blurring as he takes down another opponent. A sharp impact sends blood spraying, another gang member collapsing to the ground. He sends yet another flying, the force of the blow lifting him clear off his feet. The lieutenant, witnessing the carnage, roars in frustration, demanding to know what his men are doing against just one kid. But his anger quickly turns to surprise, a sudden realization dawning on his face. Ijinyu continues his assault, a whirlwind of precise, incapacitating blows. He watches, a question forming on his lips, wondering if they've forgotten someone important in their haste. His gaze remains fixed on the chaos unfolding in the dimly lit street below, as another figure is sent sprawling with a sickening thud, blood splattering against the grimy wall. The man lies motionless, his face contorted in a final, desperate grimace, a testament to the brutal efficiency of his opponent. A soft huff escapes the lieutenant, a sound of grudging acknowledgement, as he processes the sheer speed of the defeat. Standing amidst the fallen, the young man remains perfectly composed, his feet planted firmly on the asphalt, unwavering. The lieutenant's expression hardens, a silent realization dawning upon him as he watches the aftermath. Ijinyu stands alone, a solitary figure of calm power, surrounded by the unconscious forms of his attackers. Having witnessed the brutal efficiency of Ijinyu's combat, a new figure emerges, surveying the scene of devastation with a grim expression, a low growl escaping him as he mutters about the sheer monstrosity of the situation. His face, marred by fresh bruises and a distinctive scar, betrays a recent struggle, yet his gaze remains sharp and calculating. He turns, his eyes scanning the area, a silent question hanging in the air. A sudden realization dawns on him, his eyes widening slightly as he processes the implications of the chaos around him, a single word escaping his lips. Dead? Don't tell me he... He then confronts Ijinyu directly, his voice laced with urgency as he demands, "Hey, what happened to your sister?" Ijinyu's calm reply cuts through the tension. "Thanks to you, I managed to save her in time." The man listens intently, his expression unreadable as he processes the unexpected news. Ijinyu stands firm, his back to the viewer, awaiting the other's response. The quiet facade of Jun Hospital stands against the clear sky. But inside, a masked figure in a hospital gown lets out a pained, guttural sound, his eyes wide with distress. Unmasked, the man, bald and with a heavy stubble, struggles to breathe, a visible huff escaping him. His gaze is fixed, a mixture of pain and deep worry etched across his face, his brow furrowed in thought. Now bandaged around his head and arm, he looks off to the side, his expression still heavy with concern. A subordinate, Char Lieutenant, sits opposite him, his voice filled with alarm as he asks, Boss, I heard you ended up here. The injured man, however, seems more annoyed than grateful, retorting, what do you mean you got hurt and took a cab here? His eyes narrow, his thoughts immediately turning to their rivals as he presses. What about the Gozeong clan? Or the Seongsu clan? If you're here, that means. Still in the hospital, the conversation continues, with a voice assuring that all the rival gangs have been dealt with. Lying in his hospital bed, the boss, his head still bandaged, questions the lieutenant, who is also injured in an adjacent bed, asking if he's kidding, or why he would lie, then playfully chides him for getting bored. The boss, looking away, retorts, wondering if he'd even be there if that were the case, letting out a pained sigh. He then shifts the topic, mentioning that he heard the lieutenant visited someone and caused a huge fuss. The lieutenant looks down, his expression somber, before looking up in surprise, asking if the boss means that high schooler. He then admits he got attacked on his way to the store, which made him furious enough to go looking for the assailant. Clutching his bandaged head, the lieutenant confesses that he wasn't thinking straight and impulsively ran up to him. A monochrome flashback shows Yu delivering a swift, powerful blow to the lieutenant's face, who recalls that after that impact, his memory becomes hazy. Back in the present, the boss, holding his own head, surmises that the high schooler must have knocked him unconscious, sending him to the hospital all injured and causing a ruckus, while the lieutenant remains silent. He continues, recalling the overwhelming odds he faced, believing he was on the verge of death as men from both the Gozeong and Seongsu clans swarmed him. But then, a sudden shift in the chaos occurred when that high schooler appeared. In a blur of motion, the young man took down everyone from both sides instantly, then left without a second glance, declaring his debt paid. Even in his injured state, a thought surfaced in the lieutenant's mind. This was truly impressive. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he admits that was all he could think about at the time. Now, with time to reflect, a more profound question lingers. What exactly is that monster? His gaze hardens, lost in contemplation of the high schooler's true nature. A ball flies through the air with a sharp, cutting sound. Before a young man with striking teal hair and a scar across his cheek looks on with intense focus. His hands snap together, catching the ball with a powerful impact. And he calls out, a challenge in his voice, handball. Another student reacts with a surprised gasp, as the teal-haired young man, surrounded by his friends, continues to taunt. Hey, would you catch that? You think you're the goalie? Yu holds the ball, a thoughtful expression on his face, reflecting that he did it without thinking, just as someone calls out his nickname, Ijin. The group gathers, and Young Chan suggests they all play together, noting that another friend, Young Chan, is free after tutoring. Let's go together. Young Chan has tutoring today, so he's free after. So today's the only day we can play. He tells his friends to go on ahead, explaining that he needs to walk his sister home. His friend, Park Young-chan, questions the sudden change in plans, while another student remarks on his sister's frequent illness. Accepting his excuse, the group agrees to save him a spot. Later, passing classroom 1 to 5, he ponders what to eat for dinner, considering kimchi soup or something spicy. Meanwhile, a young woman with a bob cut also contemplates her dinner options, wondering if she should just make miso. Her attention is suddenly caught by something off-panel, her eyes widening in surprise. Her friends exclaim about how handsome someone is, making her internally wonder where such a person came from, noting he's different from her own stupid appa. One of her friends agrees, adding that her little brother doesn't even begin to compare. Then, another friend turns to her, asking, Dune, does your appa have a girlfriend? Dayoon and her friend share a moment of quiet admiration, a subtle sparkle in the air around them. Her friend's words echo in her mind, leaving Dayoon with a hesitant, almost nervous expression. She considers the implications, a soft sigh escaping her as she thinks about him. A thoughtful look settles on her face, her gaze distant as she processes her feelings. As Yu walks with his friends, Dayoon's internal monologue continues, acknowledging his widespread popularity among their peers, a fact constantly discussed in her class. Yet, despite all the talk, she can't recall any mention of him dating anyone, leaving her to wonder if he truly has no one who has confessed to him, or if he simply receives too many confessions to count. Her thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a voice, calling out to Ijin and mentioning his sister. Yu, Park Young-chan, and another friend continue walking, unaware of Dayoon's internal turmoil or the voice that just called out. Their steps carry them onward. Her thoughts are abruptly cut short, as a gasp escapes her lips. Yu offers a polite greeting, while Park Young-chan echoes him, his attention already elsewhere. Young-chan then calls out to Yu, urging him to hurry and join them, but not before reminding him to take his sister home first. Turning to him, Dayoon asks if he had made plans with his friends, to which he confirms he had something to do after stopping by their house. A flicker of concern crosses her face. And Yu quickly clarifies that it's nothing important, just something he left at home. As they walk, she insists she's fine and that it's still bright outside, but he maintains his stance, determined to see her home. Her expression hardens slightly, as she tells him he doesn't have to keep doing this, even revealing that she refused Unisunbi's offer to give her a ride. Dayoon's discomfort hangs in the air, making him feel as though he wouldn't be able to live a normal life if he ever left the fighting behind. He remains silent, his expression unreadable. Daeun finally relents, agreeing to his wish, but still insists they meet up sometimes, to which he simply replies that she worries too much. Internally, he justifies his actions, telling himself it's just because he's worried, and that he also just wants to walk. Daeun looks on, a complex mix of frustration and resignation playing across her face. He turns his head slightly, avoiding her gaze as they continue their walk. Meanwhile, a sleek black car pulls up, and Shin Yuna steps out, accompanied by Cha Dusik. She thinks to herself that they are everyone's worst nightmare, and she doesn't mind making that nightmare even bigger before offering a polite, yet chilling, hello. As she watches the two students, a young woman beside her wonders aloud who the boy is, and the woman with jet black hair replies, her gaze fixed on the pair, that he is the child who was dragged into their affairs. Meanwhile, Yu Daeun, walking alongside Yu, hesitantly asks him who he is. He simply looks at her, offering no immediate answer. The black-haired woman, now approaching Yu, offers a warm smile and suggests treating him to dinner as a thank you for saving her little Yuna, asking if he has time. Yu, however, remains impassive, stating plainly that he has already been thanked and sees no need for her to do anything further. Her smile falters, a look of surprise crossing her face as she hears his blunt refusal. She quickly tries to interject, insisting she has something else to ask him. But even as she reaches out, suggesting it wouldn't hurt to hear her out, he turns away, his disinterest clear. She watches him walk away, a silent frustration building within her. A soft thud echoes as he departs, and a single thought escapes her lips. What the? As Yu and Yu Daeun continue their path, Cha Dusik, observing her reaction, asks if he should pursue him, but she curtly dismisses the idea, telling him to leave him. Yu's figure grows smaller in the distance, leaving Shin Yuna to fume. Look at that. She can't believe he so blatantly ignored her. Meanwhile, Yu arrives at a bustling PC club, walking past rows of gamers engrossed in their screens. He heads towards the back, overhearing snippets of conversation, one patron mentioning the restroom, another declaring, KK, we'll be warming up, and a third vowing, I will excel for you, boss. He continues his journey down a quiet hallway, his destination still unknown. A sudden, forceful grip yanks a student by his collar, the impact leaving him gasping for air. The lieutenant's face looms close, his expression menacing, as the student struggles to breathe. He manages to stammer out a terrified apology, while the lieutenant berates him for his carelessness. The lieutenant's anger flares, his hand raised as he threatens the cowering boy, calling him a shitty little brat for daring to annoy him. From nearby, a woman with vibrant orange hair observes the scene, her eyes widening slightly as she questions the aggression. Her orange jacket stands out in the crowd, while the student, Hyung, remains frozen in fear, still caught in the lieutenant's grasp. The orange-haired woman steps forward, dismissing the lieutenant's outburst, insisting he's overreacting to a mere tap. Suddenly, a sharp, needle-like object is held aloft, glowing faintly against a stark red background. The gang lieutenant's voice cuts through the air, his tone laced with menace as he challenges. Do we look like fucking pushovers to you? His face contorts into a snarl, emphasizing the threat. Lee Jae-hyung can only stare back, his eyes wide with fear, utterly speechless under the pressure. The lieutenant stands close behind Daeun, his arm draped casually over her shoulder. But she glares, her expression sharp with irritation. The hell are you looking at, asshole? She snaps, causing him to flinch back slightly. Standing in a hallway, the lieutenant and another young man watch her. As Daeun turns to the young man, who simply tells her, let's go. She sighs, muttering under her breath that Hyukjin's gonna be pissed that. Park Young-chan, looking surprised, reflects on a recent event, thinking he never imagined someone like Jae-hyung would step in to help him. As the curly-haired teenager walks away from the scene. Later, in a different setting, a group of teenagers gathers around Jae-hyung and Young-chan, with one of the friends, a young man with dark, shaved hair and a light streak, demanding to know why it took so long for them to arrive. Jae-hyung, already seated in a car, looks annoyed by the commotion, while another friend, with dark, shaved hair, questions the identity of the person Jae-hyung helped, asking who he was. The first friend, concerned, turns to Young-chan, checking if he's alright. Young-chan, smiling reassuringly, confirms that Jae-hyung had indeed helped him, and everything turned out fine. Still looking irritated, Jae-hyung simply gestures forward, urging them to get to the game. As the school day progresses, a pair of scissors lies innocently on a desk, a mundane detail before the storm. Suddenly, a group of imposing figures, their faces grim under the harsh blue light, blocks the path, their presence immediately signaling trouble. One of them, a man with headphones, speaks with a sneer, declaring his intention to invade another's territory and demanding they follow him, his words cut short by an unseen interruption. From the side, Yu's expression hardens, a silent question of bad guys, quickly followed by a defiant, internal fuck off, Los. The gang members stand their ground, their collective gaze fixed on the students. The lieutenant, his face now set with a clear challenge, issues a direct command. Follow us outside. He stares intently, his expression unwavering. Beside Yu, Daeun watches the exchange, her own face reflecting a mix of concern and resolve. Young-chan, however, appears visibly shaken, his eyes wide with apprehension at the escalating confrontation. As the lieutenant's challenge hangs heavy in the air, Park Young-chan's face contorts with fear, a desperate plea escaping him. A cold realization settles in. The internal monologue acknowledging that things have spiraled out of control because of him. The thought lingering that the bitch, who acted tough earlier, now is back up. The lieutenant, flanked by his men, sneers, reminding them they only had one person before, and now they are all completely ruined. He continues his taunts, his voice dripping with contempt, recalling how scared they were to fight alone, but now, with their backup, they look so bold, implying they'll make a tactical retreat. His expression hardens, a vein throbbing in his temple, the anger simmering just beneath the surface. With a sudden, explosive burst of motion, the lieutenant lunges forward, his fist flying towards Ijinyu as he snarls, calling them little shits. His body twists mid-air, a reddish aura flaring around his hair, his momentum carrying him into a devastating follow-up. The impact lands with a sharp crack, sending Ijinyu recoiling from the force. The group of students, including Ijinyu, Daeyoon, Young-chan, and Jae-hyung, stands united on the street, facing the lieutenant and his intimidating gang. Young-chan's face crumples with regret, his mind replaying the thought that his own carelessness might have brought this danger upon them. A muscle twitches in Jae-hyung's jaw, his expression hardening. His gaze, usually hesitant, now sharpens with a fierce, unyielding resolve. He steps forward, declaring that Young-chan is not at fault, but rather the thugs who stand before them. Young-chan stares, wide-eyed and shocked, as Jae-hyung continues to challenge their aggressors. Jae-hyung confronts the lieutenant directly, his voice ringing out as he recalls Ijin-yu's earlier, defiant words. Young-chan lets out a small gasp, watching as Jae-hyung, his face now a mask of uncharacteristic fury, remembers how impressive Ijin-yu had been in a similar moment. With a sudden, explosive motion, Jae-hyung lunges, a powerful impact echoing through the air as he curses his own lack of practice, leaving the gang members momentarily stunned. The gang members close in, one of them snarling a crude insult. Another, his face contorted in a sneer, demands to know if they're being taken lightly, his body already lunging forward. But before he can even finish his threat, Jae-hyung moves with unexpected speed, a blur of motion as his fist connects sharply with the man's jaw. He follows through instantly, driving another strike into the man's side. A final, brutal punch lands squarely on the man's face, sending a spray of blood into the air. The gang member's face crumples in shock and pain, his body trembling from the force of the blows. Despite the swift, decisive action, Jae-hyung's hands tremble slightly, a quiet admission that he's never truly been in a real fight before. Shaking off the momentary doubt, he pivots, delivering a powerful kick to another approaching gang member. With the immediate threat neutralized, he calls out to Young-chan, his voice firm. Park Young-chan's eyes widen in terror, a sharp impact echoing nearby. Lee Jae-hyung, undeterred, declares that while they might outrank him in some game, he asserts his own superior rank in this very moment. The lieutenant, enraged by the defiance, demands to know if he's expected to stand by while others fight on his behalf. But before he can react further, he finds himself sprawled on the ground, Lee Jae-hyung standing victorious over him. The remaining gang members stare in disbelief, wondering how he managed to take out two of their own with a single, swift move. Ignoring their shock, Lee Jae-hyung winds up for another strike, a fierce red aura flaring around him. A sharp, pained cry escapes another gang member as the blow connects. Lee Jae-hyung's fist driving home with brutal force. He continues his relentless assault, landing a solid punch directly on the lieutenant's face. His expression remains sharp and focused, ready for the next move. With a swift motion, he throws Young-chan clear of the immediate danger, shouting his name to ensure he understands. Another gang member, enraged by the display, curses at him, calling him a little bitch. But Jae-hyung is already moving, delivering a powerful kick. The blow connects squarely, sending the man reeling. The force of the kick continues to drive him back, crashing him into the ground with a sickening impact that leaves a crater in the concrete. Young-chan watches the brutal efficiency of the fight, his face pale with terror. Emerging from the shadows of the alley, a new figure steps forward, his auburn hair catching the dim light as he surveys the scene. Scars mar his cheek, a testament to past skirmishes, and a thoughtful expression settles on his face. Nearby, one of the gang members lies defeated, bloodied, and unconscious, a stark reminder of the recent violence. The red-haired man turns to Jae-hyung, his voice firm, reminding him that he needed to get Young-chan away from the fight, before adding, "I was just playing around, damn it." He continues, questioning if Jae-hyung was trying to gain a tactical advantage, then sharply tells him to shut up, before calling out, "Hey." Meanwhile, Young-chan watches the exchange, his face etched with fear. The red-haired man's tone softens slightly, asking Young-chan if he is okay. Young-chan, still visibly shaken, offers a hesitant apology, mumbling, sorry because of me." The red-haired man sighs, observing Young-chan's remorse, noting that he apologizes a lot, and mentions that Jae-hyun acted like Ijin, telling him it wasn't his fault. As he ascends a brightly lit staircase, Ijin moves with a quiet determination. Reaching the top, he glances at his phone, a slight frown creasing his brow as he mutters, "Where's everyone? They're not answering." From just out of sight, a familiar voice calls out, "It's Aijin." His expression remains neutral, though a hint of surprise might flicker in his eyes as another voice adds, "Late, Aijin." He finds the red-haired man from before, flanked by two other figures, waiting for him. The red-haired man explains, a hint of pride in his tone. "The Gosuk Technical High guys came, and we beat them up." A light brown-haired companion, smiling broadly, urges them on. "Let's go." As Aijin walks past the group, the red-haired man continues, a slight wince betraying his words. "You wouldn't know this, but the Gosuk guys hit pretty hard. Well, they're still no match for us." The red-haired man and his blonde-haired companion exchange a look of confusion, a puzzled huh, escaping the former as Aijin continues on his way. Youngchan stood over a pile of unconscious figures, confirming they were from Gosuk Technical High, and wondering aloud why these guys were all knocked out here. Before he could finish his thought, Aijin approached, explaining he had been looking for them when these individuals suddenly attacked him after seeing his uniform. Both Youngchan and Jaehyung stared, wide-eyed and dumbfounded, at Aijin's casual explanation. A sigh escapes Aijin Yu as his stomach rumbles, the thought of food consuming his mind. He sits with his friends, Yu Daeyoon and Park Youngchan, at a small table, all of them enjoying a simple meal together. A cup of instant tteokbokki sits before him, its aroma filling the air. He acknowledges his consistent choice, always gravitating towards the same familiar dish. The three continue their meal, a quiet moment of camaraderie. Aijin Yu takes a sip from his cup, already feeling the warmth spread through him. Elsewhere, a man with styled blonde hair and an orange tracksuit jacket takes a drag from his cigarette, a sneer on his face as he dismisses unseen adversaries, confident in his victory over those he calls Gosuk bastards. As Aijin Yu, Yu Daeyoon, and Park Youngchan share a meal, the conversation turns to a recent incident, with one of them remarking that a whole group had come to escalate things, but they likely wouldn't show their faces around for a while. Aijin Yu looks down at a small, triangular object he holds, a question forming in his mind, wondering what it could be. Yu Daeyoon watches him, her expression unreadable, as he continues to examine the strange item. Suddenly, her eyes widen in surprise, a silent exclamation escaping her. The triangular object in Aijin Yu's hand begins to glow with a soft, ethereal light, emitting a faint whooshing sound. He looks up, a thoughtful expression on his face, asking how the fight even started. Yu Daeyoon explains that some Gosuk guy had been picking a fight with Park Youngchan in the hallway, as they both continue to eat their instant meals. Aijin Yu turns to Park Youngchan, inquiring if he was hurt anywhere, to which Youngchan replies that Jaehyung had helped him out. Yu Daeyoon looks concerned, her brow furrowed, muttering that she'd be scared if something like that happened again. Still reeling from the recent incident, she looks to Aijin Yu, who asks if she saw him in action. His mind flashes back to a stern face, a man's voice echoing, "Your attitude is important." The memory continues, the man's expression hardening as he warns, "Cowards like them will only talk more nonsense if you show fear." Back in the present, Daeyoon worries that the gang didn't explicitly promise to leave them alone, and wonders what would happen if they came back, prompting Aijin Yu to ask, "What if they start hitting me?" He suggests that if he doesn't get scared, it might deter them, but Daeyoon counters that they might just hit him even more, to which he concedes, "Well, that might happen, I guess." She insists that even if he gets hit less, he'd still be seen as a coward, and they would surely come looking for him again later. Park Youngchan interjects, sharing his experience. "From what I've seen, if you talk back once, they bother you less. They usually just target people who don't fight back." Aijin Yu considers this, recalling the lieutenant's earlier advice to never say anything from the start, but then muses, "Well, that isn't always the case." Youngchan reiterates his point, urging him not to be scared, while Aijin Yu, with a determined look, concludes, "From what I just saw, you can get it if you try." With a practiced motion, Aijin Yu adjusts his tie, a familiar ritual before facing the day. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a stark contrast, a simple bowl of stew and a piece of bread laid out on a rough surface, a meager meal in a desolate land. A younger Aijin Yu, clad in military fatigues, receives his portion from a hardened soldier, surrounded by other grim faces in what appears to be a war-torn camp. As he walks away, the harsh, censored words of a superior echo in the air, a constant reminder of the brutal reality of his past. The face of that superior, a dark-haired man with an intense gaze, holds a stern, unyielding expression. Aijin Yu sits among his comrades, silently consuming his food, the weight of their shared existence palpable in the quiet. Another soldier approaches him, their expressions unreadable, a silent confrontation unfolding. A hand reaches out, its gesture carrying an unspoken command or offering. The dark-haired leader stares with a menacing intensity, his face shadowed, his censored words carrying a heavy, almost threatening implication. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of something primal igniting deep within his dark blue eyes. A searing red energy pulses, radiating outward. The memory shifts, revealing two soldiers, their faces grim amidst the desolate landscape of war. While others stand nearby, their expressions a mix of fear and resolve, as if bracing for an unseen horror. Then, a sickening impact, flesh and bone tearing apart in a spray of crimson. His fist clenches, knuckles raw and stained with blood, a testament to the brutal struggle. The back of his head is splattered, the metallic tang of fresh blood clinging to his ash-brown hair. He stands defiant, a lone figure in a black t-shirt, surrounded by the swirling, malevolent forms of his enemies. Another violent strike, another burst of gore, painting the scene in stark, horrifying red. His gaze sharpens, a steely resolve hardening his features, as if preparing for an unseen battle. The collar of his uniform feels tight, a stark contrast to the intensity brewing within him. He clenches his fists, knuckles white, a silent testament to his inner turmoil. Elsewhere, a red-haired girl glares at a blonde-haired boy, her voice filled with accusation. I hated you guys. The blonde boy recoils in shock, while the red-haired girl continues. You bullied our classmates. Her anger flares, pointing a finger at him. And me too. Hey, since when did you bully them? The red-haired girl's hands clench in frustration, her voice sharp as she denies their involvement, insisting they never hit anyone or made them a Byong shuttle. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired boy retorts, claiming their actions were mild compared to others, even scum like Kaisid, making them practically saints. But the crying boy, his face streaked with tears and freckles prominent, interrupts, reminding them that their bullying still hurt people like him. A sudden silence falls over the classroom, the red-haired girl and blonde-haired boy taken aback by his outburst. He continues, his voice cracking, admitting that no matter how they rationalized it, they were still bullying, and he hated himself for participating without a second thought. The two students stare, speechless, as the raw confession hangs in the air. From the back of the room, Ijinyu watches the scene unfold, his presence a silent anchor. The crying boy looks towards him, his voice gaining a fragile strength, explaining that he's speaking up because he was told to talk. Ijinyu, the red-haired girl, and the blonde-haired boy listen intently, the weight of the boy's words settling heavily upon them. As the weight of the confession settles, Lee Jae-hyung looks away, his voice tinged with disbelief, admitting that this is the first time he's ever been confronted with such a truth, leaving him speechless and questioning his own past actions. Yoo Daeun, her expression troubled, adds to the growing realization, recalling how they had even boasted about being superior to others. Park Young-chan, his gaze downcast, confesses that seeing how they treated others had begun to weigh on his conscience, a stark contrast to their previous camaraderie. Lee Jae-hyung, now more resolute, points out their collective blindness, emphasizing that they hadn't even recognized their actions as bullying, despite not resorting to theft or physical violence. Daeun, her eyes widening in a moment of dawning understanding, trails off, realizing the full extent of their harmful behavior. His hand clenches tightly, and Lee Jae-hyung, his face etched with remorse, offers his apology, though he acknowledges that mere words cannot undo the damage. Young-chan, his eyes wide with regret, can only offer the same sentiment, his words a simple reflection of his profound sorrow. Meanwhile, Ijinyu watches the unfolding scene, his expression unreadable as the consequences of his subtle intervention ripple through the classroom. He walks with a determined stride, his gaze fixed forward, his eyes reflecting a deep resolve. The school hallway stretches before him, but his mind seems elsewhere. A voice calls out, trying to get his attention. Hey, what are you doing? Don't wait. The scene shifts, the familiar school fading into a cool, dark expanse. Now, a towering corporate building, emblazoned with the SW logo, dominates the night skyline, its windows glowing with countless lights. Ijinyu's footsteps echo in a new corridor as he calls out, Ma'am, please wait just a moment. Inside a sleek office, a professional woman sits at a desk, her expression serious as she reviews something on a tablet, her dark hair falling neatly around her shoulders. She stands, turning to look back, a man in a dark suit standing silently behind her, as if awaiting her next command. Yuna stands before a seated woman, her voice sharp with accusation, demanding to know what she's doing there. As Yuna approaches the desk, she calls out to the older woman with a familiar, yet urgent, tone. The woman in green looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, before she greets Yuna with a soft, "Oh my," inviting her to visit. But Yuna's expression remains stern, her gaze unwavering as she presses for answers about the investigation. The older woman admits to having investigated the person because he seemed suspicious, but quickly assures Yuna that she promised to stop. Her voice firm, she insists Yuna cease her own inquiries. Yuna's eyes narrow, a hint of desperation in her tone, reminding the woman of the harsh realities of survival and a forgotten pledge. The older woman tries to reason with her, arguing that being saved doesn't automatically equate to trustworthiness. Yuna's frustration boils over as she reveals someone is lying about the person's past, demanding to know why she shouldn't investigate him when he's in the same class. The older woman, her expression calm, acknowledges Yuna's feelings, yet insists the school has no right to investigate. Her subordinate, a man in a sharp suit, adds that the documents Ijin provided to the school, where the SW group's progeny attends, are all false. The older woman listens intently, her gaze unwavering. A slight smile plays on her lips as she admits, she's actually glad Yuna is here. Her hand rests on a phone, anticipating the next development, the call expected any second now. The man explains that gathering information takes an unusually long time, but they manage to call in a favor to look into it. Yuna presses them further, asking about the true identity of the kid in question. The older woman's expression hardens, a clear defense in her voice as she states, she's not curious at all, for Aijin saved her life, and that's enough for her. Just then, the silence of the room is broken by the insistent sound of a phone ringing. She sits at the head of a polished conference table, a landline phone resting before her, while two men stand silently in the background and another woman waits nearby. Her gaze shifts from the phone to the woman, then back, a silent question hanging in the air. Then, a finger reaches out to press the speaker button, a soft beep confirming the connection. A voice on the other end introduces herself as Shin Jian, confirming she has the requested information. Yuna leans forward, ready to finally uncover the truth about Aijin, as Jian reveals that various sources have been providing reports. However, the caller's tone shifts, explaining that the investigation has become unexpectedly complicated, with a direct order from higher-ups for the SW group to cease all inquiries into Aijin. Yuna's eyes widen, a silent exclamation of shock escaping her. The two men in the background remain impassive, their expressions unreadable. What are you saying? Yuna demands, her voice laced with disbelief. To ignore someone like him is. Shin Yuna considers the complex relationship between the government and the SW group, understanding that the higher-ups want to avoid any trouble with Aijin. He is, after all, just someone who wants to be home with his family, especially after being separated from them in a plane crash. Meanwhile, in a quiet kitchen, Aijin meticulously prepares a meal, his focus entirely on the task at hand, a domestic scene far removed from the political machinations surrounding him. The morning sun casts long shadows across the school grounds, signaling the start of another day. Inside, the classrooms begin to fill, as students settle into their routines. Among them, Aijin Yu and Yu Dayan walk side by side, their school uniforms crisp and neat. Elsewhere, in a bustling classroom, Park Young-chan stands over Aijin Yu's desk, exclaiming, "Oh, she finally came to school after skipping for a few days." Lee Jae-hyung, standing nearby, adds, "Wow, she came at the start of the school day." Daeun, however, seems to catch someone's eye, her expression thoughtful. Young-chan notices her gaze, wondering aloud, "Huh? Why is she looking at me?" Later, as Shin Yuna and Young-chan review their studies, he recalls, "When we were studying yesterday." Yuna then asks, "Did Lin not come to school today?" As the school day continues, Aijin Yu, Yu Daeun, and Park Young-chan engage in a casual conversation. But their discussion is cut short when he suddenly departs, leaving Daeun and Young-chan to wonder where he went, only to learn a teacher had called him away. A door slides open and then shut. While elsewhere in the school, Shin Yuna sits alone at her desk. Meanwhile, Aijin Yu checks his phone, discovering that the chairman has apparently arrived at the school. The news reaches Yuna, who reacts with surprise, muttering about her grandpa's unexpected visit without any prior notice. A wave of concern washes over her as she questions the reason for his presence, wondering if he came to meet Aijin. The empty classroom remains quiet, bathed in the afternoon light. The chairman, a stern-faced elderly man, addresses someone with a direct tone, explaining that he came in person because his requests for a meeting had been refused. His voice carries a weight of authority as he adds a curt, "Thank you." Shin Yuna, her expression tight with concern, can only utter a single word in response to his presence, "Sister." The chairman then turns his attention to her, acknowledging the recent events but asserting that it doesn't change her identity, before offering a formal apology for her sister's involvement, as Aijin Yu stands nearby, observing the exchange. The chairman's gaze shifts to Aijin Yu, a silent assessment passing between them. His eyes narrow slightly, a thoughtful silence hanging in the air. As the chairman begins to walk away, Aijin Yu speaks up, stating that he will be leaving if their discussion is concluded. Without turning back, the chairman poses an unexpected question. "Can you be Yuna's bodyguard?" The request catches Aijin Yu off guard, his internal thoughts immediately rejecting the idea as something far beyond the scope of a normal high schooler, a job he feels ill-suited for. He listens intently as the chairman continues, explaining that the school's unique status allows for exceptions, even for someone like Shin Yuna's sister, who was released from prison just a few days prior. The chairman then adds that another individual, someone who shouldn't be able to attend school, is also now enrolled. This revelation about the recently released prisoner, who was also a soldier, seems to be the core of the chairman's concern. Aijin Yu, however, remains firm in his refusal of the bodyguard role, believing it's something he simply cannot do. The chairman's gaze intensifies, his expression unreadable. He then clarifies his true purpose, stating that Yuna isn't the only reason for his presence. As Aijin Yu's hand reaches for the doorknob, perhaps to make his exit, the chairman delivers another unexpected statement, revealing he also came to thank him for an event that transpired 3 years prior. The mention of the past event catches Aijin Yu completely off guard, his eyes widening in surprise. Chairman Kwon looks at Aijin Yu with a knowing gaze, finally having the chance to express his gratitude. He continues, his voice carrying a weight of past burdens, revealing that he was able to be with his son in his final moments because of the young man before him. Aijin Yu's expression remains stoic, though a flicker of surprise crosses his features as he responds, downplaying his involvement. He simply states, "It was merely a request." But the chairman shakes his head, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, recalling how no one else would take on such an insane task. Aijin Yu then explains his motivation, saying, Because you took my request, I was able to reunite with my family. The chairman then adds, he always talked about you. A new thought seems to strike Chairman Kwan, as he muses, looking for Yuna? Don't you think? But to think we'd meet like this. He then reveals, I have a daughter about your age. His gaze sharpens, as he makes it clear he isn't there to be a mere bodyguard. He vows that if something happens, he won't stand idly by. A moment of quiet contemplation passes over Chairman Kwan's face, before he declares that Ai Jinyu's words are more than enough. Then, with a subtle shift in demeanor, he poses another question, asking for Ai Jinyu's honest opinion on his personal guards. He remarks that his security team is a prideful bunch, perhaps unnecessarily so, believing they've already resolved the Yuna kidnapping situation. He continues, explaining that this is precisely why he wanted Ai Jinyu's assessment of his security team, and that such an opinion would not come without a price. A soft sigh escapes Ai Jinyu, his expression unreadable. The scene abruptly shifts to a school hallway, the number 3-2 clearly visible on a classroom door. Ai Jinyu steps into the room, his school uniform a stark contrast to the earlier formal attire. From her desk, Yudayan looks up, a small sound of recognition escaping her lips. At the front of the class, the teacher calls for attention, instructing everyone to open their textbooks as the lesson begins. The classroom is filled with students, all settled into their routines. Ai Jinyu sits among them, his gaze distant, perhaps still pondering the chairman's words. His tie is neatly fastened, a symbol of his dual life. He recalls a past conversation, a voice echoing in his mind, grateful that he was able to watch over their son's final moments. A memory surfaces, transporting him to a dense forest, where he stands among other armed figures, cloaked and ready. Later, in a makeshift camp, he sits with the same group, eating a simple meal, his face partially obscured by a scarf. An older soldier's voice cuts through the quiet, wondering aloud, a kid like this is a mercenary? Another voice adds, surprised, I didn't realize how young you were since you were covering your face. The older soldier looks directly at him, his expression serious. Are you a teenager? He offers no verbal reply. Instead, he simply holds up a combat knife, its blade glinting in the light, a silent answer to their questions. A tray of food is offered, with a voice insisting, don't eat this. Eat that instead. The young mercenary, his face concealed by a desert scarf, offers no reply. As the speaker urges him, you have to eat well at your age. Meanwhile, a civilian man with a gentle smile lets out a quiet sigh. While the sun filters through the leaves of distant trees, the conversation among the mercenaries turns to their payment, one remarking, the clients this time paid us a lot of money. Another, armed with a rifle, explains, apparently, they're making roads and medical facilities in the town they're investing them to. His comrade, standing near a younger Ai Jinyu, questions, really? They're not doing it for just a well. The masked Ai Jinyu looks down, listening as the first mercenary grumbles, man, what's the point? But those townsfolk are going to hit it big. They should just take the money and run if they're going to waste it there. A soft sigh escapes him as he gazes towards the distant, developing town, its structures bathed in the glow of the setting sun. In a dusty alleyway, two figures stand, one in a distinctive blue vest with a Korean flag patch, the other cloaked and veiled in military tactical gear, a rifle slung across their back. The man in the blue vest offers a warm, if slightly melancholic, smile. The veiled soldier holds a small device, their gaze fixed on it. They stand together, the blue-vested man holding a clipboard, the veiled figure maintaining a silent vigil. As rain begins to fall, they walk side by side, the blue-vested man now holding an umbrella. A voice asks, I heard you're leaving for the next assignment? Looking down with a hint of sadness, the blue-vested man replies, that's too bad. I've gotten attached to you. The veiled soldier responds, their voice muffled, you should come visit when. With a reassuring smile, the blue-vested man confirms, I'll be here for about a month. The veiled figure remains silent, observing the blue-vested mercenary. The blue-vested mercenary continues to pack, explaining, I've packed some food and medical supplies. Looking directly at him, the veiled figure questions his generosity. Why do you give me such things? Which elicits a surprised huh? From the man in the blue vest. As they sit together, the blue-vested mercenary asks if the veiled figure can speak Korean, only to be met with a counter-question. Why did you pretend you didn't understand me? The veiled figure elaborates. You just stood there while I spoke broken English and dialect. A small, oh, escapes the blue-vested mercenary. He then reiterates the veiled figure's earlier question. You asked me why I'm giving you these things. A gentle smile spreads across his face as he reveals, I have a daughter about your age. The veiled soldier explains their actions, stating that the other mercenary reminded them of their own daughter, which is why they couldn't just leave him alone. Meanwhile, the desolate, war-torn landscape stretches out behind them, a stark reminder of their dangerous mission. The blue-vested mercenary then shares grim news, asking if Jean had heard that the volunteer group he had escorted, and the whole town, had been completely taken over by anti-government forces. A silent exclamation escapes the veiled soldier, as the blue-vested mercenary continues, explaining that from the looks of it, the enemy had been waiting to take over as soon as their mission was finished. He delivers the grim conclusion that most of the volunteers were killed. A sudden shift in scenery brings a young man into view, his expression thoughtful. as a young woman approaches him, calling out his name, Ijin. She then asks if he has some time, her gaze expectant. Having approached him, she begins her apology, her voice soft as she admits her tardiness. Standing near a rest area sign, she continues, expressing regret for ever doubting him. Ijin, his expression serious, offers his own apology in return. Yuna looks down, explaining her desire to apologize face to face, and insists there's no need for him to apologize, understanding his position. He calmly responds, stating that she simply didn't know the full situation. Ijin remains silent, allowing her to continue. With Park Young-chan standing nearby, Yuna prepares to make a request, anticipating his refusal. She reveals her grandfather's instruction to speak her mind, reiterating her understanding of his position before making her plea. Ijin listens intently, his expression unreadable. As the situation unfolds, Yuna lets out a small, confused sound. Her frustration mounts as she wonders, just who is that kid, and why can't they even tell us? Meanwhile, Chairman Kwon, standing tall in an office, informs an unseen director that a student is there to see them. The realization hits Yuna with full force, her eyes widening in utter shock. Under the glow of the city lights, a towering building stands, its windows reflecting the night sky. Inside, a door marked men's changing room suggests a new, unfamiliar environment. And Ijin stands deep in thought, a hand resting on his chin. He wonders aloud. What's happening all of a sudden? His hand clenches, a silent testament to his resolve. As he walks away, an unseen voice instructs him to just have fun with the bodyguards and make friends with them for a few days. Chairman Kwon's voice echoes, confirming he's already handled the arrangements for Ijin's living situation, and he assures him there won't be any issues with his new residence. Ijin, however, seems more focused on understanding his new role, stating his desire to observe the bodyguard job firsthand. He listens intently, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, another young man, with neat black hair, questions if Ijin truly has an interest in bodyguarding. Ijin turns his gaze, acknowledging the question. Later, in what appears to be a training facility, the black-haired young man confronts Ijin, asking why he isn't training, while another voice mentions it's basic training for Team 2. The young man clarifies his position, explaining that he is in charge of protecting Yuna, and that Team 1 handles Directive Shin Jian and her friends. Ijin stands silently, taking in the information about his new environment and the people around him. He finds himself in a vast, brightly lit training hall, its polished floors reflecting the overhead lights, as a group of men in tracksuits stand gathered in the distance. As Ijin approaches, one of the men addresses the others, explaining that this is the new student who will be staying with them for a few days. He continues, clarifying that the newcomer is from the same class as Shin Eugene from Team 3. The speaker then adds that Ijin is interested in the bodyguard business, and since the president himself gave permission for him to join their team, they should treat him well. Another man, raising his hand, interjects with a question, asking if this is the student who resolved the recent incident with Shin Eugene. A ripple of surprise goes through the group as they murmur, wondering if it's truly that kid. Stepping forward, Ijin formally introduces himself, stating his name is Yu Ijin. The man who had questioned his identity extends a hand, expressing his pleasure to make Ijin's acquaintance. With the introductions made, Ijin walks confidently towards the assembled group, ready to begin his new role. As he moves through the facility, two bodyguards discuss his unexpected interest in their business, one asking if he truly wants to experience it. Another, standing with Shin Yuna and a colleague, expresses surprise, admitting he hadn't known Ijin was interested. Shin Yuna, looking down with a thoughtful expression, muses that perhaps it suits him after all. Meanwhile, Ijin continues to walk through the building, unaware of the conversations happening around him. Elsewhere, a young woman with striking light blue eyes watches on, her gaze intense. Later, Shin Yuna walks through a hallway with one of the bodyguards, her expression still tinged with concern. The blue-eyed woman's gaze remains fixed, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. Shin Yuna's thoughts echo the sentiment, wondering why the other girl is even there. From a vantage point above, she watches the training below, her expression unreadable. On the track, a group of trainees pushes themselves, their bodies straining with each stride. As Park Young-chan, running alongside them, challenges their limits, asking if he should pick up the pace, even as he admits he's already speeding. He urges them to run faster, to maintain their formation, his voice echoing through the vast indoor gym. One by one, the other trainees begin to falter, gasping for air and collapsing from exhaustion, but Ijin continues his steady pace, seemingly unaffected. Park Young-chan watches him with a look of growing astonishment. As Ijin stands tall, his breathing even, his composure unwavering. That kid is something else. Park Young-chan reflects on the grueling session, noting that while everyone else ran until they were ready to collapse, Ijin not only kept up the entire time, but still looks like he has stamina to spare. Ijin stands ready, his expression calm and collected, as the next phase of training begins. The instructor's voice echoes through the facility, commanding them to perform 5 sets of the grueling exercise. With a sharp, decisive call, the training officially commences. While others struggle, Ijin ascends the rope with effortless grace, leaving his peers far behind. From a vantage point, Shin Yuna watches, a hint of awe in her voice as she remarks, "Wow, he's good. The team 2 guys can't catch up. Her thoughts drift, acknowledging the sheer power she's witnessing. He's a monster, she muses, recognizing the vast difference in skill between him and the other trainees, even in a simple exercise. Park Young-chan stands beside her, equally captivated, as Shin Yuna continues to observe with a subtle, knowing smile. Having completed his sets, Ijin stands among the other trainees, his breathing steady and his demeanor completely unfazed. Nearby, 2 trainees exchange bewildered glances, wondering aloud if he was trained somewhere special to possess such incredible skill. As the training session concludes, Chairman Kwon and Shin Yuna stand side by side, their expressions unreadable as they observe the aftermath. Meanwhile, a subordinate nearby reacts with wide-eyed alarm, a panicked "oh no," escaping his lips as he realizes the potential repercussions of the recent events. He quickly composes himself, raising a hand in a formal address, a respectful sir directed towards the chairman. The chairman, having heard of the crucial role Ijin played in saving Miss Yuna, intends to personally assess his capabilities. The subordinate, still reeling from the implications, can barely believe his ears, questioning if the chairman truly means to spar with that high schooler. His disbelief is palpable, a stunned, "you out of your mind," echoing in the quiet space as he faces the 2 figures. A subtle shift in his stance, a slight movement of his foot, betrays his inner turmoil, a quiet "huh," escaping him. Chairman Kwon and Shin Yuna remain composed, their gazes fixed on the unfolding situation. Their silent observations speaking volumes about the gravity of the decision. Ijin stands ready in a sleek black tracksuit, his expression calm and composed. He offers a simple, confident reply, assuring his opponent, "I don't mind." Nearby, Chairman Kwon and a subordinate watch on, the chairman's gaze fixed intently on Ijin. The subordinate scratches his head, clearly uneasy about the impending match, as Chairman Kwon instructs them to wear some protective gear first. Moments later, Ijin reappears, now fully equipped with a blue headguard and matching gloves. Chairman Kwon, too, dons his protective gear, a red headguard and gloves completing his sparring attire. From the sidelines, Shin Yuna and other staff observe the preparations, one of them beginning to voice a question about the chairman. Yuna, however, cuts him off, her thoughts drifting to the unknown capabilities of the participants. She muses, "I don't know. Everyone here is quite experienced." Chairman Kwon considers the young man before him, wondering just how far he can push himself, acknowledging his role as part of the SWS court team. Meanwhile, a subordinate remarks to Shin Yuna that she had lost to a high schooler, and another confirms that he was the one who rescued her. The subordinate, with a confident smirk, dismisses the idea that Ijin's skills will be enough to work against their team. Yuna, however, reminds them that all of them were specially trained before joining SW. As Ijin and Chairman Kwon stand ready in their sparring gear, surrounded by observers, one of the subordinates cautions them not to go overboard, specifically addressing the young man. Kwon, now fully equipped with headgear and gloves, stands poised and ready. Across from him, Ijin mirrors his stance, his own protective gear in place. The chairman's gaze sharpens as he issues a challenge, simply stating, "Ready." Ijin, meeting his eyes with equal intensity, retorts, "Hey, high schooler, you should be worried." He stands ready, his voice firm, declaring, "I'm different from the guys you took down before." Kwon simply smirks, his own stance prepared, retorting, "Let's see about that." Then, a voice booms, "Begin." The chairman lunges forward, a red aura flaring around him as he initiates a powerful downward strike. He follows through with a devastating punch, aiming directly for Ijin. Kwon's face contorts with effort, every muscle straining as he puts his full weight into the blow. But Ijin, with a blur of motion, deflects the incoming attack, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. From the sidelines, Yuna watches, her eyes wide with concern, wondering, isn't he swinging too hard for a spar? As the chairman's attack is parried, Ijin executes a rapid, evasive maneuver, a blue streak following his movement. He takes a solid hit, the force of the blow making him recoil, but his stance remains unbroken. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Ijin focuses, his determination hardening. He intercepts the next attack, his fist meeting Chairman Kwon's in a powerful clash that sends shockwaves through the air. Still, the chairman presses on, landing another body shot and taunting, "You think that's going to be enough?" But Ijin's defense quickly turns to offense, his body a blur as he closes the distance. His fist connects with a resounding impact, striking Chairman Kwon's head. Another powerful blow lands, sending a spray of sweat and impact particles across the sparring ring. The flurry of punches continues, a rapid succession of strikes. From the sidelines, Shin Yuna and Park Young-chan watch the escalating exchange, their expressions filled with surprise. Chairman Kwon observes the precise strike, noting that he had been hit in the one vulnerable spot his helmet didn't cover. A pained grunt escapes him, the force of the blow rattling his senses. Ijin's fist connects with brutal efficiency, a sharp impact echoing through the arena. Blood splatters from the contact, a testament to the power behind the strike. Chairman Kwon collapses backward, defeated, as Ijin stands calmly over him. From the sidelines, Shin Yuna and Park Young-chan watch with wide eyes, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Amidst a shower of glowing particles, he remains perfectly composed, his posture unwavering. Chairman Kwan's red protective helmet lies scuffed on the ground, a silent testament to the match's conclusion. Aijin picks it up, his gaze steady and resolute. A group of men watches, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. One of them murmurs, wondering how the young man could have possibly known the chairman's fighting style so intimately. Elsewhere, Shin Yuna covers her mouth in stunned silence, the outcome of the sparring match clearly far exceeding her expectations. Another observer, a stern-faced man, questions aloud, his voice laced with concern about the chairman's apparent lack of preparation. A woman with a sharp bob cut stares intently, her gaze fixed on the scene. She voices her astonishment, struggling to reconcile the young man's age with his overwhelming power. Finally, a man with glowing red eyes watches with an intense, almost predatory focus, his expression unreadable as he processes the display of strength. From a high vantage point, an unnamed man and woman observe a group of figures below, one of whom is Aijin Yu, standing formally among them. Moments later, in a training facility, Aijin Yu stands ready in athletic wear, a boxing glove clutched in his hand, as Park Youngchan and other peers watch him with anticipation. Youngchan, reflecting on the protagonist's recent actions, acknowledges his formidable capabilities, realizing he truly is the real deal. Meanwhile, the unnamed man and woman continue their observation, their expressions unreadable as they take in the scene. Aijin Yu's presence remains a focal point, his demeanor composed. Back in the training room, Youngchan's face contorts with worry, dreading the inevitable reprimand from their superiors. Suddenly, Aijin Yu extends his hand, palm open, issuing a direct challenge. Have a turn. A collective gasp echoes through the training hall as the challenge hangs in the air, leaving one student to exclaim in disbelief. Another student, Choi Byum-suk, steps forward, his voice laced with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, wondering aloud why he too must face such a public spectacle after one person has already been thoroughly defeated. Despite his initial reaction, a determined glint enters his eyes as he declares his desire to fight, having witnessed the previous display of skill, even as a voice from off-panel suggests he must be tired. Aijin Yu, holding a boxing glove, simply responds, confirming his readiness for the next bout. The two exchange a silent, intense gaze. Choi Byum-suk, his resolve firm, asserts that he hasn't exerted himself enough to feel any fatigue. Aijin Yu maintains his focused expression, his grip on the glove unwavering. As Choi Byum-suk prepares himself, the murmurs of the observing students fill the air, a palpable tension building around the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, in a different part of the school, Shin Yuna walks through a hallway alongside another student, her expression thoughtful. In the training hall, Choi Byum-suk pulls on his boxing gloves, a determined look on his face, as he declares his readiness. Facing him, Aijin Yu questions if they are truly ready to fight, noting his opponent isn't wearing a helmet. Byum-suk scoffs, insisting he doesn't need one and challenging Aijin Yu to wear it himself. Aijin Yu looks down at the protective gear, a thoughtful silence hanging between them. He picks up the helmet, his gaze still fixed on Byum-suk, who stands ready amidst other students training in the background. A flicker of surprise crosses Byum-suk's face as he awaits a response. Meanwhile, in a school hallway, two other students walk past, seemingly unaware of the brewing tension elsewhere. Back in the training hall, Byum-suk's expression shifts to a smirk, calling his opponent a bastard and acknowledging his fearless style. As the two observers watch the arena, the woman wonders aloud how the upcoming match will unfold, while her male companion notes that the last one was difficult because their opponent was a ranker. He assures her that this time will be different, emphasizing their relentless training. The woman agrees, acknowledging that their fighter is the team's ace. Meanwhile, another observer remarks that fighting head-on isn't the usual method for the one named Choi Byum-suk. In the training hall, the same observer muses, wondering what kind of training the young man, Aijin Yu, has received. A voice declares that this will be difficult, before sharply commanding the match to begin. Without hesitation, Byum-suk launches a swift, powerful kick. Before Aijin Yu can react, a devastating punch connects squarely with his face. Byum-suk immediately follows up with another rapid kick. Byum-suk's foot slams down, kicking up a burst of red energy. He follows through, burying a punch into Aijin Yu's face. A powerful kick then connects with his side, sending a shockwave through him. Aijin Yu takes the blows, his expression unreadable, prompting Byum-suk to admit, "You're stronger than you look." But as Byum-suk continues his relentless assault, Aijin Yu raises an arm, a faint blue aura flaring to meet the next strike. The defensive energy holds firm, deflecting the blow. Byum-suk's eyes narrow, his determination unwavering. From the sidelines, an unnamed woman watches with growing concern, as Byum-suk concludes that Aijin Yu's current resistance isn't enough. A predatory smirk twists across Byum-suk's face, his teeth glinting with a sharp, almost fanged edge. He lunges forward, his fist blazing crimson as it collides with Aijin Yu's outstretched hand, which glows with a defensive azure light. The impact reverberates with a deafening crash, sending Aijin Yu reeling from the force of the blow. Byum-suk presses his advantage, his red-hot fist tearing through Aijin Yu's struggling blue aura, driving him back further. His eyes burn with fierce determination, reflecting the raw power he unleashes. The primal snarl returns to his lips, his sharpened teeth a testament to his escalating aggression. A thunderous roar echoes through the arena, the sheer force of the battle shaking the very structure around them. But then, in a sudden, brutal reversal, Byung-suk is slammed to the ground, defeated, as Yu stands victorious over him. Yet, the fight is far from over. With a shocking burst of speed, Byung-suk retaliates, launching Yu high into the air with a powerful, unexpected strike. From a vantage point above, the unnamed woman and man watch the unfolding scene, a gasp escaping one of them. Below, the ash-brown hair of Yu is visible, his form radiating a faint blue-green glow. He stands tall, looking down at Byung-suk, who kneels defeated on the ground. The unnamed man in the suit, observing the scene, recalls Byung-suk's earlier words. He attacked me. He's the only person who's broken through my barrier in all my life. The man thinks about how that reduces physical abilities, yet it rolled off Yu like water. He didn't even flinch. He's a monster. Yu's voice cuts through the silence, challenging anyone else who might want to turn. Byung-suk remains on his knees, his back to the onlookers. 3 other figures in tracksuits stare in stunned silence, until one of them finally speaks, questioning Byung-suk's tactic of going for the knees. With a smirk, Yu mockingly questions if there were rules to sparring, then offers a sarcastic apology for his ignorance. Meanwhile, the unnamed man, clearly exasperated, mutters that he isn't trying to discuss rules at all, because doing so would only make them look like they're nagging after losing to a high schooler. A collective realization dawns upon the onlookers, a thought echoing among them. It wasn't a coincidence that he had also saved Yuna. The unnamed woman, her expression thoughtful, ponders the implications, a single word escaping her lips. Leader? Her mind races through his capabilities, from basic training to sparring, as the unnamed man concludes that Yu is undeniably exceptional in everything they've witnessed so far. The unnamed woman's gaze remains fixed, her thoughts aligning with his assessment, before she calmly suggests moving on to the next course. As the previous discussion concludes, the woman stands confidently, her gaze sweeping over the training area. Her male colleague stands nearby, flanked by other uniformed personnel, all maintaining a watchful presence. Meanwhile, Yuna, observing from a distance, expresses her shock and confusion, wondering aloud what the woman could possibly be talking about. Turning her attention to Yu, the woman explains that his basic training is now complete, and it's time for him to experience the true challenges that await. He listens intently, his expression calm and composed, betraying no hint of his thoughts. A close-up reveals the SW logo on a uniform, a subtle reminder of the organization's presence. With a slight, knowing smile, the woman announces that since he's already following Team 2's schedule, he'll be coming with her. Yuna's eyes widen in surprise, a clear sign of her concern and disbelief at the sudden development. Without another word, the woman turns and walks away, leaving Yu and her colleague to absorb the new directive. In a hushed office, a man expresses his surprise, remarking that he had no idea the kid and Miss Yuna were in the same class. His colleague, standing opposite him, confirms the sentiment, admitting he was also shocked when they first discovered the connection. The seated man continues, explaining that the information came to light during their investigation. Still, his colleague finds it hard to believe, even after all this time. The seated man muses that the formidable name Jean belonged to such a young kid. A conceptual image of a younger Yu, dressed in athletic wear, flashes into view. As his colleague elaborates that the name was well known years ago, making it difficult to gauge his true exceptionalism at an even younger age, with the seated man admitting that the person he's looking at now doesn't feel like the same person. A locker room door stands as a silent witness. Before a more mature Yu, now in a sharp suit, glances back, his expression unreadable. He stands composed, his hands adjusting the lapels of his dark suit jacket, a picture of quiet readiness. The evening settles over a quiet residential street, the windows of a nearby building glowing softly. Inside, Shin Yuna stands near a seated Ijin, asking if Daeyoon is out with friends right now. She hopes nothing bad happens, but Ijin reassures her that Daeyoon said he'd be back late, so he'll be fine. Yuna's expression remains thoughtful, a slight concern lingering in her eyes. A sharp, impactful sound echoes. 2 burly men, dressed in tracksuits, stand with stern, unyielding expressions. A stern military instructor addresses a group of seated trainees, his voice cutting through the silence as he declares their performance in utter embarrassment. Meanwhile, a powerful figure with glowing red eyes and an intense aura considers the situation, a single thought echoing in his mind. I hope. His gaze sharpens, the red energy around him flaring. As he finishes, you guys are ready for some real training. Back in the training room, the instructor continues his reprimand, reminding the trainees they should be grateful for not being disciplined more severely. Elsewhere, an athletic man with light hair lets out a weary sigh, his expression one of quiet resignation. In a more formal setting, Shin Yuna and Park Young-chan stand side by side, their expressions composed as they observe something unseen. Yu, now clad in a sharp suit, stands alone in a brightly lit corridor, his presence commanding attention. Nearby, the unnamed woman and man from the previous encounter stand together, the woman speaking with a slight smile, while her companion listens intently. Finally, a group of uniformed trainees stands in rigid formation, their faces grim as they await their next command. Under the glow of a sprawling city at night, a sleek, modern building stands as a beacon of urban sophistication. From its entrance, a group of well-dressed individuals emerges, moving towards a waiting luxury vehicle. A man in a sharp suit opens the car door for a woman, their departure a seamless, practiced affair. The white sedan is surrounded by several other men in dark suits, their presence suggesting a heightened sense of security and importance. One of them, the athletic man with light hair, stands by the car, his expression unreadable, a silent observer of the unfolding scene. Inside the vehicle, another man with wavy brown hair looks out the window, his gaze sharp and assessing. He turns, his voice firm as he issues a directive. You get in the back. Yu, now clad in a formal suit, looks forward from his seat, his expression calm as he processes the command. As he settles into the back of the luxurious vehicle, the woman beside him remarks, I'm troubling you with two people. She gestures subtly, indicating not just himself but another unseen individual. As the car glides through the city, the conversation continuing in the hushed interior. The driver remains focused on the road ahead, his presence a silent testament to their journey. Outside, the city lights blur as they move, and another voice notes, there are 3 cars following us. Yu glances out the window, his expression unreadable, then asks, is it a total of 5 people? Turning his attention forward, he listens as the woman poses a curious question. Have you ever considered becoming a celebrity? A slight smile plays on her lips as she elaborates. There's also a talent company that I'm in charge of, a subsidiary of the SW Group. Without hesitation, he dismisses the offer. I'm not interested. She feigns disappointment, replying, really? That's disappointing, while he quietly concludes, I guess I'm stuck with that story. He simply responds, yes. The woman continues, explaining that judging by how easily he got through them, he's at least a 2-team member, possessing significant talent in that field. The driver's brow furrows in irritation. Yu clarifies, stating he only won because they were caught off guard. She adds that they also had to be careful because he's a student. He concludes that it was an advantageous situation for him from the start. The driver, still looking ahead, asserts that if it had been a real fight with both of them taking it seriously, it wouldn't have ended that way. The woman smiles, thinking she figured he'd be happy after taking them down, but that. The driver observes the young man, realizing that Kid understands the situation perfectly. Outside the vehicle, the unnamed man urgently calls out, asking if the director is all right, receiving a muffled confirmation in return. As they approach the scene of a crashed car, the unnamed woman questions what happened, and the man speculates that the other driver might have been intoxicated. He reports that the driver of the other vehicle has lost consciousness, and they are currently working to rescue him. Issuing swift commands, he instructs someone to call an ambulance, track the driver, and investigate him thoroughly, just in case, receiving an immediate, yes, sir, in response. The unnamed woman's expression tightens with concern, while Yu observes the unfolding situation with a thoughtful gaze. And she voices her worry that the director could be injured, eliciting a soft, ah from someone nearby. Back inside the car, Yu confirms something with a simple yes. As the woman places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, advising him to still get checked, even if he feels fine. Yu begins to speak, his expression serious as he states, more importantly. The unnamed woman listens intently, her gaze fixed and thoughtful. She stands beside him, the unnamed man observing from a slight distance, as the conversation continues in the formal setting. In the quiet of the morning, 2 neatly packed lunchboxes sit ready on the counter. As a young girl with a bob-cut hairstyle, wearing a bright apron, looks up from her work, her attention fixed on the pan where she's carefully preparing breakfast. When Yu enters the kitchen, surprised to find her already busy. You're already preparing lunch, he remarks. A slight frown creasing his brow as he adds, but grandfather already left for. The girl turns back to her cooking, explaining, I'm gonna go to his workplace. I used to go there a lot, but I didn't have many chances to go after you came. The omelet sizzles gently in the pan. As Yu, standing beside her, processes her words. His workplace, he asks, then, with a determined look, declares, then I'll go too. Having made his decision, Yu finds himself at a bustling city complex, the very place his sister had longed to visit. Towering buildings pierce the sky, a stark contrast to the quiet domesticity he'd left behind. And as he takes in the imposing structures, a voice cuts through the urban hum. A security guard, an older man with a kind face, approaches him, asking if something good had happened recently. The guard's expression is warm, a genuine curiosity in his eyes. He continues, noting the change in the young man, remarking on how happy he'd seemed ever since taking those days off. The guard's words carry a gentle observation, a subtle acknowledgement of the shift in Yu's demeanor. Then, with a friendly gesture, he offers, I just got some rice cakes from home. Let's eat some during break. He stands before the imposing building, a small smile playing on his lips as he takes in the sight. It's been a while, he murmurs, since I've seen this place. The building's entrance, marked with the numbers 22-12-1, hums with a quiet energy. Inside, the security guard, who had just been monitoring the entrance, leans forward, a look of surprise spreading across his face, wondering, Is that really Aijin? Moments later, the young man is enveloped in a warm embrace, his grandfather's hands gently cupping his face. The family gathers around a table laden with food, a comfortable silence settling over them as they share a meal. His grandfather watches him with a soft, knowing smile, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Outside, a car screeches to a halt, blocking the path, as a voice demands, "Sir, move your car to the side a bit." The security guard, now outside, looks on with a puzzled expression, a question mark hanging in the air above his head. From the driver's seat of a sleek yellow sports car, a woman glares impatiently, her words cutting through the air. "Other cars can't get past me." A man with prominent tattoos, his face contorted in rage, curses the source of the incessant noise. He holds up two cylindrical objects, declaring his intent to simply discard them. Meanwhile, the security guard watches the scene unfold, the impatient woman still waiting in her yellow sports car. The tattooed man walks away from the vehicle, passing the guard who observes his every move. He tosses the items into a nearby trash bin, ignoring the proper disposal signs. The guard, however, approaches the bin, bending down to retrieve what was thrown away. He calls out to the man, who turns back with a questioning look. Picking up the discarded cylinders, the guard holds them firmly. He then instructs the man to take them away properly, the woman in the car still waiting impatiently. The security guard stands firm, watching the tattooed man retrieve the items he'd carelessly tossed, who grumbles, "Man, you should have given me these when I got out." The guard simply replies, "I only just saw them." A black bag thumps onto the ground. The tattooed man bends down, rustling through the discarded items. The security guard looks on, while the woman in the red car, still stuck in traffic, revs her engine impatiently. Suddenly, a cheerful voice calls out, "Grandpa." He looks up, the red car finally driving away in the background. Approaching him are a young man and a young woman, carrying lunch. He looks surprised, recognizing the two. The young woman announces, "We brought your lunch, Grandpa," while the young man adds, "You didn't have to come all this way. I could have just bought lunch." The security guard finishes his shift, his colleague telling him he did good work today. And he replies, "Okay, see you tomorrow," before heading home. As he walks, a sleek yellow sports car speeds into the parking area, catching his attention as it parks improperly. "They're not supposed to park their car like that," he mutters, then calls out, "You can't park here." He approaches the vehicle, where the tattooed man and the woman are already standing outside. "You're not allowed to park here," he explains. "You're making it harder for other cars to leave. You should park in the parking lot." The tattooed man glares back, challenging him. "What's that got to do with you, old man?" The woman steps forward, her voice sharp. The woman in the illegally parked car challenges the security guard, asking if he's truly the patrolman for the area, then dismissively states that she can park anywhere she pleases. The guard, trying to maintain his composure, explains that parking is restricted to residents only, and that he's simply doing his job, asking them to move their vehicle. But the woman merely scoffs, demanding to know what he'll do if her car gets scratched. A smirk plays on her lips as she adds, "I don't think you can with your salary." The guard stands frozen, the insult hanging heavy in the air, his expression shifting from exasperation to a simmering rage. His thoughts seethe with fury, labeling her a worthless piece of garbage. Before he can react, the tattooed man lunges forward, grabbing the guard by his collar and lifting him off his feet, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing to an elderly man. His face contorted in a snarl, the man tightens his grip, calling the guard a little shit. The guard's eyes widen in pain and fear as the man continues his aggressive tirade, insisting he answer him, "You bastard." The tattooed man's aggressive words continue to assault the security guard, demanding he move his car. But internally, the guard's fury boiled, his eyes glowing with a dangerous, crimson light as a shadowy figure manifested behind him. He vowed retribution, a chilling promise of pain for those who dared disrespect the man he was protecting. The tattooed man and the woman remained defiant by their yellow sports car, unaware of the silent threat brewing. Suddenly, the guard turned his head, his expression unreadable. Then, a blinding flash erupted, a sharp, concussive force that filled the air. The guard recoiled, his face contorted in terror, sweat beading on his brow from the sheer power he had just witnessed. He managed to stammer out a question, his voice laced with concern. "Grandpa, you appeared," offering a calm response to the guard's worried inquiry. The security guard faces down the tattooed man and his female companion, who dismisses any formality, asking if the guard recognizes him. Meanwhile, a thought seems to spark in Grandpa Yu's mind, as the label Schooler appears, hinting at a connection to the group the tattooed man belongs to. Suddenly, a sharp cry of "AH!" escapes someone, as a hand recoils from an unseen impact, the powerful flash from moments ago taking its toll. Elsewhere, the neon glow of Radio City illuminates the street, where two figures stand silhouetted against the urban backdrop. In a past memory, the tattooed man, identified as a schooler, serves Grandpa Yu and the security guard, muttering about how Grandpa Yu wouldn't even give him a chance to speak, to which Grandpa Yu simply replies, "I see. Good work." The memory continues as the tattooed man slams a drink down, fuming over what he perceives as disrespect from the old man. Back in the present, the red-tinted aftermath of the flash leaves the woman disoriented, her vision blurring from the sudden, overwhelming force. The tattooed man stands frozen, his face a mask of shock and pain, incapacitated by the mysterious power that erupted. His feet are visible on the glowing red floor, suggesting he has been knocked off balance or brought to his knees by the impact. In a sleek, modern office, a woman with a sharp bob cut sits at a desk, while a man in a dark suit stands opposite her. Her gaze direct as she questions, "The kid?" The man listens intently. Before responding, I hear he's already done with Team 3, but he should be done by now." The woman leans forward slightly, pressing for details. "Is that so? You took him to Team 3, right? What are the results?" Her expression remains unreadable. As the man places a hand on the desk, a subtle concern in his voice. "You should still ask him if he hurts anywhere, just in case." With that, he turns and walks away, leaving the woman to ponder his words. She insists that they shouldn't make him do such dangerous work, especially if it means he could get hurt. The man simply states that he will check on him again, as the word mercenary flashes across the screen. A new record appears, indicating enrollment 029. And Ijinyu stands in a school hallway, adjusting his tie. He walks alongside the unnamed man from the office, who asks him what's wrong. Ijin, with a neutral expression, asks what he means. The man observes that Ijin acted quite calm during their last practice. And Ijin replies that he didn't know the rules or the atmosphere of the place back then, adding that there's nothing good about standing out. A hand with a distinctive tattoo reaches for a locker, as the man behind it declares he was never a bodyguard. Ijinyu looks on, a slight frown on his face, as the man with gray hair turns to him, asking for clarification. He explains that he doesn't know where Ijin heard that from, because he was never an official bodyguard in the first place. Considering his family issues and the fact that he grew up with it, he just happened to take the bodyguarding job. A painful memory flashes through his mind, a glowing figure representing the daughter he lost due to his own mistake. He admits he got somewhat carried away, realizing now that he should never have thought like that. Ijinyu, listening intently, then asks where the man received his training. The former bodyguard deflects, noting how easily Ijin took down his opponents during practice, suggesting he received professional training himself, before a sudden realization dawns on him. Ijinyu's gaze sharpens as he begins to answer, revealing he learned it in. The woman's voice cuts in, a hint of exasperation in her tone. "You could have just told me you didn't want to answer." As the three stand in the quiet hallway, a soft thud marks the closing of a door. Her and the man's legs are visible, standing patiently. She then turns to Ijin, a slight frown on her face, asking, "Aren't you going to bodyguard work today?" Her question hangs in the air, her light green eyes fixed on him with a hint of concern. He looks back, a surprised "what?" escaping his lips. "I don't have a job. I'm just doing some practice. If you need a bodyguard, you know it won't take that long," she explains, then adds, "Oh, you don't have to change clothes either." A silent ellipsis hangs over Ijin's face, his expression unreadable. He walks alongside the man, the city lights reflecting faintly on their path. As they continue through the night, the two men approach their destination. Inside a cozy cafe, the woman waits, musing aloud about her cravings, wishing she could have ramen and kimchi stew like in America. Ijinyu stares at her, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, his thoughts unreadable. Now seated at the table, he turns to the man beside him, asking, "Isn't that right, Sukju?" The man, Sukju, responds with a hesitant, "Huh? Yeah." The woman then looks at Ijinyu, offering, "Is there anything you want to eat?" He shakes his head, stating firmly, "I don't think I should eat with you if I'm bodyguarding." Her eyes widen in a surprised, "Huh?" Sukju, however, maintains a serious demeanor, his thoughts revealing the true stakes. Team 3 is watching over Yuna, so we just have to act normal. As they begin to eat, Yuna nods in agreement, affirming, "That's right." She had chosen the cheapest coffee shop, Yuna explains, because he might refuse if invited to a high-class dinner. Continuing her story, she mentions hearing that Sukju had been in a cafe with her older sister. Concerned by her demeanor, Sukju asks if she is all right, and she replies with a simple, "Yeah." She then mentions receiving a gift for her precisely 100th visit, adding that it had been fine. Sukju finds this surprising, noting it's not like her, as she usually insists on paying for everything herself. A quiet thump echoes as he leans back, reflecting that he has never seen her behave like this before. Though she attempts a smile, Yuna's expression betrays a subtle unease. Her forced cheerfulness evident, as Ijinyu watches her intently, his gaze sharp and observant. He looks down from above, observing the grim scene below. Below, Sukju struggles to breathe, his body slumped against a tree, blood staining his shirt. A masked figure, rifle in hand, also breathes heavily, then urges the injured man to leave him behind. Standing over Sukju, the masked figure insists that at least one of them can survive. Sukju, his face streaked with blood, responds with a weary sigh, knowing his time is short. The masked figure, his voice firm, tells him not to feel bad about leaving, as he'll die soon anyway. Sukju looks up, offering a quiet thanks. From the shadows, Ijinyu's voice cuts through the tension, questioning if the masked figure's presence means everyone else refused to come, or simply needed more time. The heavily injured masked figure, his face grimacing in pain, wishes for one last glimpse of his daughter before succumbing to his wounds. A wave of regret washes over him, as he recalls his simple desire to return home after this ordeal. But a voice cuts through his despair, urging him to stand up if he feels any regret at all. Clutching his rifle, the masked man retorts that even healthier individuals perish on the battlefield without warning. Go Sukju's voice, firm and insistent, cuts through the air, declaring that the masked figure will not die this second, commanding him to rise. His plea echoes, a desperate call for the man to survive and see his daughter again. Sukju's face hardens with resolve, his gaze fixed on the wounded figure. Stepping forward, Ijinyu addresses them both, asking if they can speak for a moment, while Shin Yuna, seated nearby, protests that he's taken her spot. Ijinyu clarifies, his expression unwavering, confirming he wishes to speak with them alone. He turns his gaze to the young woman beside him. As the three of them settle into a quiet cafe, Go Sukju listening intently. Ijinyu begins, asking what she wanted to discuss so urgently. A brief memory flashes of him and Sukju walking with two other colleagues, before returning to the present conversation. He repeats his question, his expression calm, while she looks down, a slight frown on her face. Her eyes widen slightly in surprise at his directness, before she replies that it concerns her father. Ijinyu leans forward, his curiosity piqued, inquiring about the kind of person her father was. His brow furrows slightly as he awaits her answer, a hint of concern in his eyes. She looks away, her gaze distant, recalling her father's constant absence. He was always busy, she explains, and difficult to see, especially since the company had grown so large, leaving her with few memories of him. The man's condition worsened, and he had a limited time to live. Despite this, he still went overseas to work, growing even sicker. Shin Yuna recounts how, even when told he wouldn't be able to fly, her father insisted he had no other option, leaving them unable to even meet him. He died without seeing his family's face, a fact that caused her deep resentment, as work had always taken precedence. She questions why Ijinyu is suddenly asking about such a painful topic, admitting she never would have shared this personal story if he hadn't saved her earlier. Ijinyu listens intently, pondering if such work, which demands so much, is truly pointless. As he imagines a father's desire to provide for his children. In a memory, Shin Yuna's father resolves to continue, feeling he couldn't face himself if he didn't see his work through. Even as a deep regret settles in his eyes, acknowledging he'd made countless mistakes when it came to his daughter. A profound sadness washes over him, wondering why he hadn't realized sooner. He looks down, consumed by the thought that he should have spent more time with her, understanding that family was more important than any job. Back in the present, Ijinyu continues, revealing that her father worked until the very end, specifically to meet her. Shin Yuna listens, her expression unreadable. Before she finally manages to ask, "What are you talking about?" Ijinyu looks at her with a serious gaze, promising to explain the specific contents of the request given to him. He then delivers the heartbreaking truth. Her father wanted to see her face before he died. Her eyes widen, a wave of disbelief washing over her face. A memory flashes, revealing her father in a desperate situation, his voice strained as he demands, "Tell her yourself. What are you saying after we've already arrived at our destination?" But the man, battered and resolute, insists, "No, this is a request." His face, etched with pain and urgency, conveys a profound message. "You have to personally meet my daughter and tell her. Even if I survive." The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a final, desperate command. "Even if I meet my daughter, you have to tell her." He stands alone in a misty, green-tinged landscape, clad in combat gear, a rifle clutched in his hands, a solitary figure facing an unseen threat. His silhouette recedes into the distance, swallowed by the oppressive darkness, leaving behind only the echo of his plea. Snapping back to the present, her eyes are wide with shock, the words barely escaping her lips. "Ijinyu." The full weight of his revelation crashes down on her, as she whispers, "Met my dad? Before he died." A soft rustle of movement fills the silence as Ijinyu stands over her, his gaze steady, confirming the painful truth. She stares at the ground, the weight of his words settling heavily upon her. A single tear escapes, tracing a path down her cheek as she whispers, "My dad said something like that." Ijinyu watches her, his expression unreadable. "I didn't understand back then," she admits, now seated across from him in a quiet cafe, "but I think I understand now." He rises from the table, the memory of her father's plea echoing in his mind. The meaning of his request wasn't just for himself. Ijinyu continues, his thoughts drifting to a rainy street where her father once stood, shielding a child with an umbrella. "But it was also because he wanted me to leave the hellish battlefield," he recalls, picturing the man walking through the desolate, war-torn landscape. "He included me in the things he wanted to set right." Ijinyu concludes, remembering the outstretched hand of a man desperate to protect his loved ones. A doorbell rings, announcing an arrival. Ijin, standing indoors, turns his head towards the sound. A faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. Inside, a woman addresses Ijin and his grandfather, stating that this is the first time she's seen him face to face. From beside Ijin, Sukju interjects, confirming that he came to Korea with Ijin, but felt it would get in the way of a family reunion, so he hadn't greeted them earlier. Grandpa, still processing the revelation, admits he hadn't known the full story. Sukju explains that during the initial call, he'd assumed he was dealing with an embassy representative, making his surprise immense when he discovered Grandpa was the reason Aijin could finally come home. He quickly clarifies that it wasn't Grandpa who helped Aijin, but rather the other way around, confessing he himself had nearly died. Sukju continues, acknowledging that without Aijin's help, he wouldn't have been able to return, and offers his sincerest, albeit belated, thanks. Grandpa listens, his expression thoughtful. The woman watches, her eyes wide with surprise. Sukju, flustered by the unexpected gratitude, waves his hands dismissively, insisting there's no need for such formality. Grandpa, now seated with the others, acknowledges Sukju's military background, understanding why he's referred to as a lieutenant, before asking how he and Aijin originally met. Sukju hesitates, a look of discomfort crossing his face. Still reflecting on his past with Aijin, Sukju explains that when he was assigned overseas, Aijin was the one who guided him when he was truly in a bind. Grandpa listens intently, then remarks that Sukju almost died, prompting the younger man to agree, adding that he should say thank you to Aijin, as it's almost been a year. Yuna, who has been quietly observing, suddenly interjects, asking if Aijin has a little sister. Her eyes wide with curiosity, she confirms that he does. Sukju, with a slight smirk, then refers to her as little sis. Yuna, looking surprised, hears Sukju tell her she can just call him Appa, before a thought bubble reveals her shock at his age. He offers a confident smile. As the narration box confirms, he is 36 years old. The scene then shifts to a table laden with a variety of dishes, suggesting a meal is about to begin. A simple, comforting meal of rice and various side dishes is laid out on the table. Around the table, Aijin, Ghost Sukju, and Grandpa Yu share the meal, the sounds of their eating filling the air. Observing the younger men, Grandpa Yu advises them to slow down. Sukju, looking down at his plate, remarks that he can't remember the last time he had a home-cooked meal like this. A thoughtful expression crosses Grandpa Yu's face as he considers the sentiment. Sukju continues, explaining that his mother is truly terrible at cooking, and his father always preferred eating out. He covers his mouth, a wave of melancholy washing over him as he recalls that his favorite part of being in the military was the food. Across the table, the unnamed woman and Grandpa Yu share a soft, understanding smile. Aijin quietly nods, savoring his own portion of the meal. He continues, reflecting on his time in the military, where the food was surprisingly the best part of his day, a stark contrast to his childhood meals. He then adds that the other guys still ask him to say hello to Aijin for them. Aijin, listening intently, recalls a memory of Go Sukju surrounded by other soldiers, all looking up to him. Go Sukju then explains his presence, mentioning he had some business nearby and decided to drop by to see Aijin, adding that it was a stroke of luck. Grandpa Yu chimes in, observing that Aijin's grandfather must be a good person and that his sister also seems nice. Aijin simply responds, with a quiet, yes. The unnamed woman then asks if he's already leaving, as Go Sukju prepares to depart. He turns to leave, mentioning that he's already running late, but Aijin's attention is caught when Go Sukju adds that while he'd like to talk more, he has to go meet his fiancée. Aijin's eyes widen in disbelief. He asks, incredulous, if Go Sukju got engaged, to which the young man simply replies, yeah. Go Sukju's expression remains calm. Aijin, however, is clearly taken aback by the news. His surprise quickly turns to indignation as he demands to know what kind of look Go Sukju is giving him, as if he couldn't possibly get a girlfriend. Go Sukju quickly denies it, then explains that it's rather unusual, but a wealthy family arranged the marriage for him. He muses that since he's always moving around, he doesn't have much to offer women, so this arrangement is a blessing. Taking his leave, Go Sukju bids farewell to Aijin, his footsteps echoing softly as he begins to walk away. Still processing their conversation, Aijin acknowledges him with a simple yes, but Go Sukju pauses, turning back to address the younger man about the very thing he'd been curious about. A surprised escapes Aijin. As Go Sukju clarifies his profound question, what's a family? To which Aijin confirms, yes. As the conversation draws to a close, Go Sukju watches him intently. Aijin's back is to the viewer, his thoughts clear. He turns, a quiet understanding settling over his features, confirming that he now comprehends. Go Sukju simply nods, acknowledging the depth of the answer. With a final word, he prepares to depart. The setting changes to a striking, contemporary building. Inside, the woman apologizes for the abrupt meeting, her expression earnest. She explains her tight schedule, indicating a need for haste. Go Sukju quickly reassures her, taking full responsibility for the unexpected contact. He leans back, a slight smile playing on his lips, expressing his pleasure at their meeting, before noting that he'd heard she had been dispatched overseas recently. The woman across from him replies with a hint of sarcasm, that he must be very busy himself. She then muses, recalling a memory of Shin Yuna's father, Mr. Han Shul, that she can't be busier than him, and that she's merely pretending to be busy. Go Sukju chuckles softly, acknowledging her point. The woman continues, her expression thoughtful, admitting she never expected to meet with a soldier, and that without their current engagement, they likely never would have met at all. She then ponders aloud, wondering how many times they've actually met so far. Go Sukju, leaning forward slightly, answers her question directly, stating they've met a total of 14 times. The woman takes a sip from her cup, a slight frown on her face, observing that it's already been over a year since they got engaged, yet they've barely seen each other. She then poses a rhetorical question, asking if they aren't both too busy for such a relationship. A slight smile plays on his lips. Sukju listens intently as the woman speaks. She reaches for her coffee cup, then pauses, a new thought crossing her mind as she asks for a favor. Across the table, Sukju's expression remains calm, simply telling her to state her request. Without a word, her hand slides a document across the polished surface, revealing a profile with a familiar face. Sukju's gaze sharpens, his easy smile fading as he takes in the information. The woman's voice is firm as she indicates the document, referring to the person pictured as this child. Her request is clear, directed to someone named Mr. Hanshan. Look into him for me. A flicker of intense focus crosses Sukju's eyes, his attention now fully on the task ahead. She continues, explaining how the transfer student's information was forged and how her attempts to find similar cases were blocked, expecting better from him. With a slight bow of her head, she offers an apology. But Sukju, his face etched with a grim resolve, declares he doesn't think he can. He cannot do this favor for her. Her expression shifts, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. She pauses, considering his refusal. Then, with a slight nod, she acknowledges his stance. I get it, she states, her voice trailing off, so no need to go. Sukju's mind reels, a whirlwind of conflicting thoughts and emotions swirling around him. A voice echoes with a chilling declaration, expressing a profound, almost possessive, level of care for someone named Jean. Then, a few days later, Sukju stands, phone pressed to his ear, his expression serious as he listens intently. He questions the caller, wondering if someone has been stranded. Meanwhile, in a different location, a soldier in tactical gear curses under his breath, demanding to know what has happened. The enemy's movements have suddenly changed, a hand with glowing energy visible in the darkness, hinting at a new, unforeseen development. Another soldier, rifle in hand, confirms their position, stating they've cornered their targets in the designated area. A menacing figure with a glowing red eye patch and a scarred face stares out, his expression grim and determined. For him, the time has come to hunt.